Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 41, New Friendships. Third person's POV. As the train began to rumble along the tracks, the scenery outside blurring into streaks of green and blue, Lance turned curiously toward Arthur. The recent introductions had gone smoothly. After Gwyneth introduced herself, the others had followed suit politely again, but the way Gwyneth reacted to seeing Arthur still lingered in Lance's mind. "Are you by any chance famous?" Lance asked, raising an eyebrow as he studied him from head to toe. Arthur rubbed the back of his neck, clearly uncomfortable with the question. "A bit, I suppose," he said modestly, his voice calm but cautious, as if wary of how Lance might respond. "A bit." Gwyneth nearly shouted in disbelief, throwing her arms up in exasperation. "Well, aren't you being modest? This guy's practically the poster boy for the Daily Prophet. He's published books that have won actual awards, multiple kinds. Not to mention he just opened a magical supply shop that's already making waves, and let's not forget the modeling competitions he's won without even attending them personally." Arthur's ears flushed a deep pink as he groaned, covering his face with one hand. "I didn't even apply to those competitions. It was a forced entry. Literally. I had no idea I was in them until I saw it in the Daily Prophet and started to receive rewards for them in the mail." "Seriously?" Gwyneth blinked in surprise. Merlin's reaction had confirmed his words. The witch was already snickering into her sleeve, clearly amused by the memory. "You guys should have seen his face when saw them," Merlin confirmed with a grin. "It's one of my most favorite memories to look back to." Gwyneth's face softened, her confidence flickering briefly before she spoke up again. "So can I get your autograph?" she asked, clutching her cat a little closer to her chest. Arthur blinked, taken aback. "Sure," he replied, his voice a mix of surprise and amusement. "Didn't know you were a fan of the books." Her cheeks turned a shade redder. "It's not because of the books I'm a fan," she admitted sheepishly. The compartment went silent. Even the gentle clack of the train wheels felt distant in that moment. Lance, Arthur, and Merlin all stared at her, their expressions somewhere between amused and dumbfounded. She had just listed all the reasons Arthur was well known, and the shop was definitely the least likely one to inspire admiration. "Right," Arthur finally said, trying to remain professional. He gave a polite smile, though there was a tinge of resignation behind it. He was used to this by now. "What would you like me to sign?" "I don't have anything on me right now," she said, biting her lip. "Maybe once we get to Hogwarts." "Of course," Arthur agreed with a warm, charming smile that, thanks to his sculpted features, was devastatingly effective. Gwyneth inwardly swooned. Lance, who had been silent throughout this entire exchange, looked completely lost. He shifted in his seat awkwardly, unsure whether to comment something or just pretend he hadn't heard anything. In the end, he chose the safest option: stay quiet. Sensing the lull, Merlin smoothly changed the topic. "So, Gwyneth, care to tell us a bit about yourself?" she asked, her voice light and inviting. "Well, I already said my name. I'm 11. I like the color green and I suppose I really enjoy gardening and potion making," Gwyneth said after a moment's thought, smiling gently. Before she could continue, both Lance and Arthur simultaneously groaned, their faces darkening as if she had just uttered some sort of forbidden curse. Their shoulders slumped, and they had a look filled with mutual pain. "What's with that reaction?" Gwyneth asked, her brow furrowing as she stared between the two boys. "Potion making," Arthur muttered darkly. "Gardening," Lance added with equal dread. "What a nightmare," they said in perfect unison, visibly shuddering at the memory. Gwyneth's pout was instant. "What do you mean, what a nightmare? That's rude. What's there not to like about it?" Arthur leaned forward as if recounting a war story. "The surgical precision of cut ingredients. The constant care," Lance added. "The fermentation that could take months, even years," Arthur continued. "The baby mandrakes, they're so bloody loud," Lance winced, still remembering his childhood of learning how to take care of magical plants. "Zero room for error, the finest mistake means failure," Arthur whispered. "Those boggarts die from the smallest things, a slight chill in the air. Dead. Sneezing too loud. They get scared to death. Water them a single drop too much. They drown to death." Lance grimaced. Gwyneth stared at them, completely bewildered. "Are you two okay?" Merlin burst out laughing. Gwyneth looked almost guilty now. "Sorry for bringing it up." "It's all right," both boys mumbled in unison. They glanced up at each other and shared a smile. Without a word, they reached across the space and clasped hands in solemn unity. In that instant, a new bond was forged, not from mutual interests, but mutual suffering. So, Gwyneth said with a grin, recovering quickly, wanting to change the topic so to not make them suffer, if the things I like are so traumatizing, what is it you do like? Swords, both Arthur and Lance replied, perfectly in sync. Merlin rolled her eyes, her expression wry. Of course. Arthur's smile softened as he added, although I also love magical creatures. They're fascinating, and much easier to understand than people. I don't really have any other major interests, Lance admitted with a shrug. At least not that I can remember right now. Finally, everyone turned to Merlin. She smiled, a knowing gleam in her eyes. Magic, she said simply, almost reverently. Just plain old magic. Gwyneth had been staring at Merlin for quite some time, her brows furrowed in curiosity before she finally blurted out, not to be rude, but, why is your hair white? Before Merlin could respond, Arthur jumped in with a straight face, she's an albino. She can't help but look like that. Merlin's head turned slowly toward him, her expression blank yet full of unspoken retribution. Arthur barely lasted a few seconds before breaking down into uncontrollable laughter, slapping a hand over his mouth in a feeble attempt to hold it in. With a flick of her wand, Merlin responded swiftly and wordlessly. In a swirl of magic, Arthur shrunk down and transformed into a small, fluffy lion cub standing shakily on its hind legs. Meow, he cried in protest, his wide, panicked eyes darting around the compartment. Gwyneth immediately burst into laughter, her arms clenching her cat to her chest as she nearly doubled over. Lance quickly turned his face to the window, failing to suppress the chuckle that turned his cheeks a shade of pink. Rolling her eyes, Merlin corrected, first of all, don't listen to that idiot, I'm not an albino. And second, it's just how I was born. I don't usually like explaining it. I'm sorry for asking, Gwyneth said quickly, looking slightly embarrassed. It's just. I thought it looked really pretty. It suits you. Merlin's expression softened into a genuine smile. Thank you, she said, before flicking her wand again and restoring Arthur to his original form. He groaned, rubbing his head. I don't think words are enough to describe how much I didn't enjoy that. His words earning a laugh from everyone. As the train sped onward, the group began to ease further into their conversation, the awkwardness replaced with familiarity. Their laughter came more naturally now, and it was easy to forget they'd only just met. The atmosphere shifted as though they were old friends reunited after years apart. So what you're telling me, Arthur said in a mock-serious voice, holding up his black cat for emphasis, is that you don't see how perfect Cosmo is. Just look at him, he's regal, affectionate, fluffy. He's basically royalty. Gwyneth scoffed, cradling her white Siberian cat like a baby. Please. Leona is majestic. Just look at her. That fur, that grace, she's clearly superior in every possible way. Arthur narrowed his eyes. She doesn't even resemble a lion. What's the point of naming her Leona? It's her personality, obviously. Gwyneth said with mock offense. She might look dainty, but she's fierce. A real queen. Lance and Merlin exchanged exhausted glances, both silently begging for rescue from the escalating cat debate. Before they could intervene, the sound of a friendly voice echoed down the corridor. Trolley's here. Would anyone like anything from the trolley? Trolley passing through. Arthur's eyes lit up as he sprang to open the compartment door. Over here. The sweet old lady pushing the cart gave them a warm smile. And what would you dearies like? Four of everything, please, Arthur said politely, handing over a pouch of sickles. Once the purchase was complete, Arthur began dividing the treats evenly into 4 neat piles, handing them out without hesitation. You didn't have to do that, Gwyneth said, genuinely touched. I'll pay you back for my share, Lance offered quickly. Arthur waved them off. Nonsense. Consider it a gift. We're friends now, aren't we? He raised a chocolate frog in a mock toast. To newfound friendship. Gwyneth's face lit up as she mirrored his motion with the same item. To newfound friendship, she echoed, her voice bubbling with excitement. Arthur turned to Merlin, giving her an expectant look. She sighed, long and theatrical, but a small smile tugged at her lips. She raised a chocolate frog as well and muttered, to newfound friendship. All eyes then turned to Lance, who had his face buried in his palm. He groaned softly before reluctantly raising a chocolate frog in response. He didn't say the words, but his gesture was clear enough. Arthur and Gwyneth erupted into cheers and high-fived each other while Merlin chuckled softly, her laughter hidden behind her hand. Lance shook his head at their antics but couldn't stop the small smile curling at the edge of his lips. +10 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch. Chapter 42, Neville Longbottom. Third person's POV. All 4 of them eagerly tore open their chocolate frog boxes, and in an instant, the enchanted sweets sprang to life. The frogs leapt out with loud croaks, their glossy, delicious brown bodies wriggling and hopping in every direction. Chaos erupted for a brief moment as they tried to escape, but the group quickly scrambled to catch them before they could hop out of reach. I can't be the only one who finds it weird that I have to bite into the head of a croaking frog, Arthur said with a mix of disgust and fascination. He held his frog carefully, gripping it tightly to prevent it from making another great leap. But they taste amazing, Gwyneth responded casually, as if biting into enchanted chocolate animals was a completely normal thing. Without hesitation, she took a huge bite and cleanly ripped the frog's head off in one go. Lance stared at his own frog with visible hesitation. His brow furrowed and his lips pressed together in a tight line. For a moment, it looked as though he might not go through with it, but then he inhaled deeply, steeled his nerves, and mimicked Gwyneth's example, biting into it with one quick motion. Arthur let out a sigh, clearly still conflicted about the whole situation. "Cheers, I suppose," he muttered dryly. Turning away from the others, he brought the frog to his mouth and stuffed it into his mouth. "MMPH, hey guys," Arthur called out suddenly, his voice muffled by the mouthful of chocolate. They all turned to look at him, and then burst into laughter. To their amusement and horror, the frog was still animated, visibly bouncing around in Arthur's cheek in a desperate attempt to escape. The sight of his puffed-up face, bulging slightly as the frog wriggled inside, was simply too much. Lance clamped a hand over his mouth to keep from spewing his dessert across the train compartment. Gwyneth howled with laughter, practically doubling over as she pointed at Arthur with a trembling finger. Even Merlin, who had been fairly composed up until now, couldn't help but snort in amusement. She shook her head slowly, chuckling to herself. Eventually, the chocolate frogs were all subdued and eaten, and the group began to examine the collectible cards that came with each one. "I got Dumbledore," Arthur said, examining the card thoughtfully. The image of the famed wizard moved gently on the card, stroking his long silver beard and giving a slow nod. "I've got someone named Nicholas Flamel," Lance said, peering at his card with narrowed eyes, clearly unfamiliar with the name. Merlin gave a sly grin as she revealed her own. "I got Merlin." "Imagine that," she said, her voice filled with teasing pride. "How lucky of me." Gwyneth flipped hers over and read aloud, "Morgana Le Fay. Not a bad pull, I suppose." Arthur glanced over and blinked. "I'll trade you." Gwyneth raised an eyebrow, surprised by the offer. "Seriously?" "Deal." Without hesitation, they swapped cards. As Arthur held the card in his hand, he stared down at the moving image of Morgana, his expression softening. The card depicted a regal woman with a sly smile, her cloak billowing dramatically. There was a strange glint of recognition, or perhaps memory, in Arthur's eyes as he gazed at it. Lance noticed the change in his demeanor. His curiosity piqued as he studied Arthur's expression. It wasn't joy or simple satisfaction, it was something else. A quiet melancholy seemed to settle over Arthur's features, as if the card had stirred up something personal. There was longing in his eyes, a sadness carefully tucked away behind a small, distant smile. Lance tilted his head slightly but didn't ask. He knew they were still in the early stages of their friendship, and now wasn't the time to dig into unspoken emotions. Still, he silently hoped that someday, perhaps far in the future, Arthur would trust him enough to share the story behind that look. Wordlessly, Arthur slipped the card safely into an inner pocket of his robes, patting it once to ensure it was secure. Next in their delightful, and at times questionable, arsenal of wizarding sweets, the group decided to try their luck with the infamous Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Arthur, always the first to dive into danger when it came to food, popped one into his mouth without hesitation. A moment later, his confident expression melted into pure horror. "Mine tastes like a napkin," he muttered with a grimace, as if personally betrayed. "Disgusting." Gwyneth giggled at his misfortune, clearly amused. "My turn," she declared with enthusiasm and tossed a bean into her mouth. The effect was immediate. Her body tensed, her eyes widened, and she let out a tiny, horrified gasp. "Earwax," she managed to say, her voice filled with revulsion. "Ew," the others chimed in varying tones of agreement and sympathy. Gwyneth scrunched up her face in disgust. "Tell me about it." Merlin, looking far too pleased with herself, crunched on a bean with no sign of distress. "Mint," she said cheerfully, smiling with satisfaction. Gwyneth nearly choked on her next breath. "What? How's that fair? I get earwax and you get bloody mint," she cried indignantly, pointing an accusing finger. Arthur looked at Merlin with narrowed eyes. "You cheated." "I have no idea what you mean," Merlin replied with an exaggeratedly dignified air. The expression on her face practically screamed, "Who, me? Never." All eyes turned to Lance just as he let out a sharp, almost pained gasp. His shoulders stiffened and his cheeks sank inward as he cringed. "Salt," he whispered hoarsely, as though the word itself drained the last bit of joy from him. "Why are these even allowed? Who would willingly torture themselves like this? They're not that bad, Gwyneth said with a shrug, trying to downplay the chaos. Everyone turned to stare at her like she'd grown another head. Feeling the weight of their silence and the judgment behind their gazes, Gwyneth's cheeks turned a soft shade of red. She quickly clarified, flailing her hands in protest. I don't mean the earwax, okay? I meant in general. Once the weird taste fades, it just tastes like a regular jelly bean. They're actually kinda good. Right, Arthur said slowly, turning his gaze elsewhere. Sure. Gwyneth glared at him, her puffed cheeks and furrowed brows only making her look more embarrassed and adorable. Just then, a gentle knock interrupted the teasing. The compartment door slid open to reveal a nervous-looking boy with rounded cheeks, slightly flushed from exertion or nerves. He stood hesitantly at the threshold, hands fidgeting as he spoke. Have any of you by chance seen my toad, Trevor? He slipped out of my hands, and I can't seem to find him anywhere. Arthur blinked and sat up straighter. Neville Longbottom, he thought with a jolt. The second child of prophecy. No, we haven't, Merlin replied, shaking her head politely. We sure it wasn't the one hopping in Arthur's mouth earlier? Gwyneth asked with mock innocence, casting a playful glare at Arthur, her way of getting back at him for teasing her earlier. Neville's eyes widened in horror as he looked at Arthur. Why you ate Trevor? He asked in a meek, trembling voice, eyes welling up. Gwyneth burst into laughter, pointing at Arthur with unrestrained joy. However, her mirth came to an abrupt halt the moment she noticed Neville's watery eyes and trembling lip. Oh no, she muttered, guilt creeping in. Arthur sighed and rubbed a hand over his face before addressing Neville with sincerity. Don't mind her, she was just joking. I had a chocolate frog in my mouth, not a real one. Promise. He stood up and took out his wand. Here, let me help you find him. You said your toad was named Trevor, right? Neville sniffled and nodded. Why yeah, his name's Trevor, he confirmed quietly. Arthur smiled warmly and extended a hand. Give me your hand for a moment. Neville hesitated, unsure if this was part of another joke, but something in Arthur's calm demeanor and kind eyes reassured him. Tentatively, he placed his small hand in Arthur's. Arthur pointed his wand at Neville's palm and said clearly, Accio Trevor the toad. A sudden puff of grey smoke billowed out from Neville's hand. As it cleared, there, sitting right in the center of his palm, was a warty toad blinking in confusion and letting out a low croak. Trevor. Neville's face lit up with pure, unfiltered joy. He cradled the toad in both hands, beaming as though he'd just been given the greatest gift in the world. Thank you so much. Arthur nodded modestly. Just be careful not to lose him again, yeah. As Neville backed out of the compartment, thanking Arthur over and over again, Merlin watched him go, her eyes lingering on the odd little toad in his hands. What a funny-looking toad, she mused, her lips twitching in amusement as she silently observed Trevor. Once the door closed behind Neville, the compartment returned to its usual buzz of warmth and mischief, though Gwyneth did shoot Arthur a sheepish look of apology, which he returned with a simple smirk. +10 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch. Chapter 43, Lies. Third person's POV. You both seem to be well versed in magic and spellcasting. Gwyneth said, glancing between Arthur and Merlin with wide, curious eyes. I mean, Merlin, you turned Arthur into a cat without uttering a single word. And the spell Arthur just used was a summoning charm, which is pretty advanced. I've been studying magic since I was a toddler, Arthur explained with a modest shrug. I've always looked forward to the day I'd get my wand and start casting spells. So, when that day finally came, I was more than ready. I get that, Gwyneth said with a faint smile. Since we couldn't really use wands or magic growing up, I just did whatever I could to feel connected to it. That's why I love potion making so much, it was something magical I could do, even without a wand. Are you well versed in the art of potion making, then? Merlin asked, tilting her head, one brow raised in genuine curiosity. I'm not sure how good I really am, Gwyneth replied modestly, then her voice brightened with pride. But I'd like to think so. Both of my parents work at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries, and everything I know about potions came from them. They're the best potion makers I know. She puffed out her chest with pride, her face wearing a smug grin. Arthur couldn't help but smile warmly at her expression. In that moment, it was clear just how much she admired her parents, and how proud she was to be their daughter. What about you guys? Gwyneth asked, tilting her head with curiosity. What do your parents do? Arthur's smile faltered slightly, growing more awkward. I'm an orphan. Gwyneth stiffened, her eyes widening. Oh. I'm so sorry for your loss. Arthur waved it off with a small laugh and a dismissive gesture. It's all right. You don't need to worry about it. Lance, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow in silent thought. Does this have anything to do with that expression he made earlier, he wondered. I mean, I'm not the only one, Arthur added casually, jerking his thumb toward Merlin. Merlin here is too. No, I'm not, Merlin said flatly, giving Arthur a confused look. Wah, huh? Arthur exclaimed, eyes wide. What do you mean you're not? My mother's dead, yes, Merlin admitted with a sigh. But not my father. That bastard's still out there somewhere. I have a rough idea where he is, but that's about it. Arthur threw his hands up in disbelief. But I thought, how has it never occurred to me that you still have a father? Don't worry, Merlin muttered dryly. I act like I don't have one most of the time anyway. So honestly, it's not all that different from being an orphan. Gwyneth lowered her gaze, her hands tightening into fists over her robes. Guilt weighed on her heavily for bringing the topic up so carelessly. Slowly, she turned her eyes to Lance. Lance, sensing her gaze, turned to meet it, and froze. Her expression was twisted in guilt, her eyes watery and brimming with regret. Lance. She said softly, her voice cracking. Please tell me you're normal. Normal. Arthur and Merlin both echoed, raising their brows at her with confused expressions. No. Wait. That's not what I meant. Gwyneth cried, flailing her arms in panic. I didn't mean that you guys aren't normal. I just meant, when I asked the question, I expected normal answers like, they work at a shop, or, they're professors. Not that you were orphans or had complicated family situations. I just wanted to make sure I didn't mess up by asking, so I asked if Lance was normal. She wailed, burying her face in her hands. I suppose you could call it normal, Lance replied after a pause. I don't know who my father is, but my mother. His brow furrowed thoughtfully. Actually, I'm not really sure what my mother does, to be honest. All I know is she governs some spaces. Wouldn't that make her a governor then? Arthur asked, blinking. Lance blinked back, then slowly shrugged. I suppose so. Then yeah, I guess my mother is a governor. Finally, a normal answer, Gwyneth sighed, placing a hand to her chest and exhaling in relief. You really can't help yourself, can you? Arthur said, his tone filled with amused disbelief. Gwyneth visibly flinched and winced, looking as though she wished the ground would swallow her whole. To quickly change the subject, Gwyneth blurted out, so what do you guys think Hogwarts is like? I tried asking my parents about it, but all they told me was that it's a secret. The only thing I really know is that you get sorted into houses, but I don't even know how the sorting happens. I heard it's a battling tournament, Arthur replied calmly, almost too casually. What? Gwyneth gasped, eyes wide with disbelief and panic. Yeah, Arthur nodded seriously. From what I've gathered, the result of the tournament determines which house you're sorted into. That's why Hogwarts is considered one of the best wizarding schools in the world. As soon as you walk through the doors, you're thrown into the ring to be tested. They want to see who's been practicing with their wand and who has real talent. Those who land at the bottom. He paused for dramatic effect. Well, their admission letters are revoked. They're sent back home before the feast even starts. Gwyneth's jaw dropped. She stared at Arthur, utterly horrified. He sounded so confident, so precise, that she didn't doubt a single word. A battle tournament. And if I fail, I'm sent home. That's terrifying. Even Lance, who was typically more skeptical, looked intrigued. His eyes lit up at the idea of combat and competition. Meanwhile, Merlin had to press a hand against her mouth to hide her growing smile. Her eyes twitched with amusement, clearly holding back laughter. We're getting closer to arriving, Merlin said, smoothly steering the conversation away as she looked out the window. The sky had begun shifting into a deep violet hue, casting a soft glow over the train's interior. Arthur followed her gaze, then stood and gave Lance a small nod. Let's give them some space to change into their Hogwarts robes. Lance nodded silently and followed Arthur out. The two boys stood guard outside the compartment door, their backs straight, arms folded across their chests like seasoned knights on duty. After a moment of silence, Lance glanced sideways at Arthur. So, about that tournament. Can you tell me more? Arthur blinked before laughing. Wait, you actually believe that? He bent forward slightly, chuckling heartily. Oh man, sorry. I totally made that up to mess with Gwyneth. There's no tournament. That was just a joke. Lance's face dropped in disbelief. Seriously? You're kidding. Nope, Arthur said, still shaking with laughter. I made the whole thing up just to freak her out. And it worked beautifully. Unbelievable, Lance muttered, rubbing his temples. I actually got excited. Do you even know how the sorting works? Arthur finally calmed down and gave him a sincere look. I do. They put this enchanted hat on your head, called the sorting hat. It looks into your thoughts, your personality, and your heart, then chooses the house that best fits you. Lance looked skeptical again. A magic hat. Yup. As weird as it sounds, it's true, Arthur replied with a sigh. There's Hufflepuff, which values loyalty and hard work. Ravenclaw, for wisdom and intellect. Gryffindor, which values bravery and courage. And Slytherin, which values cunning and ambition. Lance stared at him blankly. Are you messing with me again? Unfortunately, I'm not, Arthur said with a chuckle. As ridiculous as it sounds, the Sorting Hat is a real thing. Lance groaned. Honestly, I think I preferred the battle tournament. At least then I could fight my way in. Arthur laughed again. Yeah, I get what you mean. A tournament would have been epic. All of Hogwarts watching as we duel to prove ourselves. That would have been a sight to see. At that moment, the compartment door slid open and Merlin stepped out, now dressed in her school robes. Gwyneth followed close behind, her expression distant and almost shell-shocked, still processing the terrifying lie Arthur had fed her. All right, boys, Merlin said, gesturing inside. Your turn. Lance entered and Arthur followed behind as he crossed his arms over his chest and he walked past Merlin. No peeking, he said, feigning sternness. Merlin gave him a flat, unamused stare as the door slid shut behind them. Inside, the two boys began to change. They removed their travel robes, revealing toned physiques that spoke of intense training and discipline. Both their bodies bore fading scratches, long, pale lines that could only be made by sharp blades. Arthur glanced over and gave a grin. Well, it looks like you weren't lying when you said you trained with a sword. Lance gave a small, knowing smile. And it looks like neither were you. Arthur's build was solid and muscular, forged for strength and resilience. Lance's, on the other hand, was leaner, crafted for speed, agility, and precision. It was a clear contrast, power versus finesse. Plus 10 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch. Chapter 44, Into Hogwarts. Third person's POV. After Arthur and Lance finished changing into their Hogwarts robes, the girls were finally allowed back into the compartment. Gwyneth, however, was practically trembling with nerves. Her fingers twisted the hem of her sleeves, and she couldn't seem to stay still. Now that Lance wasn't on the joke, he found himself more amused by the situation than anything else. The corner of his mouth twitched upward, but he chose to keep silent, deciding to maintain the ruse just a bit longer. It was far too entertaining to watch Gwyneth squirm. Moments later, a voice echoed through the train, reverberating off the walls of the compartments. We will be reaching Hogwarts in 5 minutes' time. Please leave your luggage on the train, it will be taken to the school separately. Arthur and Gwyneth let out a synchronized sigh. This meant one unfortunate thing, they'd have to coax their cats back into their cages. Their feline companions, who had just made themselves comfortable, were not going to be pleased. Leona, in particular, let out a long, dramatic yowl that made Gwyneth look as though she might burst into tears. I'll bring you a warm meal after this is over, deal? Arthur said gently, crouching beside the cage and trying to coax Cosmo in with a small treat. His voice was soothing, and surprisingly effective, for the cat at least. The minutes slipped by faster than anyone expected. The train gradually began to slow, the familiar hum of its speed fading into the grinding rhythm of metal against metal. With a final screech and a jolt, it came to a complete stop. Gwyneth took a deep breath and looked around at her friends, Merlin, Arthur, and Lance, each of them calm and collected as if they were heading into something completely ordinary, like a morning lecture instead of the start of what could be their end. I can't be the only one that's nervous, she exclaimed, her voice slightly higher than usual. Why are you all so calm? Merlin was the first to respond. She opened the compartment door and turned back with a confident, almost smug grin. Because I'm confident in my magic, she said simply, and with a toss of her hair, she stepped into the hallway. Lance followed, pausing only to glance over his shoulder at Gwyneth. I know how to fight, he added with a smirk before walking after Merlin. Arthur lingered for just a moment longer. He turned to Gwyneth with a warm and reassuring smile, his eyes soft with encouragement. Have more confidence in yourself, he said, his voice low and kind. You'll do better than you think, I know you'll succeed. Gwyneth's cheeks turned a deep crimson as she watched him go. She quickly brought her hands to her face in an attempt to cool the heat blooming across her skin. That's not fair. That look is just not fair at all, she muttered under her breath, lips curled into a flustered pout. She hurried after them, weaving through the sea of students bustling to disembark. Unbeknownst to her, Merlin, Lance, and Arthur shared a quiet laugh as she caught up. Soon, a booming voice called out above the crowd, First years. First years over here. All right there, Harry. A massive, hairy man beamed down at the students, his wide smile unmistakable, Hagrid. His towering frame loomed over the sea of young witches and wizards, offering a presence that was equal parts intimidating and comforting. Arthur's eyes lit up when he spotted two very distinct heads of hair, one jet black, the other a fiery ginger. Harry Potter. Ron Weasley. The boy who lived and his best friend. Even in the throng of first years, they were impossible to miss. This is awesome. Hagrid is freaking huge. I can't believe I'm actually seeing Harry Potter in person. Arthur was inwardly fanboying with the intensity of a supernova, but outwardly, he maintained the calm and dignified air befitting someone of noble lineage. Come on, follow me, any more first years? Mind your step, now. First years, follow me. Hagrid called, motioning for the students to follow him along a narrow path descending into the darkness. The path was steep, and the moonlight barely illuminated the stones beneath their feet. Arthur turned to Merlin, who was struggling slightly in her robe and muttering curses under her breath. Here, he said, offering his hand like a true gentleman. Merlin accepted it with a quiet, thanks, and carefully lifted her robe to avoid tripping, allowing Arthur to guide her safely along the tricky terrain. Lance, noticing Gwyneth's similar struggles, offered his hand as well. She took it gratefully, her heart still pounding from earlier but soothed by the gesture. It was a small kindness, but one that made the path feel less daunting. No one said much as they walked. The air was thick with anticipation and awe. Then Hagrid's voice carried over the crowd once more. You'll get your first sight o' Hogwarts in a sec, he called, just round this bend here. As the group turned the corner, the narrow path gave way to an astonishing view. A chorus of gasps and murmured exclamations broke the silence. Across a vast, glassy black lake stood the castle, Hogwarts. Towering and majestic, it loomed against the night sky, its many turrets and spires bathed in golden light. The windows glowed warmly, casting shimmering reflections on the water below. It was like something out of a dream. Arthur's heart swelled, and without thinking, he began to hum the iconic melody of Hedwig's theme. Merlin looked at him with a surprised chuckle. You're such a nerd, she said fondly. I know, Arthur replied with a grin, his eyes still fixed on the breathtaking sight ahead. No more N4 to a boat. Hagrid bellowed, gesturing towards a fleet of small wooden boats bobbing gently at the water's edge. Naturally, Arthur, Merlin, Lance, and Gwyneth claimed one for themselves, with the boys assisting the girls in first. Arthur led Merlin like a gentleman from a bygone era, while Lance quietly helped Gwyneth, who was clearly trying to suppress the jitters that were written all over her fidgeting hands. Everyone in. Hagrid shouted, already seated alone in a much larger boat. Right then, forward. As if enchanted, which they most certainly were, the boats glided smoothly over the black mirror of the lake. The moonlight danced across the rippling surface, and the reflection of stars shimmered like diamonds scattered across ink. I heard there's a giant sea monster that lives underneath the lake, Arthur said casually, throwing a mischievous glance at Gwyneth. What? She yelped, her voice rising far louder than intended. Heads from nearby boats turned to look at her in surprise. She instantly began trembling and reached out blindly for support, her hands latching onto the nearest anchor, which happened to be Lance's arm. Lance raised an eyebrow and glanced down at her, clinging to him like a frightened kitten. What are you doing? I'm terrified, she whispered, her eyes wide and glistening. You said you knew how to fight, so protect me, okay? For a moment, Lance just stared at her. Then he shifted his gaze to Arthur, who was biting his fist to keep from bursting into laughter. Merlin wasn't faring much better, already shaking with silent giggles. Turning back to Gwyneth, Lance averted his eyes, his face stoic but his ears glowing red in the darkness. Despite himself, he let her cling to him for the rest of the ride across the lake. As they neared the opposite shore, the boats drifted under a rocky overhang that marked the start of an underground harbor. The ceiling dropped low, and everyone ducked at Hagrid's command. The boats bumped gently against a stone dock, and the students began to disembark. The ground was uneven, littered with stones and moss. Hagrid's voice echoed through the passage. Oi, you there. Is this your toad? Trevor. Neville cried, rushing forward to reclaim his amphibious friend. That boy really needs to keep a hand on his toad, Gwyneth muttered, her voice steadier now that she was on solid ground. As she let go of Lance's arm, he blinked and tilted his head slightly. A strange sense of disappointment bloomed in his chest, though he couldn't quite place why. Hagrid led them through a passage carved into the rock and up a steep, winding staircase that opened out to the castle grounds. The massive silhouette of Hogwarts loomed above them, glowing warmly with light from countless windows. As they reached the towering front doors, Gwyneth took several deep breaths, her eyes scanning the crowd, mentally preparing herself, wondering who around her she would have to battle. The doors creaked open, casting a pool of golden light across the stone. Standing there was a tall, stern-looking witch dressed in emerald green robes and a no-nonsense expression. The First Years, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid said respectfully. Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here, she said, her voice calm and commanding. Arthur's eyes sparkled. Ooh, one of my favorite professors from the books and movies, he thought, doing his best to maintain his noble demeanor on the outside. Professor McGonagall opened the door wider, and the First Years filed in. The entrance hall was massive. Stone walls lined with flickering torches cast warm shadows, and an opulent marble staircase loomed at the far end, leading to the upper floors. The sounds of hundreds of chattering voices echoed from a room just off to the side. McGonagall led the students into a small chamber off the main hall. They crammed in tightly, peering about anxiously. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she began. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you may take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting ceremony is an important tradition. While you are here, your house will become your family. You will attend classes together, sleep in the same dormitory, and spend your free time in the house common room. There are 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has a proud history and has produced exceptional witches and wizards. Your triumphs will earn you points, while breaking rules will lose them. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I expect each of you to be a credit to whichever house you join. The sorting ceremony will begin shortly. I suggest you all tidy yourselves up while you wait." Lance leaned toward Arthur and gave him a side glance. "So you were telling the truth about this part?" Arthur smirked and nodded confidently. Lance then turned to Gwyneth, whose face had gone pale. She was swaying like she might faint. Before he could say anything, however, a cold rush of air filled the room. A shriek echoed, and then laughter, followed by the sound of dozens of whispering voices. Ghosts began to drift through the walls, their semi-transparent forms chattering amongst themselves as they floated above the students' heads. Gwyneth gasped, wide-eyed. Arthur leaned in, whispering loud enough for her to hear. "Those are the ghosts of students who failed the sorting and got accidentally killed during the tournament." Her head snapped towards him in horror. "Huh!" she exclaimed, letting out a whimper. Merlin had to physically cover her mouth to stop the scream that was building in her throat. She hunched over, giggling so hard that tears filled her eyes. Lance tried to hold it together but ended up snickering behind his hand. +10 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch. Chapter 45, Sorting Ceremony, 1. Third Person's POV. As the ghost drifted above the group of nervous first years, a familiar and commanding voice echoed down the corridor. Professor McGonagall had returned. "Move along now," she said sharply, giving the ghost a pointed look. "The sorting ceremony is about to begin." With that, she turned to face the new students, her expression stern but not unkind. "All right now, everyone, follow me." The line of students shuffled forward. Gwyneth trailed behind with her head bowed low, her stomach twisting in knots. Every step felt heavier than the last, like walking toward a doom she had not signed up for. She wasn't just anxious, she was practically mourning. They emerged into the grandeur of the Great Hall. Gasps of awe escaped the lips of several first years. The enchanted ceiling sparkled above them, reflecting a beautiful night sky full of twinkling stars. 4 long tables stretched across the hall, packed with older students who had long been sorted. At the far end of the hall, on a raised platform, sat the professors. Gwyneth barely had time to take it all in before Professor McGonagall stepped forward and placed a small wooden stool in the center of the hall. Upon it sat the oldest wizards that she had ever seen, dusty, pointy, and worn with age. Before anyone could ask questions, the hat twitched. A rip near the brim widened into what looked like a mouth. And then, to everyone's amazement, it began to sing. The Sorting Hat's song echoed across the hall, its magical voice delivering a cheerful, slightly eerie tune about the 4 Hogwarts houses, their founders, and what virtues they valued. It was supposed to be whimsical and inspiring. But Gwyneth wasn't inspired. As the hat's melody carried on, she blinked slowly, turning her head toward Arthur. His face was puffed up like he was trying to hold in an explosion, his cheeks flushed red from the effort. Her eye twitched. Slowly, dread began to settle into realization. She had been tricked. There was no tournament. There had never been a tournament to begin with. It had all been a lie. The look she gave Arthur was nothing short of betrayal. It pierced straight through him. But that only made things worse. Arthur burst into laughter. Not just a chuckle. Not even a snicker. A full-bodied, wheezing, doubled-over laugh. He clutched his sides and leaned towards Merlin for support. He wasn't alone either. Merlin had doubled over, clutching at her side, barely able to stand. The 2 of them were nearly on the ground. Arthur's laughter grew louder as Gwyneth's expression shifted from disbelief to horror, and then to fury. Her arms stiffened at her sides, her face burning with shame. McGonagall was not amused. Her glare could have turned them to stone. And even Lance, who hadn't said a word, had buried his face in his hands. His shoulders shook, his ears glowing bright red. He was trying, and failing, not to laugh along with them. Gwyneth's cheeks puffed up in indignation, and her lips pressed into a pout. Her eyes narrowed, realizing that they had all known. All of them had been in on it. With a loud growl of frustration, she stomped toward Arthur and began beating him on the back with both fists. He could barely defend himself, doubled over with laughter. "I can't breathe." He wheezed between gulps of air, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Arthur," Merlin said between his own gasps, "that was bloody brilliant." The Sorting Hat song finally came to an end, applause filling the room as tradition dictated. McGonagall cleared her throat loudly, regaining control of the room. "I do not know what you four find so amusing," she said in a sharp tone, "but please compose yourselves. I am about to begin calling names. When your name is called, you will come forward, sit on the stool, and place the hat on your head to be sorted." Hannah Abbott. A small girl with blonde hair nervously stepped forward. She sat down on the stool, the sorting hat was placed on her head, and after only a moment, it called out, "Hufflepuff." The table to the far right burst into cheers. With a flick of McGonagall's wand, the Hufflepuff crest magically appeared on Hannah's robes. She stepped down from the stool and made her way to her new house. Gwyneth Ardeen. Gwyneth whipped around, kicked Arthur hard in the shin, and hissed, "I hate you." Still laughing, Arthur hopped on one foot, tears of mirth still running down his face. "Worth it," he managed. Gwyneth stormed forward, her cheeks puffed with anger. She climbed onto the stool with theatrical annoyance. The sorting hat was placed on her head, falling slightly over her eyes. "Well now," the hat said inside her mind, sounding amused, "what a nasty little prank they played on you. Quite spirited though." It chuckled to itself, then shouted aloud, "Hufflepuff." The Hufflepuff table erupted in cheers again as Gwyneth hopped off the stool and stomped toward her new housemates. She refused to glance back at Arthur or the others, holding her chin high and her nose in the air. More names were called. Susan Bones joined Hufflepuff. Terry Boot went to Ravenclaw. Lavender Brown became the first Gryffindor of the night. The sorting continues, many placed into Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, and Slytherin. Lance Demere. The laughter between the group had finally died down by this point, and they were catching their breath. Lance stepped forward, but before the sorting hat could even touch his head, it yelled, at a volume louder than before, "Slytherin." The shout startled everyone, even Professor McGonagall, who blinked in surprise. Students exchanged glances, whispering and raising eyebrows. Lance stood frozen for a moment, not entirely sure how to react. He looked slightly stunned as he walked to the Slytherin table, which welcomed him with loud applause. Arthur's brow furrowed slightly. Before he could ponder as to why the hat shouted so loudly, he heard a scoff not far from him. With how loud the hat shouted, just how bad does he have to be? Arthur turned and frowned. "Don't say that." "What?" Ron Weasley blinked, caught off guard. "Just because someone is sorted into Slytherin doesn't make them a bad person," Arthur said, his voice firm. "You don't know him, and you don't have the right to judge." Ron shrugged, unconvinced. "Mate, it's not me, it's the hat that sorted him. Everyone knows what kind of people end up in Slytherin." And with a shout like that, he trailed off, the implication hanging heavy in the air. Arthur sighed, shaking his head. "Forget it," he muttered, turning his attention back to Merlin, who stood calmly ahead of him. Behind him, Ron raised an eyebrow and glanced at Harry, jerking his thumb toward Arthur with a look that practically screamed, "Can you believe this guy?" Harry offered a tight, awkward smile, clearly unsure how to respond. Deep down, a nagging worry gnawed at him, what if he was sorted into Slytherin? The sorting continued steadily, names called in clear alphabetical order. From D to E, F to G, students made their way to the stool, one by one. Hermione Granger was eventually called, and after only a moment beneath the hat, the sorting hat cried, "Gryffindor." A loud cheer erupted from the Gryffindor table. Arthur glanced back at Ron just in time to hear a low groan escape him. Arthur gave a small, tired smile. His mind started to slow from standing still for so long. The excitement had dulled, and boredom began to settle in. His mind drifted, zoning out as the names continued through the list. G to H, I to J. Arthur King. The sudden sound of his name jolted Arthur out of his thoughts. He blinked, gathered himself, and walked forward past the rows of students. His steps were steady, regal almost, his posture upright and confident. Whispers rippled through the great hall like a gust of wind. "Is that really him? I saw him in the Daily Prophet. Doesn't he run a magic shop? But he's our age. My parents say it's all propaganda, whatever that word means. But he's so cute. He looks better in person than in the photos." Arthur ignored every word. He kept his expression calm and composed, mentally fortifying his thoughts and emotions as he approached the sorting hat. He sat on the stool, bracing himself for what came next. Professor McGonagall lifted the sorting hat and leaned in and tried to place it on his head. Keyword, tried. The hat curled at the hem, recoiling from Arthur's head, like a baby refusing to touch grass. It twisted slightly, arching away as though resisting the sorting with all its might. McGonagall blinked in surprise. "What?" She tried again, but the result was the same. The hat wouldn't go down. Now visibly perplexed, McGonagall tucked the scroll of names under her arm and gripped the hat with both hands, attempting to pull it down onto Arthur's head by force. Still, the hat refused. It stretched unnaturally upward, its brim rippling as though alive, shaking side to side in firm rebellion. Murmurs and gasps echoed through the great hall. "What is with this hat?" McGonagall muttered, wrestling with it. "It's never behaved this way before." She shot Arthur a suspicious look. "Boy, are you using some sort of magic?" Before Arthur could even open his mouth to respond, the Sorting Hat suddenly stiffened, going absolutely rigid. Then, in a booming magical voice, louder than it had been all evening, it shouted, "Gryffindor! Gryffindor! Gryffindor!" For a moment, silence reigned in the hall. Students and teachers alike sat stunned. Even Dumbledore, seated high at the head table, placed a hand over his mouth in amusement. His piercing blue eyes narrowed in thought, though the small smile tugging at the corners of his lips betrayed his delight at the scene. Gwyneth's brows furrowed as she peered at Arthur. But then, as if remembering she was still supposed to be angry with him, she huffed and turned away, though she couldn't help but sneak glances in his direction. Lance, sitting at the Slytherin table, watched with a faint smile. I had a feeling he wasn't ordinary, he thought. As for Merlin, she simply lowered her head and smiled wider. At least that old hat knows its place. Then the Gryffindor table exploded into applause. Students stood, clapping and cheering as Arthur hopped down from the stool. Between the bizarre display and Arthur's growing fame, one thing was certain, he was no ordinary student. And in a school that thrived on points and House Cup victories, being special was more than welcome if it meant it earned them more points. McGonagall sighed deeply, recovering her composure. With a flick of her wand, Arthur's robes shimmered as the scarlet and gold crest of Gryffindor emblazoned itself over his chest. He walked toward the Gryffindor table where eager students immediately greeted him with enthusiastic handshakes and hearty slaps on the back. He nodded politely, joining them as they made room for him at the bench. On the outside, Arthur wore the mask of composure. But inside, "It sucks that we got separated," he thought, casting a brief glance back at the line of students still waiting. "I just hope Merlin gets sorted into Gryffindor too. It'll get lonely without her." +10 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch. Chapter 46, Sorting Ceremony, 2. Third Person's POV. After Arthur had taken his seat at the Gryffindor table, he turned his attention eagerly to the line of first years still waiting to be sorted. His eyes scanned the group with interest. The next name Professor McGonagall called out with clear, precise enunciation was Neville Longbottom. A pudgy, nervous-looking boy with a round face stumbled out of the line. Neville looked terrified as he made his way towards the stool, his wide eyes darting between the house tables as though the entire castle were staring directly at him, which, to be fair, it was. As he reached the stool, he nearly tripped over thin air in his nervousness, catching himself just in time with a startled yelp. Once seated, Professor McGonagall took the sorting hat by the brim and, still wary after its earlier mischief, pulled it firmly over Neville's head. The moment it covered him, Neville let out a muffled squeak of surprise and flailed his arms in confusion as everything went dark. "Oops. Apologies, Mr. Longbottom," McGonagall said with mild embarrassment as she adjusted the hat to sit properly on his head. The great hall burst into laughter at the display, and even Arthur chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Neville's face was now as red as a tomato, his ears burning with shame. The sorting hat hummed thoughtfully for a few seconds before proclaiming in a loud, echoing voice, "Gryffindor." The Gryffindor table erupted into applause and cheers as Neville clumsily got off the stool. He was halfway to the table when McGonagall called after him, "Mr. Longbottom, the hat please. We still have many more students to sort." "Oh. Right, sorry, Professor." Neville mumbled, cheeks darkening even more as he turned back, removed the hat from his head, and returned it sheepishly before hurrying off to the Gryffindor table. One student after another continued to be called and sorted, the hat deciding their fates in seconds. The next name called out was met with a different energy entirely. Draco Malfoy. A pale boy with slicked-back blonde hair stepped confidently from the line, his expression oozing arrogance. He strutted towards the stool as though the ceremony were beneath him, not bothering to hide his smug superiority. Arthur raised an amused brow and smirked faintly. He was entertained by the boy's attitude. The sorting had barely touched Malfoy's head before it shouted decisively, "Slytherin." Draco gave a pleased huff, as if to say, obviously, and marched over to the Slytherin table with his chin held high. The names continued to be called, one after the other, as the sorting had placed students into their respective houses. Arthur's eyes wandered to Merlin, who looked thoroughly unimpressed by the entire process. Her silver hair earned her a few curious glances from the other students, and her expression clearly said she'd rather be anywhere else. As the sorting progressed through the alphabet, Arthur noticed the line getting noticeably shorter. They were now into the P's. Arthur's eyes shifted to a skinny boy wearing glasses, standing stiffly near the back of the group. The boy looked scrawny and malnourished, his hair messy and his frame small. A lightning-shaped scar peeked out from beneath his bangs, and he seemed to fidget anxiously, glancing nervously between the tables. And then, Professor McGonagall called out a name that caused the hall to erupt into whispers. Harry Potter. The name struck the room like a lightning bolt. Murmurs surged around each table, louder and more frantic than when Arthur had been called. Harry Potter. The Harry Potter. Did you see the scar? That has to be him. Do you think if I ask for an autograph, he'll give me one? Harry swallowed visibly and made his way to the front. He didn't meet anyone's gaze as he quickly walked to the sorting hat and sat down on the stool. There was a moment of stillness before McGonagall placed the hat carefully on his head, and the hall seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. Arthur saw the sorting hat's mouth moving slightly, though no sound could be heard from their distance. Harry's lips were barely moving, his eyes tightly shut as he whispered, "Not Slytherin, not Slytherin, not Slytherin." The sorting hat paused for a moment, clearly engaging in conversation with the boy beneath it. Then, with a sudden burst of volume that echoed through the hall, it bellowed, "Gryffindor." The Gryffindor table erupted into wild applause and cheering, easily the loudest so far. Students stood and clapped enthusiastically, some pounding on the table in excitement. The sound was deafening, reverberating through the stone walls of the Great Hall. The other three houses looked notably less thrilled, a few students exchanging disappointed glances or muttering quietly. As Harry stood and made his way toward the Gryffindor table, Arthur watched him with interest. A tall, older ginger-haired student, clearly related to Ron, and identifiable as Percy by the shiny prefect badge on his robes, stood up and shook Harry's hand warmly. Harry looked overwhelmed by the attention, his eyes wide as he nodded and tried to smile. Then, two identical red-headed boys jumped up from the bench, Fred and George Weasley, without a doubt. With matching grins, they linked arms and began skipping in circles around the table, chanting with theatrical flair, "We got Potter. We got Potter. We got Potter." Harry, now visibly embarrassed but also smiling, took a seat across from the ghost in the rough, Sir Nicholas, who Arthur recalled being referred to as, nearly Headless Nick. The seat happened to be right beside Arthur. Looking up toward the high table, Harry's eyes found Hagrid, who gave him a big grin and a wink, followed by a thumbs up. That small gesture seemed to comfort Harry, and he returned the smile. He then turned slightly, perhaps to glance back at the sorting, but his gaze stopped on Arthur instead. Arthur offered him a polite smile and extended his hand. "Pleasure to meet you. You can call me Arthur." Harry replied nervously, shaking Arthur's hand. The handshake was brief but sincere. They both turned their attention back to the sorting ceremony, the number of students waiting to be sorted having dwindled to just a handful. Professor McGonagall called out the next name on the list, Merlin Serm. Arthur straightened instantly. His attention snapped to the front as Merlin walked calmly toward the stool, silver hair shining under the enchanted ceiling's twilight. Despite being only 11 years old, she carried herself with an innate poise. There was a gentle, enchanting quality about her, partly from her succubus heritage, though her charm manifested as an innocent sort of allure more than anything overt. Her round baby face, rosy cheeks, and peculiar violet eyes drew curious glances from all corners of the hall. She sat down on the stool with elegance and closed her eyes, prepared for the sorting. Arthur, meanwhile, was visibly tense. Harry looked over at him, raising an eyebrow at the sight of him muttering under his breath with clasped hands. "Please be in Gryffindor. Please be in Gryffindor. Please be in Gryffindor." "Ravenclaw," the hat called out, loud and clear. "Gosh darn it." Arthur groaned, slamming his fist on the table with a frustrated thump, causing a few heads to turn. His carefully maintained noble demeanor cracked just for a moment as he slumped forward with a pout. Merlin turned her head as she walked off the platform, making eye contact with Arthur as he mouthed dramatically, "Why?" She responded to the question with a cheeky smile and an exaggerated shrug, mouthing, "I suppose it's just meant to be." She giggled quietly at Arthur's dismayed expression before joining the Ravenclaw table, where several older students were already whispering among themselves about her appearance. "Is she a friend of yours?" Harry asked curiously, noting Arthur's emotional reaction. "Yeah." Arthur muttered, his voice laced with disappointment. "You could say we grew up together, in a way. I was really hoping we'd be sorted into the same house." Harry gave a sympathetic nod. He understood that sentiment of wanting to be in the Sake house as your friend all too well. He glanced toward Ron and silently wished his first and only friend from the train ride would end up in Gryffindor as well. Arthur, now thoroughly disheartened, barely paid attention to the remaining names being called. He rested his cheek in his hand and sighed, casting occasional forlorn glances toward the Ravenclaw table. Then came the next name, Ronald Weasley. Gryffindor. Cheers broke out again as Ron walked toward the table, visibly relieved and smiling awkwardly. He sat down beside Harry, who clapped loudly for him, matching the excitement of the rest of the house. "Well done, Ron," Percy said with a pompous attitude from across the table, nodding formally at his younger brother. Arthur merely rolled his eyes. What a great year this is going to turn out to be, he thought sarcastically. He wasn't sure why, but at that exact moment, he wouldn't have minded trading Ron for Merlin without a second thought. Not that he had anything against Ron personally. The final name echoed through the hall, Blaise Zabini. The dark-skinned boy with sharp features and an aloof expression stepped forward. The sorting hat barely had time to settle before it shouted, Slytherin. And just like that, the sorting ceremony was over. The line of first years had vanished. Professor McGonagall stepped forward and gently picked up the stool and the sorting hat, signaling the end of the event. +10 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch. Chapter 47, Grand Feast. Third person's POV. Once the sorting ceremony drew to a close, the vast hall quieted down as all eyes turned toward the head table, where Albus Dumbledore had risen to his feet. The aging headmaster stood tall, his eyes twinkling with a mix of mischief and warmth behind his half-moon spectacles. His arms stretched wide, as if to embrace every student present. A beaming smile lit up his face, making him appear both ancient and timeless all at once. Welcome. Dumbledore called out, his voice both gentle and commanding, effortlessly cutting through the murmurs of excitement. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. There was a beat of silence, then laughter spread across the room like wildfire. Students clapped and cheered, some confused, some amused, and others simply too hungry to care what it meant. Harry blinked in surprise and glanced at Arthur, unsure whether to laugh or ask if that had made any sense. Arthur, however, was much more focused on the now magically appearing food, watching as his once empty plate rapidly filled with a glorious array of dishes, roast beef, mashed potatoes, gravy boats, Yorkshire pudding, and more. The scent alone was enough to make his stomach rumble. An entire feast had materialized before them, stretching down the length of every table, each dish more delectable than the last. Arthur picked up his fork with a bit of grace, carefully placing a small portion of roast beef and greens onto his plate. He glanced sideways and caught the look of awe in Harry's eyes. Harry, mouth slightly agape, was visibly delighted by the banquet. It was unlike anything he had ever seen, an endless spread of magical cuisine that seemed to shimmer with warmth and flavor. Arthur began to eat with practiced poise, the result of years spent learning noble etiquette. He glanced over at Ron and nearly flinched. He was hunched over his plate, devouring everything in sight as if he hadn't eaten in days, food bits flying from the corners of his mouth. Arthur grimaced internally. Ugh. How barbaric, he thought with distaste, mentally reminding himself to avoid watching Ron eat too often. Still, he returned to his own plate, pushing away the unpleasant rise and allowing the rich flavors to distract him. Suddenly, a translucent figure drifted up between him and Harry, a ghost clad in a stiff, Elizabethan ruff with a long, mournful expression. That does look good, the ghost said wistfully, eyes locked on a particularly golden roast chicken. Can't you? Harry started, hesitating. I haven't eaten for nearly 500 years, the ghost sighed dramatically. I don't need to, of course, but one does miss it terribly. I don't believe I've introduced myself. Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, at your service. Resident ghost of Gryffindor Tower. I know who you are. Ron cut in suddenly, swallowing a massive bite of potato. My brothers told me about you, you're nearly headless Nick. Sir Nicholas gave a stiff little bow, clearly displeased by the nickname. I would prefer you to call me Sir Nicholas de Mimsy, he began, but was interrupted again, this time by Seamus Finnegan, whose sandy hair bobbed as he leaned forward eagerly. Nearly headless. How can you be nearly headless? A look of wounded dignity passed over Sir Nicholas's face. With an irritated sigh, he grasped his left ear, pulled sharply, and his entire head flopped sideways, hanging off his neck like it was on a hinge. Gasps and cries of surprise erupted around the table. Clearly pleased with their horrified expressions, Sir Nicholas calmly flipped his head back into place and gave a dignified cough. Dude, we're eating, Arthur said dryly, recoiling slightly. A bluish blush rose on the ghost's pallid cheeks. Ah, my apologies. In all fairness, though, you were curious. Arthur shook his head in mild disbelief before pausing. Still, it must be awful not being able to enjoy a meal anymore. He picked up a spare plate, filled it carefully with food, and set it in front of the ghost. Here, since I feel bad that you can't join us properly. Sir Nicholas smiled sadly. I appreciate the gesture, young man, but as I said. Arthur cut him off with a subtle flick of his wand, murmuring in a runic tongue under his breath. The food and plate shimmered faintly, their appearance shifting. The meal took on a silvery, translucent glow, the same ghostly hue as Sir Nicholas himself. Quick, grab it before it sinks through the table. Arthur urged with a grin. Startled, Sir Nicholas lunged forward just as the plate began slipping downward, catching it with trembling hands. His eyes widened in shock. Go on, Arthur encouraged, give it a try. The ghost stared at the spectral food for a moment before cautiously picking up a piece of pie and raising it to his lips. The moment he took a bite, his eyes shimmered with sudden emotion. "This is so good," he howled, flying upward in delight and doing a dramatic somersault midair. A wave of murmurs spread through the hall as students turned their attention to the joyful ghost. When Sir Nicholas finally floated back down, tears streaming from his see-through face, he looked at Arthur with unrestrained joy. "Young man, no, Arthur, was it? I haven't tasted food in centuries. Do you mind terribly if I share this with the others?" Arthur gave a gracious smile. "Go right ahead. I'd be happy if others could enjoy it too." Moments later, Percy leaned forward with a baffled expression. "What did you just do?" Arthur dabbed his mouth with a napkin and replied nonchalantly, "I used transfiguration magic to convert the food's composition into a semi-ectoplasmic state. In short, it's now edible for ghosts." Before anyone could respond, Arthur's section of the table was suddenly surrounded by floating, translucent figures, ghosts from all four houses, and even a few who hadn't shown themselves in years. They gathered excitedly around Arthur, whispering in awe and offering their heartfelt thanks, while the rest of the students looked on in shock. From that moment on, Arthur wasn't just the new Gryffindor student, he was the boy who fed the dead. Dumbledore watched the lively scene with an amused twinkle in his eye. From his seat at the head table, he could barely make out Arthur, now entirely engulfed in a cloud of ghosts from all four houses, their ethereal forms shimmering in the flickering candlelight above. The boy was nearly invisible beneath the transparent crowd. "Just what is all this commotion?" Professor McGonagall's stern voice sliced through the air like a sharp quill. Her brows furrowed deeply as she rose from her seat, peering down toward the Gryffindor table. First, there was an interruption during the Song of the Four Houses, then the unusual incident with the Sorting Hat, and now this. The new school year has barely even begun, for heaven's sake. Dumbledore chuckled again, stroking his beard. "I have a feeling you'll be seeing quite a lot of that boy, Minerva." Meanwhile, Arthur was laughing along with the ghosts as he transfigured plate after plate of food into ghost-friendly meals. Spirits were weeping tears of joy, hovering excitedly above and around him, cheering and praising his magical generosity. Some even tried to shake his hand, their hands phasing through his, but that didn't seem to bother them in the slightest. "Shoo! Shoo now! Scatter!" McGonagall called as she marched toward the Gryffindor table, trying to disperse the crowd of spectral figures. "Let the first years dine in peace." But just as she arrived, she paused, eyes narrowing as she witnessed Arthur once again perform the peculiar spell. With a precise flick of his wand and an incantation in an ancient runic tongue, he transformed a glass of pumpkin juice into a ghostly version. The glass shimmered with a bluish glow, and before it could fall through the table, nearly headless Nick snatched it gleefully, gulping it down in one go. Refreshing," Nick declared with dramatic flair as the juice spilled down his translucent robes from the partially severed line around his neck. "Huzzah! Let's give it up for Gryffindor's own Arthur King. Arthur! Arthur! Arthur!" The ghosts echoed in harmony, raising their mugs and plates with glowing enthusiasm, the dining hall echoing with their otherworldly chant. Arthur blushed fiercely at the attention, rubbing the tip of his nose with a modest yet slightly smug grin. "Just what is going on at this table?" Professor McGonagall shrieked, eyes darting from the ghostly feast to the boy responsible for the pandemonium. "Minerva!" Nearly headless Nick exclaimed, floating beside her with a spectral grin and a raised glass. "We're simply having a little celebration. You've acquired a truly gifted student in your house this year." "Aye, that boy's magic is one of a kind," rumbled the bloody Baron from nearby, his somber voice oddly reverent. "He has granted us a gift we thought lost to time, a place at the feast. He reminded us of joy and taste." Still stunned, McGonagall turned her eyes to Arthur, who was scratching the back of his neck in embarrassment. I just felt bad that they couldn't eat like the rest of us, Professor," Arthur explained sheepishly. "So I used transfiguration to alter the food's properties into ectoplasmic form, something the ghosts could actually interact with." The stern professor blinked in surprise. "You transfigured food into an ectoplasmic state?" Arthur gave a small nod and then offered a brief demonstration, transforming another glass into its ghostly counterpart right before her eyes. McGonagall stood silent for a long moment. Then, after clearing her throat, she turned to the rest of the Great Hall and announced, 10 points to Gryffindor, for an impressive and unprecedented display of transfiguration. At the far end of the hall, the massive hourglass bearing the Gryffindor lion insignia sparkled as 10 brilliant red rubies dropped into place. A chorus of cheers erupted from the Gryffindor table, the students ecstatic to earn the first house points of the year, always a good omen. But McGonagall's expression swiftly hardened once more. "Now then," she said, loud enough to be heard over the cheering, "let the boy enjoy his meal in peace. And no further use of magic at the table." The ghosts, although clearly disappointed, nodded and murmured their thanks before floating away, many of them still glancing wistfully back at Arthur. As they dispersed, Professor McGonagall returned to the high table, a faint smile tugging at her lips despite herself. A little early in the year to be awarding house points, don't you think, came a silky, slow drawl from the far end of the staff table. Professor Snape sat reclined in his chair, his long, greasy black hair framing his pale face. His hooked nose twitched slightly, and his dark eyes gleamed with coldness. "I don't know what you mean," McGonagall said primly, lifting her chin. It was truly an exceptional use of magic, creative, compassionate, and expertly performed. Snape's lips curled into a faint sneer, but he said nothing further, turning his gaze elsewhere. Roughly half an hour passed as the students finished their meals, the lively chatter and laughter slowly winding down. Plates had begun to clear themselves, and goblets sparkled as they refilled one last time. Then, at long last, Dumbledore rose to his feet, arms spreading with gentle command. The great hall fell instantly silent. Ahem, just a few more words now that we are all fed and watered. I have a few start-of-term notices to give you. First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all pupils. And a few of our older students would do well to remember that as well. Dumbledore's twinkling eyes flashed in the direction of the Weasley twins. I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you all that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors. Quidditch trials will be held in the second week of the term. Anyone interested in playing for their house teams should contact Madam Hooch. Arthur's eyes sparkled at the mention of Quidditch. I don't care if I have to bribe the professor, I want to try out for Quidditch. And finally, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. Only very few students laughed at Dumbledore's words, the rest knew he was being serious. And now, before we go to bed, let us sing the school song, cried Dumbledore. The other teachers' smiles had become forced by this point. Dumbledore gave his wand a little flick, and a long golden ribbon flew out of it, which rose high above the tables and twisted itself, snake-like, into words. Everyone pick their favorite tune, said Dumbledore, and off we go. And mostly everyone sang. Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hoggy-Warty Hogwarts. Teach us something please. Whether we be old and bald, or young with scabby knees, our heads could do with filling with some interesting stuff. For now they're bare and full of air. Dead flies and bits of fluff. So teach us things worth knowing. Bring back what we forgot. Just do your best, we'll do the rest. And learn until our brains all rot. Everybody finished the song at different times. At last, only the Weasley twins were left singing along to a very slow funeral march. Dumbledore conducted their last few lines with his wand, and when they had finished, he was one of those who clapped loudest. Ah, music, he said, wiping his eyes. A magic beyond all we do here. And now, bedtime. Off you trot. And with that the grand feast came to a nightly end. +10 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch. Chapter 48, Sir Kadugan. Third person's POV. Arthur finally arrived at the Gryffindor dormitories after navigating the twisting, shifting staircases and passing by a multitude of talking paintings, each offering greetings, unsolicited advice, or grumbling about students disrupting their slumber. The castle felt alive, and in a way, it was. When he entered the dorm room assigned to first-year boys, Arthur found his luggage already waiting for him, neatly placed at the foot of his bed, along with Cosmo's cage resting gently atop the duvet. "I'm sorry, Cosmo," Arthur cooed as he unlatched the cage and gently lifted out his sleek black cat. Cosmo blinked lazily, clearly displeased at having spent the journey confined, but he purred almost immediately as Arthur began to stroke his head and cradle him like a baby. "Here," Arthur murmured, setting Cosmo down briefly as he opened his suitcase. From the magically expanded compartment inside, he pulled out a silver-trimmed cat bowl. He then closed the case and placed the bowl on top of it. With a practiced motion, Arthur began reaching into the many inner folds of his wizarding robes, withdrawing food from the various pockets like a magician performing a trick. First came a roasted drumstick, then a half-moon slice of pumpkin pie, followed by a cube of cheddar cheese, and even a mini sandwich. He placed each item into the bowl carefully, forming what could only be described as a feast fit for a feline king. "There you go," he said softly, running a hand through Cosmo's fur once more as he set it down at the foot of the bed. "Enjoy your feast, buddy." Cosmo let out a pleased meow and immediately dove into his bowl, tearing into the drumstick with regal savagery. Arthur, meanwhile, failed to notice the curious and slightly bewildered looks the other boys in the dormitory were giving him. They had paused mid-conversation or in the act of unpacking, blinking in confusion at the boy casually pulling an entire meal from his robes like it was the most normal thing in the world. Still, no one said anything. It was late, they were tired, and their stomachs were full from the feast in the Great Hall. Curiosity could wait until morning. Once Cosmo was occupied, Arthur began decorating his space as best he could with the trinkets and items he'd brought from home. Small, handcrafted charms hung from the headboard. A framed photo of himself and Merlin, taken with a moving camera, of course, was placed carefully on the nightstand. It wasn't long before everyone began to turn in for the night, their chatter fading to yawns and silence. Soon, the soft sounds of snoring filled the room, and even Cosmo was curled up at the foot of Arthur's bed, full and content. Arthur, too, climbed under the covers, but slept only in pretense. An hour passed, enough time for the others to fall into deep sleep, and when the room was quiet save for the steady breathing of his dorm mates, he made his move. With slow, practiced movements, Arthur sat up, careful not to wake Cosmo, who had moved during the night and was now curled against his chest like a living scarf. The cat stirred slightly, opening one eye to peer at him. Arthur placed a finger to his lips and made a gentle shhh sound. Cosmo blinked once in response and nestled closer. He pushed the blanket away and stood. Draping Cosmo across his shoulders, he padded silently across the room. As he passed each bed, he gave its occupant a quick glance, until he reached Ron Weasley's. There, lying on his side and snoring softly, was Ron, and nestled under his arm was his pet rat, Scabbers. Arthur's nose wrinkled with disdain. That is so disturbing on so many levels I don't even know where to begin, he thought, grimacing. I'll have to do something about that rat eventually. But I'll need time and careful planning. Cosmo hissed lowly as he stared where Arthur was looking, clearly also displeased by the sight. Calm down, boy, Arthur whispered, scratching the cat's ear soothingly. Not now. Later. He left the dormitory and entered the Gryffindor common room, the fireplace casting a soft, flickering glow across the furniture. It was empty and peaceful at this hour. As he stepped into the hallway, the fat lady's portrait stirred, her eyes narrowing suspiciously. Shouldn't you be asleep, little boy? She asked, her tone both curious and mildly scolding. I have to tinkle, Arthur replied innocently, flashing her a polite smile. She squinted but said nothing more, allowing him to pass through without further questioning. The castle at night was a world of its own. Shadows danced on the walls, torches flickered, even the suits of armor seemed to follow him with invisible gazes. Every creak and whisper of wind echoed through the corridors, creating an image of mystery and magic. Arthur was mesmerized. He wandered through hallway after hallway, pausing to study the tapestries and inspect odd carvings etched into the stone. Even the very floor beneath his feet seemed to fascinate him. He rounded a corner and found it empty, just the way he liked it. But then, a voice called softly from the side, tentative and unsure. My liege. Arthur turned, confused. It was a painting, a large one, depicting a knight in faded armor leading a plump gray pony by the reins. The knight's face was aged, framed with gray hair and a mustache, and his hand trembled as he reached toward Arthur, though still confined within the painting's magical borders. Is it really you, my liege? The knight asked again, voice cracking, heavy with emotion. Arthur blinked in surprise, staring at the knight's expression, one of reverence and disbelief. Huh? He asked quietly, taken aback by the knight's tears. With reverent solemnity, the knight dropped to one knee, then the other, as if he had seen a miracle unlike any other. By Merlin's gorgeous beard. He whispered. Arthur stiffened. I'm sorry, but I'm not. I be a foolish knight, my king, the man said quickly, cutting him off. But I am a knight nonetheless. Please do not insult the pledge I once gave to you. I shall never forget the face of the men to whom I devoted my life and sword. Even if you now appear as a young adolescent, your noble visage is not one easily forgotten. The knight bowed his head, tears slipping from his eyes and vanishing as they touched the painted floor. Arthur scratched his head, one hand resting at his hip, and let out a quiet sigh. His posture slowly shifted, his slouched frame straightening into something more dignified. He adjusted his gloves with purpose, a newfound authority settling over him like a cloak. Tell me your name, admirable knight, he asked, his voice steady and commanding, yet respectful. The knight in the painting fumbled for a moment, startled by the sudden change in Arthur's demeanor. Quickly regaining composure, he seized his sword and dropped to one knee, planting the blade into the painted ground before him. With his head bowed to the hilt, he spoke with pride. I am Sir Cadogan, a once humble knight of the Round Table, my liege. Arthur's eyes softened, and though his tone retained its regal cadence, there was a hint of melancholy beneath the surface. Well then, Sir Cadogan, I must regrettably inform you that I am not the king to whom you once pledged your undying loyalty. I am merely his descendant, one who bears his name and features, nothing more. Sir Cadogan's expression dimmed, a flicker of sadness settling behind his brave facade. I see. He murmured, lowering his gaze. Still, it brings me comfort to know that his bloodline endures. That his legacy, even now, continues on in the world, it is a joy in its own right. Arthur offered a solemn nod. As the current head of the House of Pendragon, I feel it is my duty to express my deepest gratitude. Though you may be but a painted echo of your former self, the loyalty within you remains unwavering. You hold your pledge as if it were etched into your very soul. For that, Sir Cadogan, I, Arthur Pendragon, thank you. Your steadfast devotion to the Pendragon name honors us all. Sir Cadogan trembled, his gloved hands clutching the hilt of his upright sword as tears streamed down his face. His voice wavered with emotion. I, Sir Cadogan, am unworthy of such words. But I accept them with the deepest reverence. Though you claim not to be him, your noble bearing, your visage, these are no mere accidents. The heavens themselves must have chosen you. It is a sign, a herald that Great Britannia may yet rise once more, return to a golden age of chivalry and virtue. May your journey be long and prosperous, young Lord of Pendragon. Arthur gave a single respectful nod, acknowledging the knight's heartfelt vow without another word. After a brief pause, he added, one word of caution. Here at Hogwarts, I go by the name Arthur King. For my own safety and privacy, please be mindful of how you address me in the presence of others. Sir Cadogan straightened, thumping his armored fist over his heart in solemn salute. Worry not, young lord. Your secret is safe within the confines of my painted frame. Should you ever require my aid, do not hesitate to summon me. My blade may be but a memory, but my loyalty remains ever sharp. A smile tugged at the corner of Arthur's lips. Very well. I'll be counting on you in the days to come. With that, they exchanged parting nods, and Arthur continued his moonlit journey through the castle's mysterious corridors, Cosmo perched faithfully on his shoulders. +10 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch. Chapter 49, Merlin's POV. Merlin's POV. 6 years. It's been 6 long, surreal years since that brat arrived in my life, again. Lying here in the quiet solitude of the Ravenclaw dormitory, my thoughts drift, always circling back to him, to Arthur, and the events of the past 6 years that have led me to this very moment. So much has changed, and yet the past feels closer than ever. Time folds in strange ways when destiny is involved. I still remember the day he appeared before me, small, disheveled, wild-eyed. It was unexpected, and yet, not at all. I had prophesied this. Long before that moment, I foresaw that the boy who once was king would return. That Arthur would stand before me once more, and I would guide him again, just as I did all those centuries ago when he was destined to wear a crown and carry the weight of a kingdom. The moment was uncanny. When I heard the snap of a branch and turned my head, it was like reliving a memory, one that had grown dusty with time but never faded. That was how he appeared to me the first time too, through the trees, with quiet steps and storm-filled eyes. But this time, he was smaller. Younger. And heartbreakingly fragile. He wasn't alone either. He had a companion with him in the form of a cat, as if they'd clawed their way out of hell. Which, in truth, they had. When Arthur recounted his story to me, in my great wisdom, I looked into the chaos of emotions he was trying so hard to suppress. What I saw shook even someone like me. That pain, it was unfathomable. The raw emotional anguish of watching his mother and sister be murdered in front of him, by his father no less, is unlike anything else. And yet, despite it all, he remains so heartbreakingly pure. Even with the knowledge that he is a reincarnator, even with that soul older than it should be, Arthur has retained a naivety, a gentleness that seems impossible. He is light in its most delicate form. It's rare to witness someone maintain their innocence after life has tried so hard to shatter it, but he does. He truly does. And it's beautiful. Of course, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. He was like that before too, an idealist with a heart too large for the body it beat within. He wasn't this naive in the past, no, not after years of kingship and bloodshed. That maturity is gone now, reset completely with this second life. He is Arthur, yes, but a version unweathered by war, untouched by the burdens of a throne. I pull the covers tighter around me, eyes fixed on the ceiling above, but my mind far, far away. I keep thinking about the day he finds out the truth, about everything. About his past life. About his destiny. About the multitudes of lies I told him, the truths I've kept close to me, and the role I played in shaping this path. He will forgive me. I know he will. But that forgiveness might hurt more than his anger ever could. Because once he knows, truly knows, everything will change. He'll still love me, perhaps, still trust me in some fractured way, but not like before. Not with that wide-eyed reverence I never deserved to begin with. There will always be a fracture, a silent space between us that used to be filled with pure trust. I bite the corner of my lip, trying to chase away the ache that thought brings. No, not now. That's a problem for future me. Tonight, I choose not to dwell on what is yet to come. So instead, I think about Arthur's progress. His incredible, sometimes frightening growth over these past 6 years. He's evolving far faster than he ever did in his first life. Whether it's swordplay, theory, or magic, he learns like it's second nature. Perhaps it is. Perhaps remnants of the once King Arthur bleed into this younger form, giving him an edge. But I suspect there's more to it than that. No. I know there is. It's that thing inside him. Just the thought of it makes me shiver, my stomach knotting with dread. I felt its presence most clearly during the magic circle ritual. When it rose, just for a moment, it was as if the very air turned to ice. And I have no doubt that it had a hand in what happened in the past, in what made Arthur murder his father with his bare hands. Why he can't even look at them without them being drenched in blood. I dare not name it. Even thinking too long about it feels dangerous, as though it might awaken, sensing itself being acknowledged. It's ancient. Beyond reason. It's not something meant to be inside a child, or anyone, for that matter. But it is there, watching through his eyes, breathing through his soul. And it's all my fault. That's why Arthur can do the impossible, why the magic circles he designed shouldn't work, and yet they do. Why the circuits he carves into himself aren't just theoretical genius, but actual conduits of magic. He bends the laws of magic, and reality itself bends with him. Because it is making it so. One of the wisest choices I made was teaching him a clemency early on. If his emotions spiral out of control, if he loses grip on himself, he becomes vulnerable. Not just vulnerable to enemies, but to it. To being consumed. I can only pray that day never comes. But prayer alone is never enough. He's on the move, I thought, the corner of my lips curling into a faint, knowing smile. Pushing aside the blanket, I slipped my feet into the worn slippers resting at my bedside and rose from the bed without a sound. The dormitory was cloaked in silence, the soft breaths of sleeping students the only noise in the room as I quietly made my way out into the stillness of the castle. Wandering through the moonlit corridors of Hogwarts, a place that, once upon a time, existed only in fiction, I found myself lost in thought. It's strange, isn't it? How something born from the imagination of a single person could exist so vividly within the fabric of this reality. But that's the multiverse for you. A tangled web of realities, some birthed by divine forces, others by authors with vivid dreams and lucky pens. Hogwarts, as improbable as it seems, is just another thread in that vast tapestry. Yet what the story never accounted for were the variables. Lance and Gwyneth. That boy, he's nearly a mirror image of Lancelot. The resemblance is uncanny, from the way he carries himself to the sharpness of his gaze. But whether he's a direct reincarnation or merely a descendant, I can't say for certain. What's worse is that she found him again. Took him in, nurtured him, just like last time. That insufferable woman. That bitch. Gods, I sincerely hope I don't have to see her again. But I know better. Of course I'm going to see her. How could I not? I can already feel the inevitable confrontation looming on the horizon, and it makes my stomach turn. As for Guinevere, or Gwyneth, as she's called now, I'm just as uncertain. Is she a descendant or a reincarnation? Regardless of the truth, I can only hope that this time, she doesn't repeat the same mistakes. That she doesn't shatter Arthur's heart all over again. I wasn't there when the truth of their betrayal came to light, when the flames of civil war consumed Camelot. But the echoes of it remain with me. And I'll be damned if I allow it to happen again. Arthur, he doesn't deserve that. Not again. The poor boy never gets a break. Life continues to test him, pushing him toward a destiny he never asked for. And if Morgana has anything to say about it, the path ahead will only grow darker. Her hatred for the Pendragon line is as old and deep as any curse, carried across lifetimes, unbroken and festering. Whether she remembers or not, her soul hasn't forgotten. It rarely does. And so it falls to Arthur, once more, to bear the weight of legacy, war, and betrayal. To decide whether the cycle continues or if it finally ends with him. The boy has no idea how much work lies ahead of him. But he will. Soon enough. +10 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch. Chapter 50, Cat Rizzler. Third person's POV. Arthur continued his quiet stroll through the winding corridors of Hogwarts. His mind still lingered on his strange yet oddly amusing encounter with Sir Kadugan earlier in the evening. I wonder if I'll be dealing with more situations like that, he thought to himself, brows slightly furrowed. Honestly. I don't even know how to feel about them. They're bizarre, sure, but I guess I'm not completely opposed to them either. Perched comfortably on his shoulders, Cosmo, his feline companion, purred softly and nuzzled against Arthur's cheek. The familiar warmth made Arthur smile as he lifted a hand to scratch Cosmo under the chin. The cat responded with a pleased rumble. As Arthur rounded the corner of the hallway, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, his body reacting instinctively. He backed up silently and pressed himself flat against the stone wall, careful not to make a sound. He had just caught a glimpse of someone. Slowly and cautiously, he leaned his head out to peek around the corner. His eyes landed on a figure with a head of thick, slightly tousled brown hair. Much to Arthur's relief, it wasn't a professor or ghost roaming the halls, but someone his age, another student who had apparently decided that curfew was more of a suggestion than a rule. And not just any student. A sly grin tugged at Arthur's lips as he recognized Lance Demir, someone he was getting quite familiar with. The urge to mess with him was too strong to ignore. Silently, Arthur crept up behind him, adjusting his posture and deepening his voice into something gruff and authoritative. "Isn't it a little late to be wandering the castle, Mr. Demir?" he said in his best impression of a stern professor. Lance jolted as if hit with a jinx, his whole body tensing up like a coiled spring. "Sorry, Professor," he blurted, spinning around in a panic. But instead of a teacher, he was met with Arthur's smug grin. Lance exhaled loudly, his shoulders slumping as he clutched his chest. "Oh, it's you, Arthur. I nearly keeled over." "Yo," Arthur greeted casually with a faint chuckle. "Fancy seeing you here." "Fancy nearly dying from fright, you mean," Lance muttered, still trying to get his heart rate back under control. The two boys began walking side by side down the corridor, their footsteps echoing lightly in the quiet space. Arthur glanced sideways at him. "So, what are you doing up so late? Shouldn't you be tucked away in your bed or something?" Lance kept his expression impassive. "Probably for the same reason you're not," he replied calmly. "I'm mapping out the terrain." Arthur raised an eyebrow. "Mapping out the terrain," he repeated, amused. Lance shot him a sideways glance. "It's something I was taught as a kid," he explained. "If you're in an unfamiliar place, make it familiar. Know your exits, understand the layout, be aware of your surroundings. It's just habit." Arthur blinked, then nodded slowly, a bit impressed. "That's actually kinda cool. Were you raised in a forest or something?" "Yes," Lance replied without missing a beat. Arthur turned to him, eyes wide. "Wait, seriously?" Lance didn't flinch. "No," he said with the same straight face. "I'm messing with you." Arthur snorted with a smile. "Great. That's really helpful. Honestly, I have no idea if you're being serious or not. You're hard to read, man." A faint, almost imperceptible smirk touched Lance's lips. "I didn't literally grow up in a forest, per se," he clarified. "But I did live surrounded by forested land." Arthur's eyes lit up. "Hey. That's kinda like me. I lived in the middle of a forest for a while." Before he could finish his sentence, a voice cut through the air like a knife. "Shouldn't you boys be in bed at this time?" Both Arthur and Lance froze mid-step, blood draining from their faces as they turned sharply on their heels. A familiar figure stood behind them, arms crossed and smirking with unmistakable amusement. Merlin. "Hey boys," she said, drawing out the greeting with teasing flair. Arthur let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. "Oh, Jesus Christ," he muttered, running a hand through his hair in relief. "You scared the life out of me." Lance crossed his arms and shot her a glare. "What is it with you two and sneaking up behind people? Is this a hobby or something?" Merlin tilted her head playfully. "You did the same thing," she asked, raising a brow in amusement. Arthur gave her a cheeky grin and nodded. Merlin returned the grin with one of her own. "Nice." The three of them, Arthur, Lance, and Merlin, continued their quiet exploration of Hogwarts, their footsteps echoing faintly through the grand, dimly lit halls. Beneath the towering archways and colossal staircases, they looked like shadows, small and insignificant compared to the timeless majesty of the ancient castle. Lance walked with sharp, cautious movements, eyes darting from corner to corner, his brows furrowed with suspicion. Arthur and Merlin noticed the change in his posture and exchanged a look before Arthur asked, amused, "What exactly are you looking for? Are you searching for something specific?" Lance didn't respond immediately. He was still scanning the area like a soldier preparing for an ambush. "No," he said after a beat, "I'm waiting for Gwyneth to jump out and try to scare us. She's the only one left to try it." Arthur scoffed, waving off the idea. "Please. Gwyneth. She doesn't strike me as the type to sneak out after curfew." Lance hummed, not entirely convinced. "I suppose that's true." They rounded another corner, but Arthur suddenly threw out an arm in front of them, halting them in their tracks. Lance raised a brow in confusion. "What is it?" Arthur didn't speak. He simply pressed a finger to his lips, then pointed ahead down the corridor. Cautiously, Lance and Merlin leaned their heads around the stone wall, only to see a single creature patrolling the hallway with eerie purpose. A small, wiry cat. "It's a cat," Lance said flatly, unimpressed. "Shoo," Arthur whispered urgently. "That's not just any cat. That's Mrs. Norris, the caretaker Filch's cat. From what I've heard, she's practically his eyes and ears. If she spots us, she'll alert him, and we'll be caught." Lance's expression turned more serious. "Well then, what do you suggest we do?" Arthur looked thoughtful for a second before a grin spread across his face. He reached up and tapped Cosmo, still perched lazily on his shoulders. "We use our secret weapon." "What?" Lance muttered. "Cosmo," Arthur said solemnly, turning to the cat with a dramatic air, I need you to seduce her. Use that devastating charm of yours and lure her away. If you pull this off, I'll reward you with an all-you-can-eat buffet. Lance blinked. Then looked at Merlin. He's not serious. Tell me he's not serious. Merlin gave a helpless shrug and a wry smile. Unfortunately for all of us, he is. Cosmo stared at Arthur silently for a moment, as if weighing the stupidity of the plan. Then, with a long, theatrical sigh that seemed to say, the things I do for food, he leapt gracefully from Arthur's shoulders to the floor. Ahead, Mrs. Norris padded quietly along the hallway, her eyes sharp and glowing in the dark. But then, she froze. A deep, velvety meow echoed behind her. She turned her head. There, emerging from the shadows like something out of a dream, was Cosmo. His sleek black fur shimmered under the moonlight pouring in through a high window, and his striking purple eyes gleamed like polished amethysts. He moved with slow, deliberate elegance, each step a statement. Flowers seemed to bloom in his wake, figuratively, of course. It was like a scene pulled from the pages of a shoujo manga. Cosmo circled around her once, his tail lifting her chin gently, and offered another deep, rich meow. Meow, hello, beautiful. Mrs. Norris blinked, startled, her rigid demeanor suddenly awkward. Meow meow. Who, me. With suave confidence, Cosmo brought his face close and rested a paw lightly on her cheek. He purred deeply. Meow meow meow. Of course you. Who else could such an adjective possibly apply to? Mrs. Norris's pupils dilated. She gave a shy little twitch of her tail, captivated. Seizing the opportunity, the trio crept past her unnoticed, hearts pounding. Arthur gave Cosmo 2 enthusiastic thumbs up as they tiptoed behind the feline couple. Lance glanced over his shoulder at the scene and mouthed in disbelief. What the bloody hell? Merlin had to press a hand to her mouth to suppress her laughter, tears forming at the corners of her eyes as they turned the corner. As soon as they were out of sight, the three of them broke into a jog, trying not to burst into hysterics. Arthur. Lance finally said between breaths, still reeling. Just, what is up with that cat of yours? Arthur beamed, puffing his chest out like a proud parent, isn't he amazing? That's my boy. +10 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch. Chapter 51, Hogwarts Kitchen. Third person's POV. Arthur, Merlin, and Lance made their way down a series of winding hallways, the echo of their footsteps bouncing off the stone walls. After a few moments of walking, Arthur held up a hand and came to a stop. Wait here for a second, he said, his gaze flicking toward a nearby corridor. Neither Lance nor Merlin said anything as they waited, and before long they heard the scurrying of steps and a meow that accompanied it a second later. Meow. Cosmo, the small feline creature with eyes too intelligent for a normal cat, came barreling toward Arthur at full speed. The little beast launched himself upward in a perfect arc, landing squarely in Arthur's arms and immediately burrowing into his chest. He was trembling, tiny claws clutching Arthur's robes. Arthur looked down to find Cosmo glaring up at him with a mix of betrayal and complaint, his ears pinned back and tail flicking with frustration. The creature let out a long, indignant meow that could only be interpreted as, "Don't you ever make me do something like that again." Arthur chuckled, completely unfazed. "Good work, buddy," he said warmly, pressing a kiss to the top of Cosmo's head. "Now let's get you that reward I promised." Cosmo gave one last huff before climbing onto Arthur's shoulder, settling into his usual perch with quiet dignity, as though he hadn't just sprinted across the castle in a panic. With Cosmo secured, Arthur turned and resumed leading the way. The trio descended several winding staircases that curled deeper into the castle's belly. The stairs twisted so many times that Lance lost count. Eventually, they reached a nondescript stone hallway that ended in front of a massive painting. The painting depicted an overflowing basket of fruit resting on a polished wooden table. Apples, grapes, bananas, and, most notably, a rather plump pear, were painted with stunning realism. Arthur grinned. Perfect. We've arrived. Lance looked around, clearly baffled. Arrived where, exactly? All I see is a still life painting. Arthur raised a brow. Where the real magic happens. With a flourish, he extended a finger and began tickling the painted pear. To Lance's astonishment, the pear began to giggle. The entire painting shook faintly, as though it were laughing, and then with a pop, the pear transformed into a gleaming brass doorknob. Lance's jaw dropped. Wait, how did you? Arthur pressed a finger to his lips and winked. A wizard never reveals his secrets, he said with a smirk, then turned the knob and pushed open the door. The moment the door creaked open, a wave of warm air and savory aromas washed over them. Inside was a kitchen, but no ordinary one. It was massive, with ceilings so high they could barely be seen in the low, golden light. 5 long tables, identical to those in the great hall above, stretched across the room in perfect symmetry. Enormous cauldrons bubbled near stone walls. Piles of gleaming pots and pans were stacked high beside counters, and a giant brick fireplace roared at the far end. But what truly captured their attention were the house elves. Dozens, perhaps even hundreds, of small, pointy-eared creatures scurried about, dressed in mismatched garments, aprons, or old pillowcases. They moved with practiced speed, sweeping floors, stirring pots, and stacking plates in careful towers. The moment the door opened, all activity came to a dead stop. Every head turned toward the three students and their tiny, perched companion. Gasps rippled through the room. "Oh my," cried one elf in a voice so high-pitched it was almost a squeak. "Visitors. Students' visitors. Are they hungry? They must be here for a midnight snack." Like a tide of excitement, the elves swarmed them. Hands tugged gently on sleeves, guiding them toward a set of chairs that appeared as if summoned. Within seconds, Arthur, Merlin, and Lance were seated at a smaller table. Cosmo remained perched on Arthur's shoulder, looking mildly amused. The elves gathered around with sparkling eyes and eager smiles. One elf stepped forward, a small creature with short-cropped hair and comically long eyelashes. "How may we be of assistance, sir?" she asked politely, bowing slightly. "Would sir like something to eat?" offered another, his voice deep and gravelly for such a small body. "Or something to drink?" piped a third, barely visible between two larger pots. Arthur smiled brightly, his charm in full effect. "First, I want to give my sincerest thanks to all of you. The meal you prepared for the feast earlier this evening was nothing short of exquisite." A stunned silence fell over the elves. Then, gasps. So many gasps that it sounded like the entire room had inhaled at once. You thank us?" the female elf asked, her voice trembling. Her eyes shimmered with tears. "Oh, we are undeserving of such kindness," she exclaimed, hands clasped over her chest as other elves began murmuring with joy. "You are too kind. Such manners. It is etiquette, really," Arthur said humbly, smiling at them. "I'm simply giving gratitude where gratitude is due." Lance leaned over to Merlin, whispering out of the side of his mouth, "What is going on?" "I'll explain later," Merlin whispered back, eyes scanning the many house elves. Arthur gently scratched Cosmo under the chin, who purred in response. "Also, I was wondering," Arthur continued, "do you happen to have any leftovers for my pet here? This little critter may not look like it, but he eats more than his size might suggest." "Oh, of course, sir," the female elf beamed. "We keep a special room just for leftovers and untouched food from the feasts." With a snap of her fingers, several house elves scampered off, disappearing behind a tall pantry door. "Say, may I ask for your name?" Arthur inquired, his voice warm as he looked directly at the house elf who had been speaking to him with such sincerity. "I go by the name Frida, sir," the female elf replied eagerly, bowing so deeply her forehead nearly brushed the floor. Arthur smiled and reached out his hand. "A pleasure to meet you, Frida. Please, just call me Arthur." There was a collective gasp among the surrounding house elves as Arthur gently shook Frida's hand. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she looked at their clasped hands with both awe and panic. "A lovely name, Sir Arthur, sir," Frida stammered, her voice trembling. But Frida shouldn't be shaking hands with the young sir. Frida is unworthy of such an honor. "You're not unworthy, Frida," Arthur replied with quiet conviction. "Respect goes both ways." Before more could be said, a small group of house elves returned with a large bowl brimming with leftovers from the feast. The smells wafting from the bowl were enough to make Cosmo lift his head from Arthur's shoulder and meow excitedly. Arthur took the bowl with a grateful nod and set it down in front of Cosmo. The little creature wasted no time digging in, purring loudly as he devoured the food with reckless enthusiasm. Seeing this, Lance shifted slightly in his seat and cleared his throat. I'm Lance, by the way," he said awkwardly, offering a small wave to the elves around him. "And I'm Merlin," added Merlin with a slight bow of her head. To their surprise, this prompted another flurry of excited whispers and light-footed movement from the elves, who now surrounded them with even more curiosity. Conversations bloomed. One elf began explaining how the kitchens operated day and night without pause, while another eagerly shared the history of the ovens. A third proudly boasted about a new polishing charm she'd invented to make the silverware gleam for hours. Lance listened intently, his eyes growing wide as he learned about all the things the house elves did for the castle. From preparing meals for hundreds of students to cleaning the towers, washing laundry, and even carrying luggage to the dorms, it was the elves who made the magic behind the scenes run smoothly. "You guys do everything," Lance muttered, visibly stunned. "I had no idea." The elves beamed at his acknowledgement, clearly pleased to be noticed and appreciated. The group spent a good while longer in the kitchen, talking and laughing. The elves were overjoyed to have such company, offering snacks, tea, and even showing off a few tricks they used to whip up meals in mere seconds. But eventually, the hour grew late. The torches in the corridors dimmed, and the air took on that familiar nighttime chill. Arthur rose from his seat and stretched. As much as I'd love to stay, we've got classes first thing in the morning. We should get some rest. The elves, though disappointed, bowed respectfully as the students gathered their things. Please visit again. Frida called after them, waving both hands. It has been a joy to have such kind guests. We will. Arthur promised, waving back with a smile. Thank you for everything. Once the door closed behind them and the warmth of the kitchen faded into the quiet hallway, Arthur turned to Lance with a curious look. Have you really never met any house elves before? Lance shook his head slowly. No, never. I lived in the city all my life. Never traveled outside of it until now. We didn't have house elves there, so yeah, this was a first. Arthur and Merlin exchanged glances, then Arthur began to explain as they walked. Merlin and Arthur took turns explaining the complexity of the house elves and how they are normally treated outside of Hogwarts and why their attitudes are the way they are. Lance nodded thoughtfully, taking it all in as they strolled through the empty corridors. The silence of the castle wrapped around them like a blanket, comforting and serene. Eventually, they arrived at the hall leading to Lance's dormitory. This was a fun trip, Lance said, grinning. We should do it again sometime. This place is huge. No way we're seeing all of it in one night. Agreed, Arthur replied. The two bumped fists in farewell. Night, Mel, Arthur said as he and Merlin reached the point where they had to split. Night, Art. Sweet dreams, Merlin teased, smirking just a little. Arthur glanced back over his shoulder and shot her a playful grin. Only because you caused them. Merlin's smirk faltered as her ears tinged red. Where is he getting this from? She muttered to herself, shaking her head but smiling faintly. Arthur chuckled as he walked away, hands tucked into his pockets, the sounds of his boots soft against the stone floor. He soon reached the portrait of the fat lady guarding the entrance to his dormitory. Pumpkin tart, he said clearly. The fat lady gave him a look over her spectacles and smiled. Sweet dreams, dear. The portrait swung open, and Arthur stepped through. Inside, the dorm was dim and quiet. He crossed to his bed, shedding his outer robe and flopping onto the mattress with a tired sigh. Cosmo, now full and content, leapt up beside him and plopped down right on his chest. The little creature's belly bulged slightly from the feast, and his tongue hung lazily out the side of his mouth as he purred in his sleep. Arthur laughed softly, gently rubbing Cosmo's side before closing his eyes. In moments, sleep took him. +10 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch. Chapter 52, First Official Day. Third person's POV. Arthur woke up earlier than everyone else, not out of necessity, but out of habit. Years of structured morning routines had hardwired him to rise before the sun, and even though life inside a castle was bound to be different, less private, more chaotic, he intended to stick to his schedule as best as he could. Adapting would be a challenge, but he had never been one to shy away from one. With a flick of his wand, his sleepwear transformed into snug training clothes, tailored for ease of movement. No hesitation, no stretching, he dropped to the ground and began doing push-ups with fluid ease, balancing on one arm. The other was tucked neatly behind his back, his expression set in hard focus. It's going to take a while to adjust to this new rhythm, he thought, eyebrows furrowing slightly as his body moved in a steady, mechanical rhythm. Everything feels off. But I'll use this first week to rebuild a new routine. I hate feeling this disoriented. After several sets which lasted close to an hour, he switched arms, the motion as fluid as a practice dance. He kept going, pushing his body until he began to sweat. Beads of sweat had already begun forming on his brow and trailing down the sides of his face. His mind wandered as his muscles worked, he considered what the week might hold. No solid plan yet, other than settling in and, perhaps, letting himself enjoy the experience for once. He wouldn't mind just having fun, in fact he was looking forwards to it. What's life without a little bit of fun? A few more minutes passed. Arthur moved through an entire series of exercises, push-ups, core holds, squats, and eventually transitioned into a handstand. He balanced steadily on both hands at first, shifting into a pushing handstand. Atop his upturned feet, Cosmo, his small companion, was perched casually, rising and falling with each movement as if riding a gentle wave. The quiet rustling of blankets signaled someone else waking up. Neville, who was sleeping in the bed directly across from Arthur's, sat up groggily. His eyes were still bleary with sleep. But as they adjusted, he froze in place, staring in stunned confusion at Arthur. Neville blinked. Once. Twice. I see, he muttered sleepily, rubbing his eyes. I'm still dreaming. That must be it. Just need to wake up from this weird dream. He flopped back onto his pillow and groaned. Arthur chuckled softly under his breath. A drop of sweat slid off his nose and hit the wooden floor beneath him with a quiet plip. He tapped Cosmo gently with his toes, and the little creature fluttered down from his feet, landing on his bed and bouncing excitedly. With a controlled motion, Arthur flipped himself upright, landing cleanly on his feet. He sighed, rolling his shoulders to work out the tightness. What a hassle, he muttered, heading off to get dressed for his first class. Later that morning, freshly groomed and wearing his school robes, Arthur made his way through the corridors toward his first lesson of the day, Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall. Thanks to his spontaneous castle exploration the previous night, he already had a good idea of how to navigate the place. Cosmo rode atop his shoulders, looking particularly proud of himself. Just a few steps ahead of the classroom, Arthur heard the heavy, trudging footsteps of someone behind him. Turning, he spotted Lance approaching with a faint scowl etched across his face, his posture straight but his gait sluggish. He wore an expression that tried, and failed, to appear stoic. Arthur waited, raising an eyebrow as Lance drew closer. What's wrong? Not a morning person? Or did you just not get enough sleep? Both, Lance grumbled, brushing past him to open the classroom door. And much more. The room was already filling with students. Rows of desks lined the large space, and Professor McGonagall stood near the front, leaning against her desk with arms folded, her wand loosely held as her sharp eyes scanned the room. She didn't speak, her presence alone demanded attention. Students were naturally gravitating toward their respective housemates. Friend groups and dormitory loyalties kicked in as everyone began to cluster in familiar colors and crests. Arthur, however, didn't bother with that. Neither did Lance. Without hesitation, they both took a seat next to each other, ignoring the subtle glances from their peers. I had a routine, Lance muttered, staring blankly ahead. A strict, dependable, structured routine. I've followed it for most of my life. And now, everything's out of order. It displeases me greatly. Change is not something I find agreeable. Arthur exhaled through his nose in agreement. I get it. I had a routine too. Right now, I'm just planning to use this week to figure out how to rework mine. Something manageable. Lance nodded slowly, rubbing his eyes. I should do the same. I feel like I can't function properly without a sense of order. It's bizarre. Like walking through fog with no compass. Arthur laughed quietly, not mockingly, but out of shared understanding and finding his choices of words amusing. It certainly is. You know, we might as well work on it together. I get the feeling most of our classes will overlap anyway, and it'll help to compare notes while we adjust. Lance nodded thoughtfully. I wouldn't mind. What do you think you're doing? A voice cut in sharply, laced with disdain. 3 figures had stopped by their table. Arthur and Lance turned their heads to see Draco Malfoy standing smugly with his ever-present shadows, Crabbe and Goyle, flanking him. All 3 wore the green-trimmed robes of Slytherin, their expressions ranging from arrogant to blankly menacing. Lance raised an eyebrow, more curious than annoyed, as he noticed that Malfoy was staring directly at him. What? He asked in his usual stoic tone. Malfoy sneered. Have you been living under a rock or something? Everyone knows Gryffindor and Slytherin don't mix. You're not supposed to sit with people from other houses. His gaze dropped to Arthur, eyes narrowing. Especially ones beneath us. Arthur merely lifted an eyebrow, amusement dancing in his eyes. Beneath you? Did he just say I was beneath him? Oh, you sweet, ignorant boy. He thought, resisting the urge to burst out laughing. Lance glanced at Arthur for a moment, noting his calm, almost entertained expression. Then he turned back to Malfoy, his voice genuinely curious. Is it against the rules to sit with someone from another house? Malfoy faltered for a second, caught off guard. Well, no. I don't think it's written anywhere. But it's not really encouraged. You'll be seen as a traitor. Lance turned forward, raising his hand slightly, just enough for Professor McGonagall to notice. She raised an eyebrow, her gaze flicking to him. Yes. What is it? Is it against the rules to sit with someone from a different house? Lance asked, completely serious. No, she replied briskly. You may sit wherever you feel most comfortable, so long as it does not cause disruption. Thank you for clarifying, Professor. Lance gave a respectful nod and even bowed slightly in his seat. How polite, McGonagall mused silently with a subtle, approving nod. Turning back toward Malfoy, Lance said, It's not against the rules, and I don't believe my actions are aiding another house in any competitive sense. I am, quite literally, just sitting. To label someone a traitor for such a minor choice seems illogical. So, I think I'll remain where I am. But thank you for the warning, I appreciate it. Malfoy scoffed, clearly unimpressed. Suit yourself. But when your own house turns its back on you, don't say I didn't warn you. With that, he turned on his heel and stalked off, Crabbe and Goyle lumbering after him. As more students filled the classroom, Lance glanced at Arthur, still visibly puzzled. Do you have any idea what that was all about? Arthur chuckled lightly and leaned back in his seat. The houses are very competitive with each other, especially Gryffindor and Slytherin. It's a bit of an old rivalry, goes back generations. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff have their moments too, but it's mostly our two houses. The House Cup fuels it, but honestly, some people just like having someone to feel superior to. I see. Lance nodded slowly. I suppose competition between groups is only natural in a place like this. Arthur leaned forward, resting his forearms on the table. Thanks, by the way. I appreciate it. Lance furrowed his brow slightly. Thanks for what? Arthur just smiled and shook his head. Nothing. Forget it. Before the conversation could continue, Professor McGonagall raised her voice over the growing murmur in the room. All right then, everyone quiet down and remain seated. But before she could begin, the door creaked open again. All eyes turned as Harry and Ron stumbled inside, breathing heavily and looking a bit disheveled. Sorry, Professor. Ron panted, still catching his breath. We got lost, Harry added, trying to look composed despite the redness in his cheeks. McGonagall exhaled slowly, closing her eyes for a moment. I understand the castle can be confusing at first, and it is your first day. So I'll be lenient, this time. But do not make a habit of it. Take your seats and don't interrupt again. Yes, Professor, Ron said quickly, trying to hide his embarrassment. Sorry, Professor, Harry echoed as they scurried to the only two empty seats near the back. Professor McGonagall nodded and finally turned to face the rest of the class. Now then, as I was saying, welcome to your first lesson in Transfiguration, one of the most complex and dangerous branches of magic you will study at Hogwarts. Plus 10 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch. Chapter 53, through the first week. A/N. So it kinda slipped my mind that Arthur already performed an amazing display of transfiguration during the banquet, so please look past her surprise reaction. Third person's POV. Professor McGonagall's class was well underway, and from the moment it began, she made her expectations abundantly clear. Extensive note-taking was mandatory. She paced the front of the room with crisp authority, her chalk gliding across the blackboard with practiced precision as she outlined the theory and fundamentals of basic transfiguration. Arthur sat tall at his desk, quill moving lazily across the parchment, not because he struggled to keep up, but because he had already committed most of this information to memory long ago. Everything she said was familiar to him. Transfiguration principles, magical theory, wand movements, he had studied all of it under the rigorous tutelage of Merlin long before ever stepping foot in Hogwarts. This was all review, if not a bit too easy. He might have felt completely alone in that regard, if not for Lance. Lance also seemed unbothered by the pace of the lesson. His handwriting was neat and confident, and there wasn't a hint of confusion in his expression. He was composed, collected, clearly not hearing any of this for the first time. It caught Arthur off guard. He had assumed, perhaps arrogantly, that only someone like Merlin, or himself, would come into Hogwarts with such a well-rounded magical education. Just what kind of childhood did Lance have? Arthur wondered, now even more intrigued by the quiet, competent boy he'd started to regard as a friend. Once the note-taking portion of the lesson concluded, McGonagall clapped her hands and strode to the center of the room. Now then, she said with a stern but expectant look, I want each of you to take one of these. With a flick of her wand, a box of wooden matches floated into the air and distributed one to every student. Your task is to transfigure the matchstick into a needle. The class murmured with excitement, or anxiety, as students began readying their wands and reviewing their notes. Arthur and Lance, however, looked monumentally bored. Matching expressions of mild disinterest sat on their faces as they casually raised their wands and, in perfect sync, chanted the Latin incantation. In a blink, both matchsticks shimmered and then transformed, narrowing into sharp, metallic needles with a faint glint in the light. McGonagall turned to survey the room and immediately noticed the transformation. Her brows arched sharply. What's this? She asked, striding over. You two already completed the spell. And on your first attempt, no less. All eyes turned toward Arthur and Lance. Whispers echoed from nearby desks. Even Hermione, who had been meticulously reviewing her textbook, looked up with genuine surprise, clutching her untouched matchstick. Are you two perhaps familiar with the subject? McGonagall asked, her tone curious but clearly impressed. You performed that transfiguration with ease. I practiced, Lance replied politely, his tone respectful and measured. As did I, Arthur added, nodding slightly in agreement. McGonagall studied them both for a moment, then gave a crisp nod of approval. Very well. Impressive spell work from both of you. 5 points to Gryffindor and 5 to Slytherin for demonstrating exceptional proficiency. Carry on. Thank you, Professor, they both said in unison, their voices overlapping perfectly. As McGonagall moved off to assist a pair of struggling students, Arthur nudged Lance subtly with his elbow and leaned in. Here, he whispered with a smirk. Check this out. He pointed his wand at his newly formed needle and gave a different incantation, this one purely for fun. The needle wobbled, twisted, and then folded in on itself, forming a tiny humanoid figure with spindly limbs and a sword made from a sliver of its own form. En garde, Arthur declared in an exaggerated French accent. Lance's face lit up with amusement. He raised his own wand and attempted the same transfiguration. It took 2 misfires before the spell took, but on the 3rd try, a second needleman popped into existence beside Arthur's creation. En garde, Lance echoed with a grin, mimicking Arthur's tone. Their desk quickly turned into a tiny battlefield. The needlemen clashed with soft tink-tink sounds, their little swords colliding as the boys manipulated their movements with subtle wand gestures and whispers of magic. The mini-duel had both of them chuckling quietly to themselves, heads bent close over their shared spectacle. Their moment of mischief was short-lived. A long, unmistakable shadow fell over their desk, and both boys froze mid-spell. Slowly, they turned around to find Professor McGonagall looming behind them, arms folded and expression stern. "Mr. King." "Mr. Demere," she said, her voice clipped. "Would I be correct in assuming that you're bored in my classroom?" Both Arthur and Lance straightened up immediately, their laughter vanishing as they tried to look innocent. "Apologies, Professor," they murmured in perfect sync. McGonagall's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. "If you've both finished your assignment so quickly, don't you think it would be far more productive to assist your classmates who are still struggling? Or do you believe putting on a puppet show is a better use of your time?" "Certainly, Professor," they said quickly. "Then I suggest you get to it. Now, if you please." Without hesitation, the boys split up, Lance heading toward the Slytherins and Arthur toward the Gryffindors. As they left, McGonagall remained behind just a moment longer, casting one final look at the 2 dismantled needle warriors still lying on the desk. A quiet, almost imperceptible scoff escaped her lips, and a slight smirk tugged at the corner of her mouth before she turned and walked off to resume her rounds. Over the course of their first week at Hogwarts, Arthur and Lance spent most of their time together. Many of their classes, charms, defense against the dark arts, history of magic, were shared between Gryffindor and Slytherin, giving the 2 boys ample opportunity to bond. Their natural chemistry as friends, coupled with their similar levels of magical knowledge and capability, made them an inseparable pair in the eyes of many. However, not every class allowed for that kind of familiarity. Herbology, which met 3 times a week, was a notable exception. Unlike their other lessons, this one was shared with the Hufflepuffs. For Arthur, that meant spending time not with Lance, but with Gwyneth. And Gwyneth, at that moment, was not particularly pleased with him. "Come on," Arthur said as they worked in the greenhouse under Professor Sprout's cheerful but distracted guidance. "I've already apologized, like 10 times. Gwyneth stood next to a row of Flutterby bushes, arms folded across her chest, her chin tilted high in a show of defiance. She deliberately turned away from him, her expression distant. "I don't care if you apologize 100 times, she snapped, her voice hushed but sharp. "You took advantage of my trust, Arthur. That prank you pulled, it was cruel." Arthur flinched slightly at her words, lowering his gaze. He knew she had every right to be angry. Even though the prank had been harmless, at least in his mind, he hadn't considered how deeply it might affect someone who genuinely trusted him. Especially someone like Gwyneth. "I'm not even sure I can trust you anymore," she added quietly. The 2 of them stood toward the back of the greenhouse, partially obscured by tall vines and potted mandrakes, speaking in low voices. Professor Sprout, bustling around the front of the class giving instructions on soil composition, didn't notice they weren't paying attention. Arthur sighed, then looked back up at her with determination. "How about a gift?" he asked. "Something to show you I really do mean it when I say I'm sorry." "A gift?" she asked, glancing at him with a skeptical brow raised. "Yeah, wait, hold still, you've got something near your ear," Arthur said casually, stepping closer. Before she could react, he reached toward her, and with a graceful flick of his hand, he summoned a vivid blue rose from thin air. It shimmered into existence, blooming slowly as it floated toward her like a scene from a storybook. Gwyneth blinked in surprise, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the flower. The soft glow of the rose reflected in her eyes as she looked up at Arthur, who now held it out to her, offering it with a gentle, sincere smile. "I really do apologize," he said earnestly. "I'd hate to lose a friendship I just gained. So, can we start over?" Gwyneth stared at the rose, then at Arthur. In that moment, with the sunlight streaming through the greenhouse glass and the magical flower gleaming in his hand, he looked like something out of a fairy tale, a prince offering a peace offering. She could practically see a sparkling aura around him. "Seriously?" She mumbled under her breath, her cheeks flushed a deep red. "How unfair." Her expression softened as she reached out and took the rose delicately in her hands. She looked down at it, then back up at him. "Fine," she said at last, her voice barely above a whisper. "Only because I can tell you mean it. I forgive you." Arthur's smile widened with genuine happiness. Gwyneth quickly turned away before he could see how flustered she was, but a small smile tugged at her lips as she faced the front of the class again. She cradled the blue rose in her hands, bringing it to her nose to inhale its sweet scent, and let out a soft giggle to herself. Later that day, during their lunch break in the Great Hall, the same place they had first experienced Hogwarts magic during the opening feast, Arthur sat quietly, pushing food around on his plate. His gaze drifted toward the Ravenclaw table where Merlin sat. Despite being in the same year, they had almost no classes together. Arthur hadn't realized how much that would bother him. They barely had time to talk, let alone hang out. And while Arthur enjoyed his time with Lance and now Gwyneth, part of him missed the easy conversations he shared with Merlin. Still, the day went on. After lunch came their final set of afternoon lessons, bringing them one step closer to the weekend. That night, long after the castle had gone quiet and most students were tucked away in their dormitories, Arthur, Lance, and Merlin met once more under the cover of moonlight to explore the castle's hidden corridors. But unlike their last outing, they weren't alone this time. "What exactly are we waiting for?" Lance asked, scanning the empty corridor as he folded his arms. "Stop being so impatient," Arthur replied with a smirk. Moments later, a cautious head of weak blonde hair peeked out from behind a corner. Gwyneth emerged from the shadows, letting out a breath of relief as she approached. "I seriously thought you were lying about this," she muttered as she joined them. "Gwyneth?" Lance asked, clearly surprised to see her. "Yeah," Arthur said, grinning. "I thought it'd be unfair if we explored without her. So, I invited her to come along." Gwyneth looked unsure, glancing around the dimly lit corridor. "Is it really safe for us to be wandering around this late?" "As long as we don't get caught," Arthur said with a shrug, "we're not technically breaking any rules." "What? That doesn't even make sense," she said, her brows furrowing. "Rules," Arthur said with mock wisdom, raising a finger, "are merely suggestions. Now then, onward." Without missing a beat, he turned and marched forward down the hall, cloak fluttering behind him. Merlin and Lance exchanged a look, then followed, amused. "Wait. Don't leave me behind," Gwyneth called out, rushing to catch up with them. And so their nightly adventure began. The rest of the week continued in a blur. Slowly, the four of them fell into a rhythm, classes during the day, quiet mischief at night. The first week had been mostly introductions, getting to know the school, their teachers, and each other. Friendships were forming and for better or worse, they were settling into the strange, magical world of Hogwarts. And by Friday, their final class of the week arrived, a subject whispered about in both excitement and dread. Potions. And with it, their first encounter with the infamous Professor Snape. +10 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch. Chapter 54, Potion with Snape. Third person's POV. Having spent the majority of the week exploring every corner of Hogwarts, both Arthur and Lance had gradually developed a small routine they decided to put into action early Friday morning. Their goal was to begin before anyone else woke up and well before their first class of the day with Professor Snape. The cool morning air greeted them as they met outside in the castle yard, where the horizon was painted in soft hues of orange and blue, neither fully night nor completely day, but somewhere in between. Clad in their training gear, the two boys stood side by side, their breath visible in the crisp air. Arthur wore a black, long-sleeved compression shirt that clung tightly to his form and extended up to his neck. The top of a gray jumpsuit was tied securely around his waist, the fabric swaying slightly with each movement. Lance, on the other hand, wore a short-sleeved compression shirt and a pair of gray sweatpants, offering more flexibility for his swift movements. After tightening the straps on his gloves, Arthur let out a sharp breath, then rolled his shoulders and stretched his arms across his chest. Lance, balancing on one leg, extended the other outward in a fluid motion, leaning into a deep stretch. "You ready?" Lance asked, a faint, confident smirk playing on his lips. Arthur scoffed with amusement. "Is that even a question?" Without another word, the two boys burst into motion, taking off in a synchronized sprint. Side by side, they dashed across the castle grounds, their hair swept back by the wind their speed generated. They had set their sights on completing a full lap around Hogwarts, a daunting challenge given the castle's massive size and complex layout. Arthur's initial burst of speed gave him an edge, launching him ahead with a powerful stride. However, Lance's natural agility and finesse allowed him to catch up and, after some time, inch ahead. Their friendly rivalry pushed them harder, each determined not to fall behind the other. From a distance, Hagrid, already up and about tending to his morning duties, caught sight of the two boys in motion. His eyes widened slightly in surprise. To most, it would have looked like a race, but to Hagrid, the most astonishing part wasn't their competitive spirit, it was their raw speed. They were fast, far faster than he'd expected for first years. They continued their run, muscles burning and lungs laboring as the distance wore on. Sweat glistened on their skin, soaking through their shirts, and their breaths came in ragged bursts. Eventually, Arthur began to regain the lead. While Lance excelled in agility and speed, it became clear that Arthur held the advantage in endurance and power. By the time they completed their full circuit around Hogwarts, they were both thoroughly spent. Lance collapsed sprawled on his back, panting heavily, while Arthur bent forward with his hands on his knees, gasping for air. "You're pretty fast," Arthur said between breaths, wiping the sweat from his chin with the back of his hand. "I'm impressed." "Says you," Lance replied softly, still catching his breath. "Your stamina is insane." Arthur offered his hand, and Lance took it gratefully, pulling himself up. "So," Lance asked, "should we start our duel now?" Arthur paused to consider the question. "Nah," he finally replied, straightening up. "We'll be late for class, and we need to be at our best. Since tomorrow's the weekend, let's do it then. We'll have more time to spar freely." "Fair point. Tomorrow it is then," Lance agreed with a nod. "Now let's get going before we miss breakfast," Arthur added, giving Lance a friendly tap on the arm before turning toward the castle. "And we definitely don't want to be late for potions. I've heard Professor Snape isn't exactly the warm and welcoming type." Lance chuckled faintly and nodded, falling into step beside him. He had heard the same rumors by now, and neither of them wanted to be on Snape's bad side this early in the term. Together, they made their way back inside, the quiet satisfaction of their early morning training lingering with every step. After refreshing themselves and changing out of their training gear, Arthur and Lance made their way to the banquet hall for breakfast. As they stepped inside, they were met with the warm scent of freshly baked bread, sizzling sausage, and the low hum of chatter from students already gathered at the long house tables. The morning buzz was amplified by a flurry of wings overhead. Owls swooped through the enchanted ceiling sky, delivering letters and packages with practiced ease. Feathers drifted through the air like snow, and students paused mid-bite or mid-conversation to catch their deliveries. As Arthur found a seat at the Gryffindor table, a familiar flash of silver caught his eye. Mercury, the owl he shared with Merlin, glided gracefully from the direction of Merlin's table and landed softly in front of him. Tied to Mercury's legs were 3 neatly wrapped letters. "Thanks, boy," Arthur said warmly, reaching out to gently stroke the owl's feathers. Mercury nuzzled his hand in return before hopping aside to enjoy a treat from Arthur's pocket. Untying the strings, Arthur glanced at the senders. One envelope was from Pernelli, another from Nicholas, and the third bore the official seal of Gringotts Bank. Arthur chuckled under his breath. Seriously? They lived together. They could have just written one letter. Next to him, Harry received his own letter from Hagrid, a grin spreading across his face as he received his very own letter from someone. Perenelle's and Nicholas's letters were filled with warmth and curiosity. They asked Arthur how he was adjusting to life at Hogwarts, whether he was making friends, and if the castle lived up to its legendary reputation. They both wrote in their distinct voices, filled with wisdom and affection. Goberk, the goblin managing Arthur's business affairs, wrote with the usual professionalism, detailing the shop's performance during Arthur's absence, recent transactions, and a few items requiring Arthur's approval. After replying to each letter, scribbling quick but thoughtful responses, Arthur tucked them into Mercury's satchel and allowed the owl to return to its perch. Breakfast passed quickly afterward, filled with laughter, buttered toast, and goblets of pumpkin juice. Once the meal concluded and students began trickling out of the hall, it was time for their next class, potions with Professor Snape. The potions classroom was deep within the dungeons of Hogwarts, its stone walls damp and cold. The moment Arthur stepped inside, he felt a chill wash over him. The air was thick with the scent of musty stone, dried herbs, and something bitter and metallic. Glass jars lined the walls, filled with strange ingredients, bat spleens, powdered root of asphodel, shriveled leeches, and an array of spare cauldrons rested along the back shelf. He spotted Harry and Ron already seated near the front and gave them a nod before settling in next to Lance, who was flipping through his potions textbook. The room filled gradually as students from both Gryffindor and Slytherin entered. When everyone was seated, the door closed with a sharp click, and the classroom fell silent. Professor Snape glided into the room like a shadow, his black robes billowing slightly behind him. Without a word of greeting, he began taking roll in a voice that was both low and drawn out, cold, detached, as though each name bored him more than the last. When he reached Arthur's name, Snape's lips curled ever so slightly, his voice laced with unmistakable disdain. "Ah yes. Arthur King. Dumbledore's new toy. One of the many little celebrities we seem to have in this class." The word struck like a blade. Arthur, who was usually composed, calm, and patient, even with those who tested him, felt his jaw tighten. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Snape. "What did you just call me?" he asked coldly, voice sharp as glass. The room froze. Even the bubbling cauldron seemed to go still. Snape arched an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. "Is your name not Arthur King?" he asked with mocking indifference. Arthur noticed the Slytherin students snickering under their breath. Lance looked at him, confused by the sudden tension and the dangerous glint in Arthur's eyes. "It is," Arthur said slowly, his tone icy. "But it seems you mistook me for something else when you called me a toy." Snape's eyes darkened. Are you talking back to me, Mr. King? Do you believe that, just because you have Dumbledore's favor, you can be disrespectful to your betters? Arthur straightened in his seat, his gaze unflinching. Forgive me, Professor, but I thought conversation required speaking back. Was I mistaken? He let the question linger a moment before adding, and as for my betters, he looked around the room slowly, dramatically, before he looked directly into Snape's eyes. Where exactly are they? A wave of gasps echoed through the room. Every mouth hung open, every eye fixed on Arthur. For one brief, electric moment, Gryffindor and Slytherin shared the same stunned expression. Even Lance looked at Arthur like he didn't recognize the boy beside him. Arthur had just done the unthinkable. He had not only talked back to Severus Snape, something most students feared doing, but he had done it with such calm, collected boldness that it bordered on legendary. Arthur, undeterred by the silence, merely sat back in his seat as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. And so, in the early days of the school year, Arthur King managed the impossible, uniting Gryffindor and Slytherin, if only for a heartbeat, in complete and utter disbelief. +10 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch. Chapter 55, Potions with Snape, 2. Third person's POV. 20 points taken from Gryffindor, Snape sneered, his cold black eyes narrowing as he turned his attention directly toward Arthur. There was a glint of satisfaction in his gaze, a clear expectation that the boy would pale, perhaps stammer an apology, or at least show some regret. Maybe even a flicker of embarrassment under the weight of his housemate's glares. But instead, Arthur merely blinked. He stared back at Snape, not in defiance, not in fear, but with a vague look of confusion, as though he didn't quite register what the big deal was. In truth, he didn't. Classes had only been in session for a week, and Arthur had single-handedly earned more house points than most of Gryffindor combined. Losing 20 was nothing. He could gain those back before lunch, easily during charms if he felt like it, or in transfiguration without breaking a sweat. Hell, with a little effort, he could earn them back in a single spell demonstration. Still, the rest of the Gryffindors didn't quite share his nonchalance. They were now openly glaring at him, their faces etched with varying degrees of irritation and disappointment. To them, house points mattered, a lot. They had been in the lead, and now thanks to Arthur's mouth, that lead was slipping, although they were only in the lead thanks to Arthur in the first place. Arthur, meanwhile, looked around at the angry faces and let out a silent sigh. The whole thing felt childish. Petty. Almost laughably so. Seriously, he thought, how pathetic. How Alan Rickman ever managed to make this man likable is beyond me. Perhaps that will teach you to respect your professors, Mr. King, Snape said with a deliberate emphasis on the surname, his voice soaked in contempt. Arthur didn't respond. He didn't need to. He simply returned the professor's gaze with a blank, unimpressed stare, expression unreadable. Sometimes silence was more powerful than words, a fact Snape, of all people, should understand. Arthur though did resist the strong temptation to roll his eyes. Snape's lips twitched as if he wanted to say more, but instead, he cleared his throat and continued taking attendance. His voice slithered through the list of names until it reached one that instantly changed his tone. Harry Potter, he said slowly, drawing out the last name with unmistakable disdain. Ah, yes, our other renowned celebrity. The sneer was practically tangible. From the back, Draco Malfoy snickered behind his hand, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle who guffawed with him like overgrown parrots. Harry's eye twitched slightly, a nervous edge creeping into his posture. He braced himself, expecting the same sharp exchange Arthur had endured. But the moment passed. Snape moved on, apparently satisfied with a single verbal jab. Harry exhaled slowly, a flicker of relief flashing across his face. You are here, Snape began, suddenly shifting to address the whole class, to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making. He spoke in little more than a whisper, yet the entire room was transfixed. Despite the contempt and cruelty lacing his tone earlier, Snape possessed the rare ability to command a room with nothing more than his voice, much like McGonagall, though with considerably more menace. As there is little foolish wand-waving here, he continued, pacing slowly, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I do not expect most of you to truly comprehend the beauty of a softly simmering cauldron, with its shimmering fumes. The delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. His dark eyes passed over them like a hawk scanning prey. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. An uncomfortable silence settled over the class, thick and stifling. Harry and Ron exchanged uncertain glances, both eyebrows raised. Ron mouthed stopper death, while Hermione Granger practically vibrated in her seat, her hand hovering near her quill. She looked desperate to prove that she was not, in fact, a dunderhead. Lance meanwhile appeared lost, but not because of the content. He was baffled by the delivery. The melodrama. The barely veiled loathing. Then, like a thunderclap in the quiet, Snape barked, "Potter." Harry jumped in his seat, heart skipping a beat. "Oh no, here it comes." "What would I get?" Snape asked coldly, "if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" 3 hands shot up instantly, Hermione, Arthur, and Lance. Harry glanced sideways, panic flickering in his eyes. I don't know, sir," he admitted softly. Snape's lip curled with satisfaction, though he hesitated upon noticing who had raised their hands. 3 students. And one of them was from his house. Well, tut, tut. "Clearly, fame isn't everything," he muttered before calling, "Lance." "Draft of the living death," Lance answered calmly, his voice steady despite the attention. Snape's smile sharpened. "Correct. 10 points to Slytherin." Harry winced slightly. Another loss for Gryffindor. But Snape wasn't done. "Potter," he snapped again. Harry almost groaned. "What now? If I asked you to find me a Bezoar, where would you look?" Harry gulped. I don't know, sir." Snape shook his head slowly, the disappointment in his eyes clearly forced and theatrical. "Thought you wouldn't open a book before arriving, Potter?" Again, 3 hands were in the air. Hermione's was trembling with urgency. Arthur raised his casually. Lance, again, sat with a relaxed posture, ready to answer. "Lance." Snape called again, deliberately ignoring the still raised hands of Arthur and Hermione. "In the stomach of a goat," Lance answered smoothly. "Another 10 points to Slytherin," Snape said with a satisfied sneer, his eyes glittering with smug approval. Arthur's eyebrow twitched at that, and even Lance gave a wry smile, clearly aware that the favoritism was becoming blatant. At this point, it was bordering on parody. Snape turned back to Harry with all the subtlety of a predator circling its prey. "What is the difference, Potter, between Monkshood and Wolfsbane?" Harry mentally groaned. "Why literally me? I didn't do anything wrong." He hesitated for a moment, then muttered, "I don't know, sir. But Hermione does, though. Maybe ask her. Or Arthur. He's smart." A ripple of laughter spread through the classroom. Even a few Slytherins chuckled quietly at Harry's sarcastic honesty. Hermione was practically bouncing in her seat, standing on her tiptoes and waving her hand in the air like her life depended on it. Arthur blinked, surprised. He hadn't expected Harry to name-drop him like that, and certainly not in a complimentary way. Snape, on the other hand, was not amused. "Sit down," he snapped at Hermione. She jumped as if physically struck, her face falling as she slowly lowered her hand and sank back into her seat, eyes downcast. Snape turned his attention to Lance again, narrowing his eyes. "And you? Why aren't you raising your hand this time, Mr. Demere? Do you perhaps not know the answer?" "I do know the answer, sir." Lance replied calmly with a small nod. "Then why aren't you offering it?" "I thought it might be more fair to let the others have a go," Lance said, his tone polite but genuine. Snape's expression twitched ever so slightly, annoyed that he couldn't fault the answer. "Go on, then. Answer it, Mr. Demere." Lance sighed softly, realizing there was no getting out of it. "They're the same plant, sir. Also known as aconite." "Very good. Another 10 points to Slytherin. And 1 more point for your thoughtful consideration of your peers. -1 from Gryffindor, however, for cheek, from Potter." Arthur exhaled through his nose, unimpressed. Across the table, Lance glanced at him with a baffled expression, his eyebrows raised and lips slightly parted in disbelief. The look was so unintentionally comedic that Arthur had to bite the inside of his cheek to keep from laughing out loud. Snape paced the front of the room, glaring at the class as he barked, "Well, why haven't you all started taking notes? Do you need a personal invitation?" The sound of frantic scribbling followed instantly as students scrambled to jot down what they could remember. Then, Snape's eyes fell back on Lance. "You seem to be very well educated, Mr. Demere," he said, his voice soft but with a sharp undertone. "I do hope you consider choosing your friends wisely." He shot a pointed glance toward Arthur, who simply met the gaze with a subtle smirk and leaned back in his chair, completely unbothered. Snape turned away at last, officially beginning the lesson in full. A few minutes later, as the class worked through the steps of preparing their first potion, Lance leaned in slightly and whispered, "Why does he seem to have something against you?" Arthur didn't even glance up as he sliced his ingredients with practiced ease. "He's probably intimidated by my charm," he said dryly, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Lance snorted, nearly dropping a pinch of powdered root into the cauldron too early. His hands shook slightly as he tried to suppress his laughter. "Come on, I was being serious though," he muttered, shaking his head as he tried to compose himself. "I am too," Arthur replied with mock offense. "But seriously. He probably thinks I'm one of Dumbledore's puppets. Like he said earlier." Why that would make him antagonize me so blatantly, though. I couldn't tell you. Arthur shrugged, giving a wry smile. Maybe he's just allergic to charisma. Lance chuckled again, quieter this time, as he continued stirring the potion. +10 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch. Chapter 56, Self-Respect. Third person's POV. That was torture. Arthur muttered as he staggered out of the classroom, his limbs heavy and posture slouched as though his very soul had decided it had endured enough and was trying to leave his body. Lance followed behind, rubbing the back of his neck with a wry grin. Well, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't at least a little entertaining. Arthur shot him a half-lidded glare. I'm so glad you're able to find joy in my misery. Truly heartwarming. Lance chuckled, not even bothering to deny it. We'll talk later, yeah. I've got to run, see you around. Yeah. Later. Arthur gave him a casual nod and they bumped fists, a quick double tap before heading in opposite directions. Their only shared class on Fridays was potions, a class Arthur currently regretted attending. As he continued walking, ready to find solitude and maybe a quiet corner to decompress, he heard his name being called. Arthur, wait. Please. He turned his head, blinking as Hermione came rushing toward him, her school bag bouncing against her side and her arms cradling a stack of books like precious cargo. Oh, hey, Hermione. He greeted her with a smile, adjusting his grip on his own bag as she matched his pace. Over the past few days, the two had grown more familiar during shared classes and lunchtime conversations. There was an ease between them now, until, that is, Hermione's expression twisted in visible frustration. Just why would you do that? Hermione exclaimed with an aggrieved expression. Do what exactly? Arthur asked, his brows knitting together. Talking back to Professor Snape like that. You cost 20 house points. Hermione exclaimed exasperated. Yeah, nice going mate, now Slytherin's in the lead, Ron said walking behind him next to Harry. Well, he was being rude and disrespectful. I wasn't just going to stand there and take it, Arthur said, looking confused. Yes, I understand that Professor Snape was being rude and saying some mean and awful stuff, but he's still a professor, Hermione exclaimed. So? Someone's standing or title doesn't automatically allow them the right to disrespect you in any way. He could have been the headmaster for all I care and I would have reached the same way. Arthur said, shaking his head. Hermione gasped as she couldn't believe what she had just heard, but. Ron interjected, but the house cup. We're going to lose the house cup at this rate. Honestly, I would have just kept stum. It's simply not worth it. What? But some things are worth it, Arthur said, gaining a serious expression. I still have self-respect and I know my self-worth. I'm not going to allow myself to be disrespected and you guys shouldn't either. No amount of house points or cups should ever be at your own expense. I'd rather lose the entirety of the house cup for all 7 years straight and know I did the right thing by defending myself than win for the next 7 years and feel down due to all of disparaging comments I let come my way unchecked. They were waiting on the stair as it shifted over, connecting to another passageway. And not to mention, he continued, all those house points I lost, I could gain them all back, and then some, in my next few classes. Aren't you? Aren't you worried about everyone hating you? Harry finally spoke up, his voice slightly timid. I mean, everyone seems like they really want to win. I wouldn't want to be the reason as to why we lose the house cups. I understand where you're coming from, but as long as the people that matter most to me don't hate me or think bad about me, then the opinions of everyone else shouldn't really matter. Arthur shrugged. Not everyone is going to like you and not everyone has to. Harry's eyes widened faintly as he blinked. He nearly forgot to get off the stairwell. How do you do it? Neville asked breathlessly, jogging up behind them. He had been quietly tailing them for some time now, his curiosity outweighing his usual hesitation. His cheeks were flushed a bright red from exertion, his robes singed and dusted with soot, particularly along the sleeves, evidence of mishap during their potions class. Arthur turned toward him just as Neville slowed to a stop, panting slightly. How can you be so confident? Neville continued, his eyes wide with awe and just a tinge of disbelief. Professor Snape is terrifying. I could never talk back to him like that, not in a million years. Arthur chuckled softly, and with a casual flick of his wand, he casted a quick spell. Neville's face was suddenly clean, and his robes looked freshly pressed, as if the morning had never happened. Thanks, he murmured, almost shyly. I suppose it comes down to how I decide to view myself, Arthur said thoughtfully. I can't control how others perceive me, but I can control how I perceive myself. Arthur walked ahead, his stride confident, his presence naturally commanding. With a look over his shoulder and a small, charming grin, he added. And I choose to see myself as someone with nothing to fear, so, I don't. The words hung in the air with surprising weight, and before long, Neville and the others found themselves following after him, their footsteps quickening almost instinctively. It was as if Arthur carried with him a magnetic pull, an energy that drew people in. Lunch, Great Hall. When lunchtime finally rolled around, Arthur sat at the Gryffindor table, eating with calm precision despite the occasional stares and whispers that circled around him. He paid them no mind, his posture relaxed as he chewed leisurely. Then, without warning, Fred and George Weasley flanked him, each taking a seat on either side, having displaced the students originally sitting beside Arthur. "We heard you lost Gryffindor 20 points, Fred said, his tone serious. "That I did," Arthur replied smoothly, not even pausing his meal. "And during Snape's class, no less," George added, squinting at him. "Correct again." Arthur nodded, eyes twinkling with amusement. The twins narrowed their eyes, exchanging a glance, and then grinned broadly, their expressions nearly identical. "We heard how it happened," they said in unison, their voices full of mischief and admiration. "Absolutely brilliant." Fred clapped Arthur on the shoulder, while George did the same on the other side. Arthur couldn't help but chuckle under their enthusiastic praise. "A shame we weren't there to witness it firsthand," Fred declared dramatically, pressing a hand to his heart. "A real tragedy," George nodded solemnly. "You've got some serious guts, mate." "No doubt about it," George added, both brothers now leaning back with identical grins. Arthur laughed between bites, clearly amused by the attention. "Thanks, you too." Later, the library. By the time their classes wrapped up and the afternoon freed them, Arthur, Merlin, Gwyneth, and Lance had gathered in the quietest corner of the library. Scrolls, quills, and books were sprawled across their shared table. Gwyneth slumped over her notes, her hand draped dramatically across her forehead. "This is only the first week. Why do we already have so much homework?" "It's not so bad," Arthur replied with an encouraging smile. "We'll finish it together, and then we'll have the entire weekend to ourselves." "Exactly," Lance smirked, leaning forward eagerly. "And we'll be free to have our duel without any lingering assignments weighing us down." Gwyneth perked up slightly. "Wait, duel? What duel?" As Lance launched into an animated explanation about the upcoming friendly duel between himself and Arthur, the two boys spoke with such intensity it sounded like they were planning a miniature war. Meanwhile, Merlin leaned in toward Arthur, keeping her voice low. "I heard you let your emotions get the better of you during Snape's lesson," she said, one eyebrow raised inquisitively. "Want to tell me what happened?" Arthur groaned, rubbing the back of his neck. "You should have heard what he called me, and it's only the first day." Merlin chuckled, unsurprised. "Honestly, I figured something like that would happen." The four of them continued working in peaceful harmony, interrupted only by quiet jokes, whispered banter, and the sound of turning pages. Then tomorrow quickly came, marking the first of many duels between Lance and Arthur. +10 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch. Chapter 57, Arthur vs. Lance, 1. Third person's POV. Arthur, Merlin, Gwyneth, and Lance made their way toward the open field behind Hogwarts on a bright, breezy morning just before noon. The sky was painted in a soft blue with puffs of white clouds drifting lazily overhead, and the sun's warm light bathed the ancient castle in a golden hue. All around the grounds, students strolled and chatted excitedly with their newfound friends, some pointing toward distant towers, others laughing as they explored the vast exterior of the magical school on their first weekend off. "All right," Arthur said as they came to a stop on a wide patch of flat, grassy terrain, "how do you want to do this? Wooden or steel?" Lance glanced around, scanning the field for any sign of weapons. He looked back at Arthur, brow raised in confusion. "Wait, where exactly are the weapons? I thought you said you'd handle that part." "I did," Arthur replied, his tone casual. "I'm going to make them now. But I need to know what you prefer to duel with, wooden or steel." That caught Lance off guard. He tilted his head. "You're making them right now?" Arthur nodded once. Lance raised an eyebrow, both intrigued and confused by Arthur's words, but eventually nodded. "I guess steel, dull blades, though. I don't want to accidentally slice your head off." "Much appreciated," Arthur said sarcastically with a chuckle. Arthur reached up and unfastened his Hogwarts robe, pulling it off in one smooth motion before handing it over to Merlin. Without missing a beat, Merlin took it and folded it neatly over her arms. Lance followed suit, though he seemed a little hesitant about placing his robe on the ground. Before he could figure out what to do with it, Gwyneth silently extended her arms with a gentle smile. "Oh, thanks," Lance said, blinking in surprise as he handed her the robe. "No worries," Gwyneth replied, mirroring Merlin's careful folding as she draped the robe over her own arms. With their robes removed, Arthur and Lance were now dressed in white button-down shirts, their uniforms crisp under the morning sun. Arthur began rolling up his sleeves past his elbows, and Lance mirrored the motion. Then, with a sudden motion, Arthur clapped his hands together. A sharp crackle of magic resonated in the air, and glowing magic circles ignited at the back of his gloves. The light pulsed gently, alive with arcane energy. Both Lance and Gwyneth stared, stunned. Without a word, Arthur slammed both palms against the ground. The earth rumbled slightly, and from the center of a small crater forming beneath his hands, a pair of sword hilts began to emerge. Soil shifted, hardened, and reshaped, guided by Arthur's precise movements. With his hands slowly rising, the blades followed, being drawn upward like artifacts summoned from the depths. The twin swords, forged entirely from the very dirt they stood upon, were completed in seconds, each one sleek, solid, and remarkably elegant despite their unconventional origin. Arthur stood up, one blade in each hand. With a flick, he tossed one toward Lance, who caught it clumsily at first but quickly adjusted his grip, examining the weapon with amazement. How did he? Gwyneth breathed, wide-eyed. Merlin chuckled proudly. That's Arthur's specialty. You saw those glowing circles on his gloves. That's his own creation, the magic circle system. It's why he's famous. Gwyneth glanced from Merlin to Arthur, clearly impressed. Merlin added with a wink, I'll explain the full system later, but for now, just watch. Arthur flashed a confident grin as he adjusted his rolled sleeve one more time. He held his sword upright beside his face, eyes focused on Lance. Are you going to keep staring at it, or are we finally going to get started? Right. Sorry, Lance muttered, still slightly dazed. He looked at the blade more closely, recognizing its make. A claymore, beautifully crafted, too. He gave it a few experimental swings around his body, the blade gliding smoothly through the air. He nodded, clearly impressed. It's perfectly balanced. Why thank you, Arthur said with a playful flourish, twirling his own longsword with a casual flick of the wrist. He moved into position, feet spaced evenly, gripping his sword in both hands and holding it up at eye level in a classic stance. Lance squared his own posture, lifting his claymore so that the tip pointed toward Arthur. He extended his free hand in challenge, a slight smirk forming on his lips. All right, you two. Merlin suddenly barked, stepping between them and raising a hand like a referee calling the start of a tournament. I want a clean and honest battle. No dirty tricks, no underhanded tactics, just a chivalrous sword fight between two honorable swordsmen in training. Do I make myself clear? Several students walking through the outer halls of Hogwarts paused, their heads turning curiously toward the source of the sound. Some of them nudged their friends and pointed, murmuring as they spotted Arthur and Lance squaring off. Still locked in their respective stances, both Arthur and Lance spared a glance toward Merlin. Arthur frowned slightly and asked, Merlin, what are you even? I said, do I make myself clear? She snapped with such force that both Arthur and Lance jumped a little, startled. Yes, ma'am, they shouted in unison, instinctively straightening up like chastised cadets. Good, she said brightly, dropping her hand. Now begin. In an instant, the playful air vanished. The mood shifted palpably as both Arthur and Lance turned their full attention back to one another. Their postures stiffened, expressions sharpening. The atmosphere between them grew heavier. The joking smiles faded, replaced by cold focus and sharpened determination. It was as if the world around them faded away, and the only thing that existed was each other. Even Gwyneth felt it. Her breath caught in her throat as she sensed the sudden rise in pressure radiating off the two of them. It was subtle, invisible to the eye, but she could feel it, like the air had grown dense around them. With synchronized steps, Arthur and Lance charged forward without hesitation. Arthur swung first, his blade cutting through the air in a wide, downward arc. Lance responded instantly, meeting the blow with an upward guard, grabbing his sword with both hands just in time to catch the strike. The force of the clash rang out in a metallic cry that echoed across the field like a bell. Clang. They broke apart, steel scraping briefly before separating. Lance's hands tingled from the impact, and his eyes widened in admiration. What power, he thought, still recovering from the jolt. But there was no time to dwell. The second their swords parted, they were already on the move again, swords flashing with silver light. Lance launched a flurry of strikes, fast, sweeping arcs coming from multiple angles. He moved fluidly, attacking with the precision and rhythm of a practiced warrior. Arthur, however, remained unshaken. His sword moved with surgical grace, blocking and countering each of Lance's attacks with calculated control. Their blades clashed again and again, the sharp ring of steel filling the air in a relentless rhythm. Their feet danced across the grass with practiced steps, always adjusting, always in motion. It wasn't just a fight, it was choreography. A deadly dance, both elegant and fierce. Their eyes never left each other, reading movements, predicting intent, each trying to outmaneuver the other. Gwyneth stood frozen in place, utterly mesmerized. Her eyes were wide with awe, lips slightly parted as she watched their duel. The grace, the speed, the power, it was breathtaking. She wasn't the only one. More and more students were beginning to gather around the field, drawn by the noise and the intensity of the duel. They leaned against the outer walls of the castle or stood in small clusters on the grass, whispering and pointing. Some gaped openly, jaws slack as they watched the two combatants with utter disbelief. Yet Arthur and Lance noticed none of them. They were too deep in the battle, too lost in the moment to care about the growing audience. Lance suddenly thrust his sword forward, aiming for Arthur's chest in a decisive strike. Arthur deflected it quickly with the flat of his blade, redirecting the momentum upward before countering with a diagonal slash toward Lance's torso. Lance twisted his body, his sword arcing up just in time to intercept the blow. Their blades met with a piercing shriek of metal, the force of the collision locking them together in a fierce struggle. They stood frozen for a moment, both pushing against each other's blades, eyes locked. Their foreheads nearly touched. The tension between them was visible in the strain of their muscles and the twitch of their arms. And then they both smiled. Wild, competitive grins spread across their faces, eyes lit with adrenaline. The clash of their swords might have been intense, but in that moment, it was clear, they were having the time of their lives. +10 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch. Chapter 58, Arthur vs. Lance, 2. Third person's POV. Lance and Arthur's blades met in a furious clash, the sharp clang of steel ringing out through the courtyard like a thunderclap. Sparks danced as the two swords collided, each boy locking eyes with the other, their muscles straining as they attempted to overpower one another. The screech of metal against metal echoed as the pressure intensified, their blades trembling under the weight of their strength. Teeth clenched, arms quivering, Lance struggled to hold his ground, but Arthur's relentless strength began to show. A single, forceful step forward from Arthur was all it took for Lance to lose his footing, his boots sliding back through the dewy grass. Realizing he was losing ground, Lance disengaged with a sharp backward leap. He landed smoothly and sucked in a deep breath, narrowing his eyes. Then, without hesitation, he launched himself forward again. His sword swung fast and fierce, each strike backed by fiery aggression, but not once did he sacrifice control. His movements were fluid, almost elegant, each slash perfectly balanced between power and precision. Arthur, for his part, was forced into a defensive stance. His sword wove in quick arcs to parry each blow, his eyes laser-focused on Lance's rapid movements. There was no room for distraction, no time to consider anything other than the next incoming strike. Lance was fast. Too fast. Arthur couldn't afford even the slightest mistake. One misstep, one poorly timed parry, and it could cost him the match. Lance swept his blade toward Arthur's neck in a wide, arcing swing. Arthur ducked just in time and countered, sweeping low with his leg in an attempt to knock Lance off balance. But Lance anticipated the move and leapt upward, evading the sweep entirely. In midair, he twisted his torso and brought his blade down in a sharp vertical strike. Arthur responded quickly. He brought up the flat of his sword to intercept the blow, using the impact to push upward with a grunt. He expected Lance to fall back, what he didn't expect was for Lance to use that push as leverage. With a burst of agility, Lance flipped forward in midair, sailing right over Arthur's head in a move so smooth and acrobatic it left the crowd stunned. Whoa! The students around them gasped in unison. Even before Lance's feet had fully landed, Arthur was already spinning around, his blade slicing through the air in a powerful slash. But Lance, quick as a flash, mirrored the motion with a spinning slash of his own. Their blades collided once again, but Arthur's superior strength won out, knocking Lance backward. Lance grunted as he hit the grass, but instead of staying down, he rolled with the force and sprang back to his feet in a single fluid motion. Without wasting a second, he charged again, his eyes burning with determination. Around them, students had gathered in a circle, unable to tear their eyes away from the duel. The energy was infectious, gasps, cheers, and heated debates broke out among the spectators. "The blonde one's got this," one student shouted. "Don't be ridiculous," another shot back. "Can't you see he's struggling just to keep up with the other kids' movements?" "Struggling? Please, the other kid's the one being tossed around like a rag doll. He hasn't even landed a solid hit. Blondie's clearly overpowering him." "Wait a minute, isn't that blonde one Arthur? The one those ghosts have been talking about lately?" "Yeah. That's him. Arthur of Gryffindor. No wonder he's so good with a sword. Then the other one must be Lance from Slytherin. I've heard rumors about him too." As their names were tossed around the crowd, it quickly turned into more than just a fight between two students. It became a clash of two houses. A duel between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Gryffindor. Gryffindor. Gryffindor, the students of Gryffindor chanted excitedly, clapping and stomping. Slytherin. Slytherin. Slytherin, came the defiant cry in return from the green-robed Slytherins, just as loud and proud. Soon, more and more students poured into the courtyard, unable to resist the spectacle unfolding before them. No one even thought to ask why Lance and Arthur were dueling, or how they had even come to possess swords in the first place. It didn't seem odd. Not at all. The blades in their hands fit as naturally as wands, as if born to be wielded a blade. The way they moved, so instinctive, so fluid, it was as if the swords were extensions of their very souls. A little distance away, watching with knitted brows, Gwyneth wrung the hem of Lance's robe nervously. She bit her lower lip, her eyes flickering anxiously between the two boys locked in battle. Merlin. She called softly, not looking away. I don't know what to do. What's troubling you? Merlin asked casually, her gaze locked on the fight, utterly absorbed. By now, the teachers should have intervened, should have come sprinting in to put a stop to it, but Merlin held them back for a bit with the secret use of her magic. She was enjoying the show after all. I don't know who to cheer for. Gwyneth admitted in frustration. Lance and Arthur are both my friends. I want them both to win. Merlin's eyes remained on the duel, but her voice dropped an octave. Her usual playful tone vanished, replaced by something flat and emotionless, eerily inhuman. Cheer for Lance. The sudden shift in her tone snapped Gwyneth out of her daze. She turned to look at Merlin, startled. For the briefest of moments face was stone cold, devoid of all her usual warmth. But just as quickly, Merlin's expression softened again, causing Gwyneth to have missed it and think she was just imagining it. Merlin turned with a bright smile, as if nothing had happened, the coldness gone like a phantom. What? Gwyneth asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. I said cheer for Lance, Merlin repeated cheerily, now grinning as she winked playfully. Since I'll be rooting for Arthur, it only seems fair that you support the other side. Gwyneth blinked, then giggled softly. You're right, she said with a cute smile. She clutched Lance's cloak to her chest and cupped her hands around her mouth, shouting toward the duel, Go Lance. Kick his butt. Merlin's playful expression slipped once more, her face returning to that unnerving, emotionless calm. Her eyes lingered on Gwyneth for a moment before drifting back to the duel below, lids narrowing as she spoke with a flat, deadpan tone. Arthur, if you lose, I'll disown you. Arthur's brow twitched at the words, a subtle tick of annoyance, or motivation. His eyes sharpened, honing in on Lance with renewed intensity, his grip on the sword tightening as his stance shifted. Their blades met again in a shower of sparks, the screech of steel against steel echoing across the courtyard. Lance was forced back under the pressure, his boots skidding slightly. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward and raised his sword high for a decisive, downward slash, one that could end the duel. But Arthur saw it coming. He surged forward with a swift sidestep and used the elbow of his sword arm to catch Lance's hilt mid-swing, blocking the trajectory entirely. In the same motion, he rammed his open palm into Lance's torso with a precise strike. Ugh! Lance grunted, stumbling back from the blow. But the fire in his eyes only burned brighter. Refusing to give in, Lance's movement suddenly accelerated, he blurred like a silver whirlwind, a dance of speed and fury. His attacks became faster, sharper, almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. Arthur matched him step for step. His form was less flashy, but just as brutal, calculated with military precision. The strain between them was beginning to show, sweat clung to their brows, their breathing grew heavier, and their movements more desperate. Then, with a flash of insight, Lance brought the hilt of his sword down hard against Arthur's exposed hand. Arthur flinched, momentarily losing his grip, and the sword slipped free. But before the weapon could hit the ground, Arthur snatched it out of the air with his other hand, pivoting into a low stance and readjusting his grip instantly. The audience gasped at the seamless recovery. Unbeknownst to Lance, Arthur's focus hadn't faltered once. He had been striking the same exact point on Lance's blade throughout their prolonged exchange, wearing it down inch by inch. A faint, jagged crack had begun to creep along the base of Lance's weapon. Now was the time to end it. Arthur spun on his heel, twisting his body with a burst of momentum. With both hands on the hilt, he brought his sword around in a powerful arc toward Lance's exposed neck. Lance's eyes widened. He knew he wouldn't be able to dodge in time. He raised his sword to block, and the blade shattered. Crack! The weakened steel splintered under the force of Arthur's swing, fragments scattering through the air like glass. Arthur's intact sword came to a stop just against Lance's throat, the cold steel brushing skin. But Lance didn't retreat. In the same instant, he reached up and caught a broken piece of his sword midair, gripping the jagged shard barehanded. Ignoring the bite of steel into his palm, he thrust the point toward Arthur's throat in turn. The courtyard held its breath. Both boys were locked in place, eyes wild and unwavering, their faces only inches apart. Their chests heaved with ragged breaths, sweat dripping down their brows, dampening their clothes as they clung tightly to their bodies. Then, Yee-Ewa. The tension snapped like a rubber band as the crowd erupted into wild cheers and applause. That was bloody brilliant. My heart's still racing. What in Merlin's name is going on here? A shrill voice rang out above the cacophony. Heads whipped around to see Professor McGonagall storming through the crowd, robes flaring like a storm cloud. Her face was beet red, whether from fury or shock, no one could tell. And she wasn't alone. Professor Snape followed with an ever-present sneer, his dark eyes scanning the scene with clear disdain. Beside him, Professor Flitwick hurried along, barely keeping pace with his short legs, but his face shimmered with excitement and awe. The three professors stopped cold at the sight before them, Lance and Arthur, blades still poised at each other's throats. And yet the boys didn't react, not right away. Their gazes remained locked, not with hostility, but mutual respect. Then Lance slowly let out a breath and closed his eyes. "It is my loss," he admitted softly. "I allowed my blade to shatter. That alone is a swordsman's greatest shame." Without another word, both boys took a measured step back. They lowered their weapons, what remained of them, and stood tall. In perfect unison, they moved as though to sheath their swords, then offered one another a deep, ceremonial bow. "Thank you for the duel," they said simultaneously. Gasps rippled through the crowd, followed by a second wave of thunderous cheers. But the three professors, especially McGonagall, were less impressed. "Sorry, Arthur, I held them back as much as I could," Merlin thought, shaking her head. Chapter 59, Holding Back. Third person's POV. Merlin and the rest of the crowd watched as Arthur and Lance were escorted away by the teachers, both boys receiving a stern reprimand for their unsanctioned duel. The atmosphere, once buzzing with excitement, now faded into murmurs and scattered conversations as the students slowly began to disperse. The thrilling spectacle had officially come to an end, though the buzz of the duel lingered heavily in the air. Everywhere Merlin turned, she could hear bits of conversation, exclamations about the clash, praise for the technique of both fighters, and debates about who would have truly won under different circumstances. It was clear the match had left a mark on everyone's minds. Gwyneth walked alongside Merlin, arms folded and a pensive look on her face. "It's a shame Lance lost," she said with a sigh, her tone tinged with disappointment. "I really wonder how things would have gone if his sword hadn't broken. He might have had a real shot." "Lance would have still lost," Merlin replied bluntly, not missing a beat. Gwyneth raised an eyebrow and shot Merlin an unimpressed look. "Of course you'd say that, you're Arthur's friend. You were rooting for him the whole time." Merlin shook her head, her tone shifting from blunt to serious. "No. That's not why I said it. A real friend doesn't blindly support someone, they speak the truth, even when it's not convenient. I've known Arthur for a long time, and when it comes to matters like this, I try to remain objective. So believe me when I say, Arthur would have won, broken sword or not." Gwyneth's curiosity deepened, and she glanced sideways at Merlin as they continued walking. "Okay, then tell me, why do you say that? What makes you so confident?" Merlin exhaled softly. "Because Arthur was holding back. Quite a lot, actually." Gwyneth's eyes widened. "Wait, what? Are you serious?" "He was holding back." Merlin nodded, a knowing expression on her face. "It's one of Arthur's biggest weaknesses, his overwhelming sense of chivalry. When he fights, he tries to make things as fair as possible. He always wants a duel to be an even match, and he'll go out of his way to handicap himself if he thinks it'll make the fight more honorable." Gwyneth stared at her, baffled. "Seriously?" Merlin smirked and leaned in a little closer, as if sharing a secret. "Here's something most people don't know about Arthur. He's a dual wielder." "Eh, what now?" Gwyneth tilted her head, confused. "A dual wielder," Merlin repeated, a spark of pride in her voice. "Arthur is trained to fight with two swords, one in each hand. That's his specialty." Gwyneth gasped. "But, he only used one sword during the duel." Merlin gave her a pointed look, smirking. "What an astute observation." Gwyneth blushed, caught off guard by the sarcasm. Merlin continued, her tone light but informative. "Yes, he only used one. But that's exactly my point. While Arthur is perfectly skilled with a single sword, his strength, his true strength, comes out when he's wielding two. Against Lance, he was essentially fighting with one hand tied behind his back." Gwyneth looked down at the path as they walked, her mind turning. "Wow. Arthur's incredible," she said softly, a note of awe in her voice. "Poor Lance. So, he really didn't stand a chance, did he?" Merlin shrugged. "Not exactly. Lance was holding back too, just not as much as Arthur was. The two of them are both prodigies, but Arthur's got a slight edge when he's serious." Gwyneth nodded in thought. Then Merlin gave Gwyneth a curious glance. "You're awfully confident in Arthur. Why don't you doubt him?" "Doubt what?" Gwyneth asked. Merlin chuckled under her breath, eyeing her mischievously. "Arthur was the one who made the swords they used. I would have thought you might suspect he tampered with them, maybe reinforced his own or made Lance's weaker." Gwyneth suddenly halted, her eyes going wide in horror. She placed both hands on top of her head. I didn't even think of that." Merlin stared at her in shock, her mouth slightly agape before she burst out laughing. She wrapped an arm around her middle, laughing so hard she had to slow her pace. Gwyneth blushed again, a sheepish smile forming on her lips. She brought her hands down in front of her chest, pressing them together with a gentle sincerity. "I guess I didn't consider it for a good reason. Oh yeah? Merlin asked through her giggles, raising an eyebrow. Yeah. Gwyneth said softly, her tone warm. Even though I've only known Arthur for, what, a week? There's just something about him that tells me he'd never do something like that. I can't explain it, but I just know. Sure, he jokes around a lot, but underneath all that, he's a genuinely good person. I can feel it. She clasped her hands behind her back and looked up at the sky, a peaceful smile spreading across her face. Like you said, Arthur's chivalrous. He has honor. He wouldn't cheat, not even to win. Gwyneth turned to Merlin with a bright, affectionate look in her eyes. Still, it's weird. I don't know how I know, I just know, you know. Merlin smiled knowingly. Trust me, she said, her voice gentle and sure. I know. The two girls shared a quiet moment, before breaking into soft laughter again, their shared amusement echoing as they walked side by side through the courtyard. Meanwhile, Arthur and Lance sat side by side in the nurse's office, their clothes scuffed, their hair slightly disheveled. Madame Poppy Pomfrey paced before them, arms folded beneath her robes, a distinct look of exasperation on her face. Honestly, you boys. It hasn't even been a full week since term started, and already I'm getting visits like this. Brawling in the courtyard like a pair of common street hooligans. We truly apologize for the inconvenience, Arthur said politely, giving a small nod of respect. Though, with all due humility, I assure you that neither of us is injured. There really was no need for us to be examined. Lance finished for Arthur, echoing his calm tone. It was just a friendly spar, really, nothing more. Pomfrey muttered something under her breath, but after a thorough examination involving glowing spells, a few taps of her wand, and some poking around for bruises, she finally stepped back with a sigh. Well, you're both miraculously intact, no broken bones or ruptured spleens. Merlin only knows how. You're free to go. But please do try not to make this a habit, will you? Yes, ma'am, both boys said in unison, standing up from the cot. Soon after, Arthur and Lance found themselves standing before the massive stone gargoyle guarding the entrance to the headmaster's office. Flanking them were Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Snape, each looking less than amused. McGonagall stepped forward, gave the password, and the gargoyle leapt aside, revealing the spiral staircase behind. As the group ascended and they entered the circular office, Arthur's attention immediately snapped away from the waiting headmaster. His eyes lit up with childish delight. Fawkes, he called, the name bursting from his lips with clear joy. Arthur, the phoenix squawked joyfully, taking flight with a glorious flare of golden feathers and radiant fire. In an elegant arc, he soared toward Arthur and perched on the boy's extended arm, nuzzling his cheek affectionately. The entire room paused. Even Dumbledore, seated behind his grand desk, blinked in mild surprise at the reunion unfolding before him. Arthur laughed softly, rubbing his face against Fawkes' warm feathers. You're just as radiant and noble as I remembered. Lance watched in awe as Arthur sat down with Fawkes perched gracefully on his shoulder. You two know each other? He asked, blinking. Of course, Arthur grinned. Fawkes, meet Lance Demere. Lance, this is Fawkes, though I'm sure it's obvious, he's a phoenix. Lance gave a courteous wave. A pleasure to meet you, truly. Greetings, child of Snake, Fawkes replied in a melodic squawk, tilting his head in Lance's direction. Before Arthur could ask, a deliberate throat clearing caught their attention. Both turned to see Dumbledore arching a patient brow. Arthur straightened quickly. Oh, right. Apologies, Headmaster. Good evening, sir. Good evening, Headmaster, Lance echoed politely. Dumbledore smiled genially, offering a tin of lemon drops. Lemon drop. Arthur politely declined, while Lance helped himself without hesitation. Yes, a fine evening indeed, Dumbledore continued, placing the tin back on his desk. So fine, in fact, that it apparently inspired the two of you to cross swords in the courtyard like knights of old. I am told it was quite the spectacle. Perhaps the two of you can explain what, exactly, possessed you to duel in front of the entire student body, armed with blades, no less. His gaze moved between the two boys before glancing toward the assembled professors. Especially strange, given how close you've reportedly become in class. I'm curious. Was this a quarrel? A rivalry? Or something else entirely? Arthur respectfully raised a hand. If I may, Headmaster. Dumbledore nodded once. Please. Before Arthur could begin, Snape scoffed loudly. Oh, do we really need to hear it? It's clear enough, jealousy. Arthur couldn't compete with Mr. Demere's superior intellect and sought to compensate by attempting to best him physically. A typical Gryffindor response, impulsive, prideful, and predictable. Arthur's jaw clenched as he took a deep breath through his nose. He really knows how to test my patience. That will be quite enough, Severus, Dumbledore said calmly, raising a hand. Personal bias does not belong in this room. I would advise you to keep your assumptions to yourself. A bit late for that, Arthur thought bitterly, casting a side-eye toward the potion's master. What is his deal with me? I've barely spoken to the men. Dumbledore turned back. Arthur, continue. Thank you, Headmaster, Arthur nodded graciously. As I was saying, the duel between Lance and I wasn't born of animosity or rivalry. Quite the opposite, in fact. We discovered we both have a deep appreciation for the art of swordsmanship, particularly in the traditional and lost techniques. We arranged this duel as a respectful test of skill between two people who admire the same craft. He paused, then added with a calm sincerity, there was no hostility. No intent to harm. Only mutual respect and a desire to learn more from one another through combat. Lance nodded, folding his arms. He speaks the truth. This was never about pride or proving who's better. It was about pushing ourselves and learning from each other. If anything, we've grown closer through it. Dumbledore sat back in his chair, steepling his fingers as he considered their words. Chapter 60, Still Punished. Third person's POV. Dumbledore sat back in his chair, steepling his fingers as he considered their words. He exchanged a look with McGonagall, who gave him a look of exasperation. I see, Dumbledore said after a pause. While I appreciate your honesty and your intentions, and while I will acknowledge the admirable nature of your respect for the sword, I must still remind you that unsanctioned dueling, especially with real weapons, is strictly prohibited at Hogwarts. Yes, sir. We understand, Arthur said with a small bow of his head. Of course, Headmaster, Lance agreed solemnly. Dumbledore looked at both of them a moment longer before his expression softened. Very well. I trust this will not happen again. Arthur and Lance turned to glance at each other, sharing a subtle smile of mutual understanding before quickly looking away. Their eyes then flickered toward Dumbledore, only to divert once more, as if trying to remain composed under his intense gaze. Neither boy said a word, their silence speaking volumes. I take it your silence means you have no intention of stopping after just one duel, Dumbledore said, his voice calm but filled with incredulity as he studied the two boys closely. You two can't be serious. Professor McGonagall interjected sharply, her tone tinged with disapproval and concern. Her arms were crossed tightly, her lips pressed into a thin line. Meanwhile, Professor Snape looked as though he was counting the seconds until the conversation was over. His expression was one of disdain and exhaustion, as if he found the entire ordeal beneath him. In stark contrast, Professor Flitwick chuckled quietly to himself, a growing smile curling across his lips. Despite the circumstances, he seemed to find the boy's spirited love for dueling oddly charming. Headmaster, if I may. Arthur said at last, rising from his seat with a dignified air. He stepped forward and, with deliberate care, reached to his side and unsheathed his sword. With a gentle motion, he placed it flat on Dumbledore's desk. If you examine the blade closely, you'll see it's extremely dull, Arthur explained, his tone calm and respectful. Lance and I weren't truly in danger during our exchange. We took precautions. Curious, Dumbledore reached out and picked up the weapon. Having personally seen the legendary sword of Gryffindor on more than one occasion, he knew the look and feel of a truly sharp blade. As he turned the sword over in his hands, inspecting it with a discerning eye, it became clear, Arthur was telling the truth. The edges were blunt and worn, even if the two boys had tried to harm one another, the blade would have done little more than bruise. Still, Arthur, Dumbledore said, setting the sword down with a soft clink, this is a very dangerous sport you're practicing. Even a dull blade in the wrong hands can do serious harm. I cannot, in good conscience, allow this behavior to continue without consequences. If either of you is caught engaging in such activities again, regardless of intent, not even I will be lenient. Arthur raised an eyebrow slightly, then leaned forward. Even if the swords are wooden. Pardon? Dumbledore asked, raising an eyebrow in turn. The main reason we use steel swords, Arthur began to clarify, was because it was our first real duel. We wanted it to be official, in a sense. But under normal circumstances, I prefer to train with a wooden blade. It's safer and more practical for sparring. So, I was wondering, would using wooden swords also be prohibited? To emphasize his point, Arthur pulled out his wand and pointed it toward the sword still lying on the desk. With a soft incantation, the steel shimmered and transformed into wood, its texture now rough and sanded, the color a rich mahogany brown. Dumbledore regarded Arthur for a long moment, then let out a quiet laugh, clearly amused. You truly are passionate about this, aren't you? Arthur gave a sheepish smile, a faint blush coloring his cheeks as he reached down and gently stroked Fawkes, who had perched on his shoulder during the conversation. Perhaps, he admitted, but is that such a terrible thing? I believe having a passion for something you love is one of life's greatest blessings. The room fell into a thoughtful silence. Then Dumbledore chuckled again, stroking his beard thoughtfully. The discussion continued, with the headmaster and Arthur engaging in a calm but spirited debate over the matter of wooden swords and supervised training. Their exchange stretched on for nearly 5 full minutes, during which McGonagall sighed, Snape rolled his eyes, and Flitwick looked thoroughly entertained. At last, Dumbledore sighed, raising a hand to signal his decision. Very well. So long as both of you understand the need to be cautious and respectful of one another. That means no excessive force, no reckless challenges, and absolutely no attempts to impress others at the expense of your safety. If either of you crosses that line, the consequences will be swift and severe. Do I make myself clear? Yes, sir. Arthur and Lance said in unison, sitting up straighter as if responding to a military commander. Now, Dumbledore continued with a sly smile tugging at the corners of his lips, let us move on to your punishment. Wah, we're still being punished. Lance exclaimed, a mixture of confusion and protest in his voice. But we explained everything. And indeed you did, Dumbledore nodded solemnly. I understand the enthusiasm of youth. I, too, was once young, believe it or not. I remember the thrill of a duel, the excitement of pushing your limits. But you still broke a rule, an important one. You engaged in an unsanctioned duel using weapons, however dull they may be. I cannot simply turn a blind eye to that. Arthur and Lance both winced slightly, clearly hoping their honesty would have spared them the lecture and consequences. As your punishment, Dumbledore declared, you are to assist your respective heads of house for the remainder of the weekend. You will follow their instructions without complaint, and you will not be dismissed until they are satisfied with your performance and your attitude. Do I make myself understood? Yes, sir, both boys muttered, their voices low as they sank slightly in their seats, sulking like chastised puppies. Dumbledore nodded with a warm smile. Then you best be on your way. Arthur and Lance both stood up and offered the headmaster a respectful bow. Thank you, headmaster, Arthur said politely, and Lance echoed with a simple, have a good day, sir. Together, they turned to leave, their footsteps quiet against the stone floor as they followed the teachers toward the exit. As they reached the door and began descending the stairs, Dumbledore turned his gaze toward the perch where his loyal phoenix, Fawkes, usually resided. Noticing the peculiar absence, his eyes twinkled with mischief. He called out to Arthur in a playful tone, Mr. King, leaving with your hands full, are we? Arthur flinched, clutching Fawkes, who was currently resting peacefully in his arms, a little tighter. Darn it, he mumbled under his breath. I was hoping he wouldn't notice. Lance turned to stare at him in disbelief, nearly tripping on the step. Wait, did you seriously just try to steal the headmaster's phoenix? Arthur glanced sideways, avoiding Lance's judgmental eyes. No, he muttered unconvincingly. Unfortunately for Arthur, and much to his visible dismay, Fawkes gave a cheeky chirp of farewell and, with a soft whoosh of flames, vanished from Arthur's arms in a swirl of gold and red fire, leaving behind nothing but faint embers and a smoldering pout on Arthur's face. Lance burst into laughter as they continued down the stairs. Arthur trudged beside him, sulking. Once they reached the bottom of the spiral staircase, Arthur turned to Professor McGonagall, standing a little straighter as he asked, Professor, may I be allowed to return to my dormitory to change first? Snape, who had been walking just behind them, narrowed his eyes and interjected coldly, so you can attempt to skip out on your punishment, I presume. I think not. But he suddenly stopped mid-sentence, his voice catching in his throat. It wasn't just him. Professor McGonagall's breath hitched slightly, and even Flitwick, usually calm and cheerful, furrowed his brows with unease. The air had shifted. All of them seemed to feel it at once. Arthur was no longer pouting. His expression had gone completely blank, emotionless. And though none of them could be sure whether it was a trick of the light or something more, they could have sworn Arthur's eyes had begun to glow faintly, a subtle but eerie radiance pulsing within them. Without realizing it, all three professors took a step back. Their posture instinctively changed, shoulders low, eyes diverted, as if reacting to something ancient and intimidating. Arthur's voice was cold and controlled as he turned his gaze directly toward Snape. Are you, by chance, the teacher of my house? He asked, his tone like a blade. Or were you the one assigned to oversee my punishment? Snape opened his mouth but didn't speak. He couldn't. Arthur didn't wait for a response. I'll answer for you, you were not. So my earlier question was not directed to you. Know your place. The silence that followed was deafening. Even the torches lining the walls seemed to flicker lower. Arthur then turned back to McGonagall and addressed her with respectful calm. May I, Professor? McGonagall was clearly shaken, but she gathered herself quickly. Why you may, she said, her voice slightly unsteady before regaining its firmness. But you are to report directly to the Transfiguration classroom afterward. No detours. Understood. Certainly. Much appreciated, Arthur replied with a slight bow. His eyes dimmed back to normal, and the atmosphere lightened almost immediately, like a shadow being lifted from the room. As Arthur turned to leave, he suddenly paused mid-step and looked over his shoulder. Lance, what are you doing? Lance was kneeling on one knee, head lowered, one fist resting against the floor like a knight paying homage to a king. His body was tense, but he blinked rapidly and shook his head as if snapping out of a trance. "Huh," he muttered, startled. "Oh, I was just tying my laces." He fumbled awkwardly at the bunny ears on his shoes, clearly embarrassed. Arthur raised an eyebrow but said nothing, only nodding slowly before continuing down the hallway toward his dorm, grumbling under his breath about losing control of his emotions. Chapter 61, Coolest Loser. Third person's POV. Lance was slowly walking towards his dorm room, also having been given permission to change out of his dirty clothes that were stained from having rolled around in the ground during his duel with Arthur. Lance was looking down at the ground, his eyes out of focus as he was deep in thought, mainly about the events that transpired a few moments ago. Why did I bow? Lance thought, mostly in confusion, what the heck came over me for my body to react like that? It wasn't voluntary. It was like something deep inside me just responded to him. Automatically. Without question. His fists clenched slightly at his sides. A better question might be, what is Arthur, really? He pondered to himself that pressure he unleashed early on. I barely noticed it at first, but when I did, Lance shivered at the memory. It was honestly terrifying. The more he learned about Arthur, the less he felt he truly knew. Lance was so deep in contemplation, so completely absorbed by the mystery that was Arthur, that he nearly failed to notice someone waiting for him just ahead, standing at the corner where the corridor descended into the lower levels, leading toward the dungeon and his dorm. Looking up, he blinked in surprise. There, leaning casually against the stone wall, was Gwyneth. In her arms was a folded robe bearing the distinctive green and silver of Slytherin. "Lance," she called out with a bright smile, waving at him. "Gwyneth," he said, eyebrows raised in genuine surprise. "What a surprise. What are you doing all the way down here?" "I came to return your robe," she replied cheerfully. "I forgot to hand it back after the professors escorted you off the field." She stepped forward and extended it toward him, the fabric neatly folded. "You left it behind." "Ah, right," Lance murmured, accepting the robe with a slight bow. "Thanks. I almost forgot about it myself." He tucked it under his arm, but his curiosity lingered. "Was that all, or was there something else you wanted to talk about?" Gwyneth hesitated for a moment, then smiled again, this time with a hint of nervousness. "Actually, yeah. I just wanted to say, I thought you looked really cool during your battle with Arthur." She suddenly threw her hands up and began mimicking the motions of their duel, making exaggerated sound effects. "Your sword went like, swoosh. Clink. Bang. Swoosh swoosh," she exclaimed, twirling her arms like she was wielding a blade. Lance blinked, and then let out a short, genuine laugh. There was something charming, adorable, even, about the way she acted it out so animatedly. But as his laughter died down, a shadow passed over his face and his eyes dimmed. "I'm not sure someone who lost would be considered very cool," he said quietly, his voice heavy with doubt. "Well, I think you were," Gwyneth said brightly, placing her hands on her hips. "You were the coolest loser I know." Lance stared at her. He didn't say anything right away. He just looked at her, letting her words settle and echo awkwardly in the silence. Gwyneth's expression suddenly twisted in horror as she processed what she'd just said. "Wait. That didn't come out right," she exclaimed, her face rapidly flushing red. "What I meant was, even though you lost, you were still really cool. Like, you lost in a cool way. You fought with style and grace and, oh, you know what I'm trying to say." Lance snorted with laughter, covering his mouth with one hand. Hee hee. "Thanks, I suppose. I think I get what you're trying to say." He looked at her with a small smirk. "You're trying to comfort me, right? Well. I appreciate it." He stepped forward, gently patting her shoulder in passing. "It's nice to know I'm the coolest loser you know," he teased as he began to walk past her. Gwyneth let out a mortified groan, throwing both hands over her face. "I so didn't mean it like that," she called out after him as he descended down the hallway. Lance laughed, slipping the robe over his shoulder and waving without looking back. "Talk to you later, Gwyneth. And thanks again, for the robe and the cheer-up." Gwyneth was left standing at the top of the corridor, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She let out a long sigh, dragging her hands down her face. "That's what I get for opening my big mouth," she muttered, shaking her head as she turned and started walking away. Arthur was making his way back to the Gryffindor dorms, his hair rustling with each step as the events of the day weighed heavily on his mind. Much like Lance, his path was not without interruption, though in Arthur's case, it was a familiar and rather comforting one. A certain someone was waiting just around the bend with a knowing smirk and a mischievous glint in her eyes. That someone, of course, was Merlin. As soon as she saw him, Merlin closed the distance between them with graceful steps and, without a word, slipped her arm around his. Someone's letting a certain someone live rent-free in their head, she said teasingly, looking up at him with a smirk. Arthur sighed, visibly deflating. Ugh. Don't even bring it up. I swear, if I keep thinking about it, I'll lose what's left of my sanity. Merlin giggled, absolutely delighted by his misery. And to think, you were actually looking forward to spending 7 whole years in this place. Arthur groaned and rubbed his temple. If this is what the first week feels like, I don't even want to imagine the rest. If I have to deal with this nonsense every year, I'll lose my mind by year 2, 3 if I'm lucky. Still giggling softly, Merlin leaned her head slightly against his arm as they walked. Well, at least you're not alone. I'm sure I'll be forced to put up with some of your dramatics for the foreseeable future. Arthur glanced at her with a tired smile, a touch of playfulness returning to his expression. What's worse is we hardly have any classes together. If you were at least there to suffer with me, I might have had a chance at enduring it. Ah, that's sweet, she said, patting his arm affectionately. But maybe it's for the best. I wouldn't want you becoming emotionally dependent on me, now would I? Arthur gave her an exaggerated eye roll as they reached the portrait entrance to the Gryffindor common room. Yeah, I get it. She laughed softly as he entered to quickly change. Merlin waited just outside the entrance, idly glancing at the passing students. Inside, Arthur paused by the announcement board and noticed a new posting. Flying lessons begin Thursday, Gryffindor and Slytherin will train together. He shook his head and changed out of his uniform, emerging a few minutes later now carrying Cosmo, the lazy feline sprawled across his shoulders, tail flicking slightly as he yawned. Reunited, Merlin fell in step beside him again as they resumed walking, this time toward the classroom where Arthur would serve his detention. You know, she said with a sly nudge, we could have spent the weekend doing something relaxing. But no, you just had to go and duel someone and get yourself into trouble. Arthur groaned dramatically and buried his face in his hands. Don't remind me, he moaned. What have I done? His pitiful act made Merlin burst out laughing, her amusement echoing in the stone halls. Lowering his hands, Arthur glanced at her with a smirk that belied his fake despair. So what are you going to do while I'm suffering through punishment? Merlin tapped her chin thoughtfully. I think I'll head to the library. Gwyneth wanted to meet up, she was really curious about the magic you used earlier during the duel. After that, I'll probably keep working on my custom magic circles. I've barely had any time since classes started, and I have a few designs I've been dying to refine. Arthur smiled warmly at her enthusiasm. There's never a moment when you're not teaching or experimenting with magic, is there? What can I say? I just love what I do, she said with a proud little shrug. Then she patted his arm. Anyway, this is your stop. Good luck, Art. You too, Mel, Arthur said with a sigh. He gave Cosmo a gentle pat on the head and walked up to the door of the Transfiguration classroom. He raised his hand and knocked firmly. Enter, came Professor McGonagall's crisp voice from within. Arthur pushed open the door and stepped inside. McGonagall was seated behind her desk, spectacles perched low on her nose as she reviewed a stack of papers. Good afternoon, Professor, Arthur greeted politely as he walked up and took a seat across from her. Good afternoon, Mr. King, she replied, her tone formal but not unkind. Without another word, she slid a small stack of unsorted papers across the desk toward him. Sort these into whatever order you deem appropriate, she instructed. Of course, Arthur said without hesitation. He pulled the stack closer and began scanning each page, noting their categories and contents. With practiced efficiency, he began organizing them. A few minutes of silence passed, the only sound in the room being the soft shuffle of papers. Then, unexpectedly, McGonagall spoke again. You know, Mr. King. I've read your books. Arthur looked up, momentarily stunned. You have, he said, breaking into a wide, surprised smile. I have, she confirmed, a faint smile tugging at her lips. It's certainly an interesting piece of work. I hope you won't mind if I ask a few questions about it. Arthur straightened in his seat, clearly eager now. Not at all, Professor. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions you have. Chapter 62, Flying Lessons, 1. Third Person's POV. Arthur and Lance were standing out in the sunlit yard alongside the rest of their housemates, waiting with a mix of excitement and nervousness. Today marked the beginning of their first flying lesson, and to some of their mild dismay, it was a joint session with the Slytherins. Students murmured and shuffled as they stood beside a row of battered school brooms that looked like they'd been plucked straight from a forgotten janitor's closet. Madame Hooch strode into the clearing. She was a stern-looking woman with spiky short gray hair and piercing yellow eyes, sharp and alert like a hawk. Well, what are you all waiting for? She barked, her commanding voice cutting through the chatter like a whip. Everyone stand by a broomstick. Come on, hurry up, we haven't got all day. Arthur, glancing down at the broom lying beside him, couldn't help but raise a brow. The handle was worn, the bristles frayed and uneven, and it creaked slightly as he nudged it with his shoe. He leaned in and then thought privately, the school might actually benefit from proper funding. These tools are downright depressing. Madame Hooch planted herself firmly at the front and raised her voice again. Stick out your right hand over your broom, she instructed, and say, up. Up, the class chorused, voices rising in a variety of tones, some confident, others unsure. But when Arthur spoke the word, it didn't come out like a simple command, it echoed with authority, as though it were a royal decree. The broom, as if recognizing his presence and rank, immediately sprang up into his outstretched palm with obedient enthusiasm. He wasn't alone in his success. Lance's broom rose just as easily, along with Harry's and a few others. Unfortunately, several of their classmates were not so lucky. Ron's broomstick jerked up violently and smacked him square in the face, earning a loud thwack. And a groan of pain. Both Arthur and Harry couldn't help themselves, they burst out laughing. Oh, shut it, both of you, Ron muttered, rubbing his nose while wearing a faint but amused scowl. Meanwhile, Hermione's broom refused to budge. It merely rolled back and forth on the grass like a stubborn cat refusing to be called. Up. I said up. Go up, you stupid broom, she snapped in frustration. I don't think you're supposed to insult it, Hermione, Arthur teased gently, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Try coaxing it, not cursing it. You have to beckon it into your palm as well, not just shut out instructions at it. Hermione furrowed her brows but gave a sharp nod. She adjusted her stance, widened her fingers, and with newfound resolve said, up. To her delight, the broomstick shot up into her hand. Her face lit up with a radiant grin, her front teeth prominent as she beamed with pride. I did it. Thanks, Arthur. Arthur responded with a thumbs up and a playful wink as Madame Hooch began explaining how to mount the brooms properly. Swing your leg over, and keep both hands firmly on the handle, she demonstrated. Grip tightly, but not so tight your knuckles go white. You'll need flexibility when you're in the air. Harry and Ron exchanged gleeful glances when Madame Hooch corrected Malfoy's stance, telling him bluntly he had been mounting his broom incorrectly for years. Arthur just rolled his eyes at their satisfaction, amused but not surprised by their petty delight. Now, when I blow my whistle, Madame Hooch continued, holding the shiny silver instrument in her fingers, you kick off from the ground, hard. Keep your broom steady, rise a few feet into the air, and then come straight back down by leaning forward gently. Ready. On my whistle, 3, 2. But before the whistle even reached her lips, a shout of alarm rang out. Neville, jittery and already pale, had accidentally launched himself into the air with an anxious push. He rose into the sky like a firework, his legs flailing wildly as he ascended higher and higher, 10 feet, 20, then 30. Neville. Come back, boy. Madame Hooch called, but it was no use. He wasn't in control. Two sharp whooshes tore through the air as Arthur and Lance took off like twin arrows loosed from a bow. The sudden gust from their departure caused Madame Hooch's hair to ruffle, and she briefly shielded her eyes. When she looked up, she saw them soaring through the sky, both boys flying with natural grace, their robes flapping behind them. Neville was beginning to tilt sideways, terror etched across his face, and then, he fell. Gasps erupted from the students below. But before he could plummet far, Arthur and Lance each reached out, snatching one of Neville's legs and catching him in midair. He dangled upside down between them, his arms stretched downward and his heart beating against his ribs like a drum. His face was pale, eyes spinning from the sudden perspective. Careful. Madame Hooch called out. Bring him down slowly. Easy now. With great coordination and gentleness, the boys descended, their broomsticks gliding down in tandem until Neville was back on solid earth. The moment his shoes touched the grass, he crumpled to his knees and kissed the ground with dramatic fervor. Oh, sweet, sweet ground. How I've missed you, he murmured with reverence, ignoring the laughter and cheers of his classmates. Good work, both of you. 10 points each to Gryffindor and Slytherin for your quick action in saving a classmate, Madame Hooch announced, her voice firm but laced with clear pride. She gave Arthur and Lance a curt nod of approval, her hawk-like eyes twinkling for a brief moment. A few students clapped, and Neville gave them both a shaky thumbs up, still slightly pale from his ordeal. But the warm mood was promptly disrupted. Why did you even bother saving him, Lance? Sneered Pansy Parkinson, arms folded as she curled her lip in disgust. You should have just let him eat dirt. Yeah, Malfoy chimed in, his voice dripping with contempt as he leaned lazily on his broom. Would have been hilarious if he at least broke an arm or something. Several Gryffindors turned to glare at Malfoy, particularly Hermione, who looked utterly appalled. Even Ron's ears turned red from anger. Lance blinked at them, clearly taken aback by their callousness. What? Why would I do that? That wouldn't have been nice. Either way, nothing would have happened, Arthur was already on the move. I just figured I'd help and maybe earn our house some points too. He raised an eyebrow at them, as if genuinely confused by their behavior. What is it with them being so aggressive and mean all the time, he wondered. Ron gave Lance a long look, then turned to Harry and Arthur as he walked back to join the rest of the students. Are we sure the Sorting Hat did the right thing putting Lance in Slytherin? Arthur grinned broadly at that. See? And you were assuming Lance was some kind of dark wizard in the making. Look at you now, praising him. Ron rolled his eyes but nodded begrudgingly. Well, he did help save Neville. I suppose he's not all bad. I think Lance is cool in my book, Neville chimed in, now standing and dusting off his robes, wobbling slightly but smiling with appreciation. Thanks again. Before anyone could respond, Malfoy's attention shifted. He narrowed his eyes, spotting something glinting in the grass a few meters away. Without warning, he kicked off on his broom and darted forward, cutting through the air and shooting past Madame Hooch. Boy. Get back here, the lesson hasn't even officially started. Madame Hooch barked furiously, her whistle still clenched in her fist. But Malfoy ignored her completely. He dipped down and snatched something from the ground. Holding it high, he smirked as he turned back toward the group. Looky here. Forget something, Longbottom, he called, tossing the shiny glass ball into the air and catching it casually. Neville's eyes widened. My Remembrall, he exclaimed, patting his robes and realizing it had fallen from his pocket during the fall. My Gren gave me that. Give it back, Malfoy. Harry stepped forward, his voice firm. Everyone's attention shifted to the brewing confrontation. Even the Slytherins had gone quiet, watching curiously. Madame Hooch looked like she was about to burst a vein. But Malfoy simply smiled nastily. I think I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to find, how about, up a tree? He laughed and began floating in slow circles above the yard, the Remembrall still bouncing in his palm. Stop it, Malfoy. Return it. Harry shouted again, taking a step forward. Come and get it, Potter, Malfoy taunted, his smirk widening. Harry didn't hesitate. In a flash, he grabbed his broom, swung his leg over, and kicked off the ground with surprising confidence and speed. Potter. Malfoy. Get back down here at once. Madame Hooch's voice thundered over the yard. Her face had turned a deep shade of red, and she looked moments away from exploding. You'll both be grounded for this. But Harry wasn't listening. His eyes were locked on Malfoy, and he raced after him like a comet. Malfoy, clearly startled by the pursuit, fumbled for a moment and hastily leaned forward, bolting ahead to keep his distance. The Remembrall slipped slightly in his hand, and he gripped it tighter. On the ground, Arthur folded his arms and watched the scene unfold with a wry grin. Ah, youth, he said dramatically, his eyes tracking the chase in the sky. Lance gave him a sidelong glance. Remembering the good old days, Gramps, he said with a smirk. Arthur merely chuckled amused by his retort. Chapter 63, Flying Lessons, 2. Third Person's POV. Both Harry and Malfoy soared through the air at breakneck speed, locked in a fierce and competitive chase. Malfoy weaved through the sky with a smug expression, attempting to outmaneuver Harry and shake him off his tail. But Harry gripped his broom tightly with both hands, his knuckles white, his body leaning forward instinctively. A rush of exhilaration surged through him, fierce, wild, and free, as he realized something incredible. This was something he could do without anyone teaching him. It came to him as naturally as breathing. Eyes narrowed with determination, Harry surged ahead, his broom responding almost as if it were part of him. With a burst of speed, he darted past Malfoy and cut cleanly in front of him, forcing the blonde boy to swerve abruptly to avoid a collision. Malfoy's face contorted in stunned disbelief. Give it here, Harry demanded, his voice sharp with confidence. Or I'll knock you off that broom. Oh, yeah. Malfoy retorted, trying to mask his fear with a sneer, though a flicker of worry betrayed him. Harry didn't hesitate. His body moved with unthinking precision. He leaned forward again, and the broom shot ahead like a javelin. Malfoy barely dodged in time, a look of panic flashing across his face. Harry spun his broom around in a sharp arc, maintaining complete control, and hovered in place, steady and defiant. Cheers and applause erupted from below, clapping and whistling in admiration. No Crabbe and Goyle to save you up here, Malfoy, Harry called, voice taunting. It was clear the same thought had occurred to Malfoy. His eyes darted nervously. Then, in a burst of frustration, he shouted, catch it if you can, then. With that, he hurled the Remembrall high into the air and dived back toward the ground. Harry's breath caught as he saw the small glass ball arc upward, glittering in the sunlight, before gravity claimed it. Time seemed to slow. Without hesitation, he angled his broom downward and dived. The wind roared in his ears like a freight train, tangling his hair and making his eyes water. Screams and gasps of horror echoed from below as he gained speed, racing the falling Remembrall. His fingers stretched out desperately. The ground rushed up to meet him, too fast, too soon, and then, just a foot from the earth, his hand closed around the ball. Triumph and terror collided inside him as he yanked up the broom with all his strength, barely managing to level out. He stuck his foot out, dirt being kicked up due to the force as he braked. But when he stopped, he sat up and was visibly breathless and shaking. The remembrall was still clutched tightly in his fist. Harry Potter. The sharp voice cut through the commotion like a blade. Arthur's eyes widened as he spotted Professor McGonagall striding across the lawn with purpose. A grin spread across his face. Here it is. My opportunity to get into Quidditch. Arthur thought excitedly, watching as Harry stood, frozen in place, visibly trembling from the adrenaline and sudden appearance of the stern professor. Never, in all my time at Hogwarts, McGonagall's voice was shaking with disbelief, her glasses flashing dangerously. How dare you, you might have broken your neck. It wasn't his fault, Professor, came a voice. Be quiet, Miss Patil. But Malfoy, said Ron. That's enough, Mr. Weasley. Potter, follow me. Now. Madame Hooch looked just as furious, perhaps even humiliated, that another professor had to intervene during her flying lesson. Her lips pressed into a tight line as Harry followed McGonagall, shoulders stiff with anxiety. To save face, she turned toward Malfoy with a scowl. As Professor McGonagall handles Mr. Potter's punishment, I'll be dealing with your behavior, Mr. Malfoy. Malfoy's eyes widened, and he took a small step back, intimidated by the sudden steel in Madame Hooch's voice and the stern look etched into her features. Meanwhile, Arthur quietly slipped away from the gathered students, a smirk playing at his lips. Harry's punishment, my tush, he thought with a soft chuckle. He placed a hand over his chest, and a subtle glow flickered, a Tier 1 magic circle activated silently beneath his palm, reducing his presence until he was practically invisible. With stealth worthy of a seasoned spy, he disappeared into the castle, tailing Harry and Professor McGonagall at a safe distance. Just before the doors swung shut behind him, he caught Madame Hooch's final words. 20 points from Slytherin. Arthur didn't bother waiting for the rest. He crept silently through the corridors, following McGonagall as she strode toward the Charms classroom. Before long, she emerged again, this time with Oliver Wood, the burly and enthusiastic captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, in tow. Arthur's grin widened. He softly chuckled as he remembered all of the memes he saw in his past life about Voldemort being scared of Woods, which was why Voldemort started making his move after Woods graduated from Hogwarts, or about Woods drowning himself after losing the Quidditch Cup. Arthur peeked around the stone corridor, just in time to see the three of them slip into an empty classroom. A few seconds later, the translucent form of Peeves the Poltergeist phased through the wooden door, muttering angrily to himself as he floated off in the opposite direction. Arthur waited a moment, then quickly jogged over and pressed his ear against the door, carefully tuning into the voices inside. Potter, this is Oliver Wood, came Professor McGonagall's unmistakable voice. Wood, I've found you a seeker. Are you serious, Professor? Wood said, his voice practically bursting with excitement. Absolutely, McGonagall replied, crisp and composed as ever. The boy's a natural. I've never seen anything like it. Was that your first time on a broomstick, Potter? Arthur couldn't see inside the room, but he could imagine Harry nodding shyly. He caught that thing in his hand after a 50-foot dive, McGonagall continued proudly. Didn't even scratch himself. Charlie Weasley couldn't have pulled that off any smoother. Arthur slowly backed away from the door, eyes sparkling as he found his opportunity. Then, with a theatrical wave of his hand over his face, he donned a dramatically distressed expression and burst through the door as if it were the most urgent matter in the entire world. Harry is innocent, Professor. There's no need to punish him so severely, he cried. The abrupt entrance startled all three occupants of the room. Harry nearly jumped out of his skin, Wood flinched as though Arthur were a rogue bludger, and Professor McGonagall stiffened, blinking in disbelief. Art. McGonagall began, but Arthur was already mid-performance. It's Malfoy who should be punished. Harry did nothing wrong. He was just trying to help Neville. Arthur, McGonagall tried again, eyes narrowing. He risked his own safety to retrieve the remembrall. That's selflessness. That's not something that deserves punishment. Arthur, Harry isn't. He's a hero. A loyal friend. He doesn't deserve to be expelled or sent to the dungeons or... Arthur. McGonagall finally snapped, her voice booming like thunder. The sheer volume made Arthur freeze mid-rant, almost flinching as he didn't expect her voice to go so high. She took a long breath, pinching the bridge of her nose and muttering something under her breath. First of all, she said slowly, regaining her composure, Harry isn't in any trouble, he's not facing any punishment. Arthur blinked. He's not. Harry echoed him with a surprised, I'm not. McGonagall sighed. No. Quite the opposite. I brought Mr. Potter here to recommend him to Mr. Wood as the new seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Based on what I saw out on the field, he has remarkable skill, natural talent. There was a long silence. Arthur's mouth opened and closed a few times, as if he was trying to process everything for the first time. Then, slowly, color began to rise to his cheeks. "Oh," he muttered sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. "Well, this is awkward." Chapter 64, Quidditch Talk. Third person's POV. "Yes, it certainly is awkward, isn't it, Mr. King?" Professor McGonagall said dryly, her tone laced with sarcasm as she fixed Arthur with a pointed look over her spectacles. Arthur chuckled awkwardly and rubbed the back of his neck. "Ha ha, yes, well, my apologies then, Professor." "You are forgiven, Mr. King," she replied with a sigh, "but do be so kind as to knock next time before barging into a room, will you?" "I'll take your words to heart, Professor," Arthur said politely, bowing his head slightly in deference. There was a short pause before Arthur, ever the opportunist, tilted his head with a thoughtful look. "So, since Harry's being allowed to play Quidditch despite being a first year, does that mean other first years are allowed to try out as well?" McGonagall's expression didn't change. "Certainly not," she replied crisply. "Mr. Potter is being given an exception due to a recommendation. That is all." "Then," Arthur said with a hopeful tone, "could you recommend me too? Humbly speaking, I am rather good at flying." Harry quickly jumped in to support him. "It's true, Professor. You should have seen how he and Lance helped save Neville. Arthur's flying is really good." Arthur glanced at Harry, giving him a mental thumbs up. "Nice assist, Harry." McGonagall arched an eyebrow. "No offense, Mr. Potter, but if I recall correctly, this is the first time you've officially witnessed someone flying. So your opinion that Mr. King is quite good doesn't carry much objective weight." Harry winced and offered Arthur a sheepish look, his eyes silently apologizing. "I tried." Arthur shot him a wink in return. "Don't worry, leave it to me." He turned back to McGonagall and flashed a mischievous grin. "Still, Professor, he was skilled enough that you thought he was worth placing on the Quidditch team. That's got to count for something, right?" Before McGonagall could respond, Oliver Wood stepped in, clearly intrigued by the conversation. "If I may, Professor," he said, then looked to Arthur. "Just being good at flying doesn't necessarily mean you're good at Quidditch. It's a lot more than just zooming around. You need reflexes, stamina, upper body strength. Physical capability matters." Arthur blinked and turned to glance meaningfully at Harry. "He's quite literally malnourished," he thought dryly. "Who says I'm not physically up to it?" Arthur countered. "Didn't I just get detention the other day for sword dueling Lance in the courtyard?" Oliver's eyes widened. "Wait a minute, you're that first year everyone's been talking about." Arthur's grin widened. "Oh, so you have heard of me?" Oliver rolled his eyes. "Everyone's heard of you by now. You're the madman who actually dueled someone with a real sword during your first week. And yeah, I heard you were insanely good. Not gonna lie, I'm actually considering letting you try out. If what I heard is true, I have no doubt you've got the power skills for the pitch." Arthur leaned back a bit, smug. "Glad to hear it. Mr. Wood, need I remind you that you already have a full roster on your team," Professor McGonagall said with clear exasperation. "Adding Mr. Potter, of course, means there's simply no room for Mr. King over here." "Ugh. You make a good point, Professor," Oliver grumbled, rubbing his forehead in defeat. "I don't mind being a substitute," Arthur chimed in, casually raising his hand. Oliver blinked. "A substitute?" "Yeah," Arthur said, perking up. "When one of your players is indisposed and can't play, I step in and save the day." Oliver gave him a flat look. "I know what a substitute is. I'm just surprised you'd be okay with it. You might not even get to play most of the season." Arthur shrugged with a confident grin. "I don't care. As long as I get to fly at least once in an actual game, I'm good. Besides, I can be your secret weapon. You know, bring me in when you're losing or something dramatic like that." Oliver chuckled. "You sure are confident in your skills, aren't you?" Arthur wiggled his fingers dramatically. "Here's a fun fact, I'm ambidextrous." Harry blinked, clearly confused. "What's that mean?" "It means I can use both hands equally well," Arthur explained. "Left, right, doesn't matter. I'm good with both." Oliver turned back toward McGonagall, a hopeful gleam in his eyes. "Come on, Professor, you have to let him try out. Just once. He doesn't even need to be a regular player." "I'm sorry, Mr. Wood, but I can't make another exception," McGonagall said, her tone laced with finality. "If I allow Mr. King as well as Mr. Potter, then I'd have to allow every first year who thinks they can fly a broom to try out." "Come on, Professor," Arthur pleaded, clasping his hands together with exaggerated earnestness. "Am I not your best student? Surely that should count for something." "The only thing that counts for," McGonagall replied dryly, "is me not giving you detention for skipping class." Arthur let out a weak laugh but didn't press further. McGonagall stared at him for a few long seconds, her sharp eyes scrutinizing his hopeful expression. Then she glanced at Oliver, who clearly wanted to see what all the fuss around the crazy first year was about. She sighed once more, deeper this time, and finally looked at Harry, who, bless him, seemed utterly lost in space. "Oh, fine," she said with a weary shake of her head. "Yes." Arthur cheered, pumping his fist into the air in victory. McGonagall gave him a look sharp enough to slice parchment, and Arthur instantly straightened, clearing his throat and composing himself. "I mean, thank you, Professor," he said in his most formal voice. "I am eternally grateful for your kindness, your benevolence, your unmatched generosity." All right, McGonagall interrupted, waving a hand dismissively. "I'll speak with Professor Dumbledore to see if we can't make a rare exception to the first-year rule. Heaven knows we need a stronger team than last year. Flattened by Slytherin, we were lucky they didn't set the field on fire. I couldn't look Severus Snape in the eye for weeks." She turned to Harry, her expression suddenly serious. "I expect to hear that you're training hard, Potter. Otherwise, I might change my mind and give you detention instead of a broom." Then, unexpectedly, her features softened, and a gentle smile touched her lips. "Your father would have been proud," she said. "He was an excellent Quidditch player himself." "You're joking," Harry whispered in awe. The four of them continued talking for a bit, McGonagall explaining the practice schedule starting next week, what she expected from them, and how proud she was to have hope for Gryffindor's team again. Finally, with a wave of her hand, she ushered them out of the room and sent them off to resume their classes. As Arthur and Harry walked through the corridors on their way back to class, Harry turned to him with a quiet smile. "Thanks," he said sincerely. Arthur blinked. "Huh? For what? You barged in to defend me. You thought I was going to get punished, didn't you? And you stood up for me anyway. It means a lot." Arthur opened his mouth, and then shut it again. The truth was, he hadn't really been defending Harry at first, he just wanted to join the team. But seeing the grateful expression on Harry's face, the warmth in his eyes, Arthur couldn't bring himself to ruin it. Instead, he just gave Harry a light pat on the shoulder and offered a crooked, slightly guilty smile. "Sure," Arthur said softly. "No problem." Chapter 65, Rivals. Third person's POV. As Arthur and his group of friends huddled together in a quiet corner of the Hogwarts library. The table was cluttered with parchment, quills, and half-finished homework assignments, but Arthur, practically vibrating with excitement, could barely focus. He leaned in, speaking in a low whisper so as not to draw the ire of Madame Pants, but his enthusiasm was barely contained as he told him the news of his participation in the tryouts. Gwyneth's eyes widened as she sat upright, momentarily forgetting the essay she was halfway through. "Really? That's incredible, Arthur. It's extremely rare for a first year to even be considered for the Quidditch team." Her voice rose a touch too loud, prompting a stern shhh. From a passing older student. She winced, then leaned closer. "Sorry, but still, that's amazing." Lance, who had been diligently copying down notes from a thick textbook on magical creatures, didn't look up but chimed in dryly, "That explains why you disappeared halfway through flying class." Madame Hooch looked very pressed when she realized you'd snuck off. Arthur scratched the back of his neck sheepishly, a faint blush dusting his cheeks. "Yeah, I thought I was in serious trouble. But luckily, Harry was with me and vouched for me, said we were with the professor, which technically wasn't a lie, so I didn't get detention." Merlin, who had been half listening while sketching something arcane in the margins of his herbology notes, looked over with a mischievous grin. So you're already skipping classes and thinking about becoming a jock. Should I be worried that you're on your way to becoming a full-blown delinquent?" Arthur rolled his eyes and huffed. "Oh please. If anyone in this group is most likely to turn into a delinquent, it's definitely you." Merlin raised a hand in mock offense. "Touché." Finally, Lance looked up from his notes, a thoughtful expression forming on his face. "Should I also try out for the Quidditch team?" Arthur blinked in surprise. "Huh? Wait, are you into Quidditch too?" Lance shrugged casually. "Not particularly. But since we're rivals, I figured it might be fun to compete against you." The table went silent. Arthur stared at him, then exchanged confused glances with the others. Gwyneth furrowed her brow, and even Merlin stopped doodling. "Rivals?" Arthur echoed, clearly baffled. Lance tilted his head slightly, clearly unaware of the confusion he'd just caused. "Yes. Are we not? I mean, it's something my mother always encouraged. I can see why it might sound strange without any context." Now the others were definitely intrigued. Merlin leaned forward, eyebrow raised, as Lance elaborated. "It's a training method my mother taught me," Lance explained. "She said that choosing someone I consider my equal, or someone whose skill I aspire to reach, as a rival can help push me to improve. That kind of motivation drives a person forward. Arthur and I have similar passions, and frankly, he's better than me in a lot of areas. So naturally, he seemed like the best choice. Arthur's confusion slowly melted into a grin, while Merlin's teasing expression gave way to something more serious. I get what your mother was trying to do, Merlin said thoughtfully. But just remember, rivalry can be a double-edged sword. If you get too obsessed with surpassing someone, it can poison your thoughts. You might lose your sense of self and fall into the trap of chasing power just for its own sake. Lance nodded solemnly, accepting the warning with quiet dignity. I know. My mother warned me about that too. But honestly, I'm okay with never surpassing Arthur. Gwyneth blinked. Eh? Really? Then what's the point? Isn't the whole point of a rival to eventually beat them? Lance smiled faintly and shook his head. That's only part of it. The real point is to push yourself beyond your limits. It's not about winning or losing, it's about growth. And honestly, he turned to Arthur with a crooked, roguish grin, if I can't surpass you, it just means I chose the right person. It says more about your skill than my failure. Arthur had to clamp a hand over his mouth to stifle the laugh bubbling up in his throat. His shoulders shook slightly, and his eyes gleamed with amusement and maybe even a touch of pride. Gwyneth, meanwhile, stared at Lance for a moment longer than necessary. She found herself slightly flustered, wondering why his smirk, paired with that casual head tilt, made him look suddenly handsome. Lance. Arthur said, his voice low but filled with excitement, barely able to contain the large, battle-hungry grin that stretched across his face. His fingers twitched slightly, as if already gripping an imaginary sword. You sure know how to get my blood pumping. I don't know about you, but I've got this sudden urge to pick up a sword right about now. Lance's smirk slowly mirrored Arthur's, the same hungry spark igniting in his eyes. Funny coincidence, my fingers are itching too. Would be a shame to let this fire go to waste. The two stood up in perfect sync, practically radiating anticipation, clearly ready to bolt from the library for another impromptu duel in the courtyard. All right, you battle-hungry maniacs, sit down, Merlin scoffed, not even looking up from her parchment. You both still have homework to finish, remember? Or do you plan on dueling your way out of failing charms? The sharp reminder hit them like a cold splash of water. They both froze mid-motion, their excitement deflating like popped balloons. With identical groans, they slumped back into their seats, grumbling under their breath. Fine, afterwards. Lance asked, flicking a glance Arthur's way. Arthur nodded with a determined look. Oh, definitely afterwards. Right then, Merlin said, with a casual wave of her hand. Anyway, moving along, Art, I've got something for you. Arthur blinked, confused. Wait, what? Merlin leaned beneath the table with a mischievous gleam in her eye, and when she resurfaced, she was holding a wide, oddly shaped object wrapped in crinkled newspaper. It had definitely not been there before. Even Gwyneth and Lance leaned in with surprise. Where did that come from? Gwyneth asked, glancing under the table as if something was hidden in a secret compartment. Merlin plopped the package down in front of Arthur. Go on. Open it. But it's not my birthday, Arthur said, bewildered. And it's definitely not Christmas either. Merlin rolled her eyes in exasperation. There doesn't have to be a holiday to give a friend something special, genius. Now stop gawking like a stupid idiot and open it. Still stunned, Arthur carefully tore away the newspaper wrapping. As the paper fell aside, everyone at the table gasped. It was a Nimbus 2000, sleek, gleaming, and polished to perfection. Arthur stared at it as if he were seeing a piece of heaven itself. He reached out slowly, reverently running his fingers along the wood grain. How did you? Merlin raised her chin proudly. Please. You think I don't know you by now? I figured the moment you heard about Quidditch tryouts, you'd jump at the chance. And to try out, you'd need a good broom. So, I took care of that. Arthur didn't say a word. Instead, he lunged to her side and tackled her into a tight bear hug, almost practically launching them both out of their chairs. Whoa, oof. Merlin yelped as her chair tipped backwards. When it tipped back down it released a band, echoing through the library like a thunderclap. Everyone around them jumped in fright, and Madame Pance's head snapped around like a hawk spotting prey. SHHHH, she hissed, her voice laced with fury as she gave them a glare. Mel, you're the freaking best, Arthur said into her shoulder, grinning from ear to ear as he held her tight. I know, Merlin replied, patting his arm smugly. I'm amazing, aren't I? Lance shook his head with a chuckle, and Gwyneth, still wide-eyed, leaned over and peeked under the table again. But, you didn't bring anything in with you, she muttered, utterly baffled. We all came in together. Where did you even hide that thing? Merlin just gave her a knowing smirk, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Magic, she said simply, winking. Chapter 66, Introduction to Quidditch. Third person's POV. Arthur and Harry found themselves standing side by side on the expansive Quidditch pitch, each clutching a brand new broomstick with a mixture of pride and anticipation. Around them, the rest of the Gryffindor Quidditch team was already gathered, chatting among themselves or checking their gear. The only one notably missing was Oliver Wood, their captain. Harry glanced over at Arthur's broom, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Did Professor McGonagall get you a broom too?" he asked excitedly, recalling how she had gifted him his Nimbus 2000. Arthur shook his head with a smug grin. "Nope. Mine was a gift from Merlin," he said proudly, holding the broom out for Harry to get a better look. It was sleek, polished to a mirror shine, and had intricate engravings along the handle, definitely not an ordinary broom. "Whoa, looks brilliant," Harry said, his eyes widening. The two boys were still admiring each other's brooms when Oliver Wood finally appeared, lugging a large wooden crate in his arms. He set it down with a heavy thud in the center of the group. "All right, team," Oliver called out, clapping his hands together. "Today's going to be an important practice session. We'll be getting Potter used to flying in a real match setting, and we're also giving Arthur a shot to try out for the team." "Oh, a tryout?" Fred said, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous grin as he approached the newcomers. George followed close behind, matching his twin's energy. "Tell me it's not for Beater. You're not coming after our spot, are you?" His tone was mock-threatening, but the playful glint in his eyes made it clear he was joking. "Nope," Oliver said before Arthur or Harry could respond. He began unlocking the crate, the latches clicking loudly. "Potter's our new seeker," McGonagall made that quite clear. "And Arthur here is trying out for Chaser." Fred and George shared a quick look and identical grins before turning back to Arthur. "Chaser, huh?" one of them said with an arched brow. "You'd better hold on to that fancy broom of yours. We'll be sending the Bloodjares your way today," the other added, cracking his knuckles ominously. Arthur didn't back down. He smirked, rising to the challenge. "Bring it on. I'll dodge anything you throw at me." "Bold words," Fred said, exchanging a nod with George. "We like bold," George replied, his grin growing wider. Meanwhile, Harry looked a bit lost. "Wait, a bludger? What's a bludger?" Oliver, now opening the crate, answered, "That's exactly what I'm about to explain." With a loud creak, the lid lifted, revealing 4 balls inside, each one distinctly different. "There are 4 balls used in Quidditch," Oliver began, pointing them out. "Let's start with this one." He reached inside and pulled out a large red ball, about the size of a soccer ball. "This is the quaffle. The chasers pass this ball around and try to score by throwing it through one of the opposing team's hoops." He gestured upwards to the towering goalposts, 3 golden hoops positioned 50 feet in the air at either end of the pitch. Each goal is worth 10 points. Harry and Arthur nodded along attentively. "Now, there's one keeper on each team, that's me for Gryffindor, and my job is to block the quaffle and stop the other team from scoring." "Okay," Harry said, trying to memorize everything. "So, 3 chasers and 1 keeper." "Got it. What about the other balls?" "Let me show you," said Oliver. He handed each of the twins a short wooden bat that resembled a mini baseball club. "Fred. George. You know what to do." With practiced ease, Oliver released the straps holding one of the 2 balls, both jet black and slightly smaller than the quaffle. The moment the restraints were off, the ball erupted out of the crate with violent force. "Those are the Bloodjares," Oliver said quickly, ducking as one zipped dangerously close to his head. "They're enchanted to fly around and try to knock players off their brooms. That's why each team has 2 beaters, Fred and George, in our case, to protect their teammates and redirect the Bloodjares toward the opposing team." As if on cue, Fred batted one of the Bloodjares with a loud crack, sending it soaring toward George, who deftly intercepted it and knocked it back. The twins continued the back and forth, putting on an impressive display of control and timing. "Bloodjares are fast, aggressive, and unpredictable," Oliver added, raising his voice over the noise of the twins' rally. "This is why beaters are some of the most important players in the game. Without them, it's chaos." The bludger suddenly veered off course, making a beeline for Harry and Arthur. Both boys instinctively ducked again. Fred, laughing, running after it and tackled the ball midair, wrestling it down to the ground. "Gotcha." Fred grunted, pinning the struggling bludger while George quickly rushed over down to help him secure it back in the crate. As the twins strapped the Bloodjares down again, panting and grinning from ear to ear. "Seems simple and exciting enough," Arthur said with a confident grin, resting his broom across his shoulders and draping his arms over it. Harry turned to him with a disbelieving look, his brow raised. "What part of this is exciting? You're flying around at insane speeds while trying not to get smacked out of the sky. One wrong move and you could fall to your death." Arthur just grinned wider, his eyes sparkling with thrill. "Exactly. The risk of a fatal end is what makes it so exciting. It's the thrill of danger that makes the blood rush." George gave an approving nod. "I like the way you think. You really are a Gryffindor, mate, Fred added, clapping Arthur on the back with a proud chuckle. Oliver would rolled his eyes at the dramatics, though a small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Ignore these adrenaline junkies. No one's ever died from a bludger hit. The worst injury we've had was a broken jaw, and that was because someone wasn't paying attention. Harry gave a crooked grin and muttered under his breath, that doesn't mean I can't be the first. Right. Moving on, Oliver said quickly, brushing away Harry's gloomy prediction. He reached into the crate one last time and pulled out a much smaller ball than the others. It was no bigger than a walnut, but gleamed bright gold and had 2 rapidly fluttering silver wings that buzzed faintly. This, he said, holding it carefully between his fingers, is the golden snitch, and it's the most important ball in the game. Both Arthur and Harry leaned forward with interest. It's tiny, wicked fast, and almost impossible to see once it's loose, Oliver explained. That's where the Seeker comes in. Your job, Potter, is to catch this little guy before the opposing Seeker does. Catching it earns your team a whopping 150 points and ends the match instantly. So, most of the time, the team that catches the snitch wins. Which is why Seekers get fouled constantly, George added knowingly. Fred nodded. They're practically targets. Oliver continued, a game of Quidditch only ends when the snitch is caught, and that means matches can go on forever. The record match lasted 3 months. They had to keep bringing in substitute players just so everyone could sleep in shifts. Well, that's the basics, Oliver concluded. Any questions? Arthur raised a hand. Yeah, just one. What's the point of the game if the Seeker can just end it all with a 150-point score? Like, hypothetically, your team could be winning the entire time, and then the other Seeker grabs the snitch and bam, you lose. Doesn't that kind of defeat the purpose of the rest of the team working their butts off? Oliver blinked, then actually looked impressed. That's a good question, you'd be surprised how many people don't think about that. But there's more strategy to it than you'd think. The chasers still have to score and rack up a solid lead. If we're ahead by more than 150 points, then even if the other Seeker gets the snitch, we still win. That's why it's a team game. Our beaters and Harry, as Seeker, will be keeping the other Seeker too busy to find the snitch while our chasers work on padding that lead. It's also Harry's job to get that snitch before they catch up too much, Oliver said seriously. It becomes a game of timing, pressure, and positioning. You've got to read the pitch and pick the right moment. Arthur hummed thoughtfully. You know, to make things more balanced, they really should have added a time limit. Or only release the snitch at specific intervals, like, give the teams a 5-minute window to catch it or lose the opportunity. That would add a whole new level of tension. Oliver tilted his head. Honestly. That's not a bad idea, but unfortunately, I don't make the rules. Arthur chuckled and shrugged. Yeah, neither do I. He gave his broom a casual toss to the ground. It hovered immediately, steady and waiting. Without hesitation, Arthur stepped forward and jumped onto it, landing perfectly balanced, 1 foot after the other as if he'd been doing it his whole life. He looked over his shoulder at the others, his smirk still firmly in place. So, I suppose it's time to have some fun. Chapter 67, Quidditch Tryout. Third person's POV. The quaffle and all the other Quidditch balls were in full play, turning the pitch into a chaotic whirlwind of motion. The Gryffindor players zoomed through the sky with such intensity that it almost felt like a wild free-for-all rather than a structured training session. Oliver Wood, steadfast and focused, stood guard before the 3 hoops as the keeper, deflecting every shot that came his way with precision. Nearby, Fred and George Weasley, twin forces of mischief and mayhem, were acting as beaters, swinging their clubs with practiced ease. They alternated between defending their teammates and launching the bludgers with pinpoint accuracy, either to disrupt attackers or to test their friends' reflexes. Meanwhile, high above the chaos, Harry Potter weaved through the sky like a lightning bolt, eyes locked on a fast-moving glint of gold, the elusive snitch. His broom dipped and curved with elegance, threading through the action below. Down on the field, the 4 chasers flew in a heated dance, ducking, diving, and twisting through the air. They narrowly avoided bludgers and each other as they fought to control the quaffle. Arthur, alongside 2 other chasers, surged forward, their eyes fixed on Angela, a dark-skinned Gryffindor girl holding the quaffle tightly in her grasp, her face set with determination. The other 2 Gryffindor girls began flanking Angela from either side, putting pressure on her. Arthur, however, had a different plan. He angled his broom downward sharply, diving below the others. Then, with perfect timing, he shot back up just as Angela cocked her arm to throw. As she released the quaffle, Arthur intercepted it with an upward burst, catching the ball midair and leaving Angela stunned. Ha ha. Arthur cackled triumphantly as he pulled away. As per their training rule, any player who intercepted the quaffle had to complete a full lap around the field while the rest of the team tried to steal it back, only then could they attempt to score. Still laughing, Arthur hugged the quaffle close and darted forward, veering left and right in rapid succession. Suddenly, a bludger shot toward him at breakneck speed. He spun in a tight corkscrew, narrowly avoiding it, then ducked instinctively as a second bludger whizzed just above his head. Fred and George were hot on his trail, their bats gleaming as they closed in, grinning wickedly. Arthur narrowed his eyes and smirked, holding the quaffle tightly under one arm while gripping the broom with the other. He zigzagged through the sky, weaving through players and dodging both the twins' attacks and the flurry of hands trying to knock the ball from him. Finally reaching the scoring zone, Arthur flew head-on toward Oliver, grunted, and launched the quaffle as hard as he could toward the left hoop. Oliver reacted instantly, cutting through the air and catching the ball mid-flight. Ugh! Oliver grunted from the force of the throw, the impact pushing him back a few feet and briefly knocking the wind out of him. Arthur clicked his tongue in frustration while Oliver, secretly impressed, stared at the ball in his hands. He flexed his fingers as he tossed it over to Katie Bell. What a throw! He thought, his gaze narrowing. The power behind it is incredible. As the chase for the quaffle resumed, Arthur still found himself dodging blood jares, even though he no longer had the ball. He shot a glare toward the twins with a teasing grin and shouted, "Oi mate. I don't even have it anymore." "We know." Fred and George called back in unison, their flaming red hair whipping behind them in the wind. Arthur let out an amused scoff. "Fine. Keep 'em coming then." After several back-and-forth exchanges, near misses, and failed goal attempts, Arthur once again had the quaffle under his arm. He tightened his grip and flew forward with renewed focus. But just as he lined up for a shot, a bludger seemed to materialize out of nowhere and slammed into his hand. "Gah!" he hissed in pain as the force jarred the ball loose. It was quickly scooped up by another Gryffindor girl who dashed off with it. Shaking his hand, Arthur turned to see where the shot had come from, only to spot George Weasley cackling with glee as he winked in Arthur's direction. Arthur narrowed his eyes and pointed 2 fingers from his eyes to George in a classic, "I'm watching you" gesture. George only responded with a smug grin and a scoff before soaring away. The game pressed on. After a few more heated exchanges, Arthur once again found the quaffle back in his possession. He clutched it firmly under one arm, the other gripping the broom shaft tightly as he accelerated toward the hoops. His golden blonde hair was slicked back by the wind, and his forehead gleamed with sweat under the sun. He focused on the hoops, preparing his shot, but out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Fred and George converging on him from both sides like twin missiles, their bodies angled to collide. With no time to hesitate, Arthur made a split-second decision. He leapt, straight off his broom. Gasps echoed from the team as Arthur flipped gracefully through the air. Fred and George slammed into each other mid-charge, the force of their collision stunning them and sending them spinning wildly out of control. As they tumbled through the air, Arthur dove, his hand outstretched. With one arm tightly holding the quaffle, he reached for his broomstick, plummeting toward it at high speed with fierce determination. A collective gasp echoed through the field as Arthur's hand clamped around the broom handle mid-air. With impressive strength and precision, he pulled the broom toward himself, planted both feet firmly on the handle, and hoisted his body upright into a crouch. The broom wobbled briefly under the sudden weight shift, but Arthur steadied it, his posture confident and balanced as he pulled himself up, flying still at high speed while simultaneously throwing the ball. Oliver was so stunned by the aerial acrobatics that he froze for a critical second, and it cost him. The quaffle whistled past his face and sailed cleanly through the center of the golden hoop behind him. The field fell into stunned silence. Arthur straightened to a full standing position atop his broom, wind tossing his golden hair as he looked down at the others with calm authority. He stood tall above Fred and George, hands casually resting in his pockets, his blue eyes cool and unreadable. "Know your place," Arthur said, his voice cold and deliberate, cutting through the air like a blade. Fred and George blinked, momentarily frozen. A strange chill ran down their spines, not from fear, but from sheer adrenaline and awe. Arthur's piercing gaze made them feel, for a fleeting moment, like they were being stared down by a seasoned professional, not a first-year student. Then, wide grins slowly spread across their faces. "Don't let it go to your head now, Artie," George teased, voice light but amused. "Yeah, it was just one goal, an incredible bloody goal, sure, but still, just one," Fred added with a chuckle. Arthur smirked, his demeanor shifting from cool to cocky as he leaned forward and dropped back into a seated position on his broom. "Then allow me to change that." With a sudden burst of speed, he rocketed forward, chasing the quaffle once more with renewed vigor. Fred and George exchanged a glance, their grins widening. "Oh, it's on," Fred said. "Definitely on," George nodded. Without another word, they followed close behind, eager to test Arthur further. Arthur quickly found himself back in possession of the quaffle. As he darted toward the hoops once again, his eyes flicked toward the left goalpost, baiting Oliver into a feint. The keeper moved quickly to intercept, only for the ball to zip straight through the middle hoop instead. "Gotcha," Arthur muttered to himself. The match became a flurry of movement and energy. Arthur twisted and spun between chasers, blood jares, and broomsticks, bobbing and weaving through the air with uncanny reflexes. He scored several more goals, intercepted passes midair, and narrowly dodged more than one dangerously aimed bludger from Fred and George, who were clearly enjoying themselves too much. But Arthur wasn't invincible. The others managed to steal the quaffle from him a few times, and the twins succeeded in landing a couple of well-placed bludgers, earning laughs and playful curses from Arthur. Still, his skill was undeniable, and the others could feel it. He wasn't just keeping up, he was shining. Eventually, the trial came to an end when Harry, still streaking across the sky above them, let out a triumphant shout. "I got it," he yelled, holding up the shimmering snitch between his fingers. The players slowed and began gliding toward the ground, still buzzing with energy and excitement. "You know," Oliver said, panting slightly, "for a couple of first-years who've never played a proper game of Quidditch, you were a naturals." He turned to face them both more directly. "And I'm not just talking about Arthur either. Harry, you were brilliant out there. The fact that this practice ended so quickly is proof enough. Great work, seriously. Both of you." Harry beamed, his heart racing from excitement and the wind. He had fallen in love with every moment in the sky, the rush, the control, the freedom. Oliver turned to the rest of the team and raised his voice. "What do you all think? Harry's spot as Seeker is practically guaranteed. But what about Arthur? Should he be on the team?" Angela scoffed as if the question insulted her intelligence. "Are you serious? With the way he moves and plays, it'd be a crime not to let him in." Fred threw an arm around Arthur's shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. "Oliver, there's no point in even asking. We want to keep playing with this little slugger." Arthur rolled his eyes as George came up behind him and ruffled his hair. "Yeah, come on, Captain. Like we'd let you take away our new toy." "New toy, my tushy." Arthur barked, swatting George's hand away and fixing his hair with exaggerated flair. "If I recall correctly, I'm the one who made you two my playthings." The team burst into laughter at the playful back and forth. There were chuckles, whistles, and even a few friendly shoves exchanged. Oliver clapped his hands, regaining everyone's attention. "All right. Since we've all clearly reached a unanimous decision." He turned toward the two boys, his voice proud and official. "Arthur, Harry, as captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, I formally welcome you aboard." Harry and Arthur exchanged excited glances and wide grins. "Thank you for having us," Arthur said charmingly, standing tall with a hand over his heart. Fred and George smirked beside him, clearly already plotting their next mischief. Chapter 68, Halloween Special, 1. Third-person POV. Arthur sat cross-legged on a polished wooden floor, surrounded by 4 quiet walls that enclosed a modest but peaceful space. Resting gently between his legs was a smooth, white, oval-shaped object, an egg unlike any ordinary one, gleaming faintly under the ambient light. His eyes were closed, his breathing calm and steady, as he cradled the egg with both hands. Faint blue circuitry-like lines pulsed across his skin, spreading outwards from his core as he channeled his magic into the shell. A soft hum echoed faintly in the room as energy flowed from his body, bathing the egg in a glow that shimmered with arcane intent. This was no ordinary egg, it was the same mysterious artifact Seraphonix had gifted him long ago, during a time that now felt like a distant memory. Arthur had nurtured it ever since, forming a deep bond with the silent life inside. Even now, as he poured the last reserves of his magic into it, he could feel a growing connection between their energies. Eventually, the flow of magic ceased. The glowing circuitry faded and retreated beneath his skin, leaving no trace of its prior brilliance. Arthur let out a long, tired sigh as he slumped slightly forward, the egg still secure in his grasp. "Hungry little bugger, aren't you?" he murmured with a tired smile, gently caressing the smooth surface. "You sure do eat a lot, don't you? But that's all right. Eat as much as you need. I'll keep feeding you." He raised the egg toward the light streaming from above, tilting it slightly to get a better look. Inside, barely visible through the cloudy shell, was the faint silhouette of a curled-up creature, a tiny lizard-like form with 4 delicate legs and a pair of tucked wings resting along its back. The sight warmed his heart. A tender smile crossed Arthur's face as he brought the egg close and hugged it against his chest. "There's no need to rush. Take your time, little one. Grow up strong and powerful. I'll be here every step of the way." Rising from the floor with gentle care, Arthur walked over to a small shrine nestled in the corner of the room. Although it appeared like a holy altar, adorned with candles, runes, and protective wards, it was actually a carefully prepared nest designed for the egg. He placed it inside with reverence, giving the shell a soft kiss before sealing it in the center with wards to keep it safe and warm. With his task complete, Arthur crossed the room to a modest study tucked against the far wall. There, books and scrolls were stacked in careful order, and his personal grimoire lay open on the desk. Flipping through the pages, he examined several intricate magic circles and theories. Instead of developing entirely new spells lately, Arthur had focused on refining and upgrading the ones he had already mastered, enhancing their power and efficiency. It was a secret habit of his, something he did during slow classes when the subject matter bored him, or when he already knew the lessons being taught. While others wasted time, Arthur pushed forward, growing stronger in his own quiet way. He glanced down at his current project, his Tier 1 haste magic circle. With careful adjustments, refined runes, and precise changes to the flow of mana, he had finally succeeded in evolving it into a Tier 2 spell. What once granted a 20% increase in speed now amplified it by a full 50%, a significant boost that could turn the tide of any battle. As he finished, the markings in his grimoire shimmered and shifted. The old words and diagrams burned away like embers in the wind, replaced by new symbols and glowing lines. The transformation was subtle but unmistakable. Satisfied, Arthur tidied up his study, returning books to their places and closing his grimoire. He stepped over to a narrow staircase tucked at the side of the room and ascended slowly. The steps didn't lead to another floor, but rather out of the magical space concealed within a small, enchanted briefcase lying beside his dormitory bed. Emerging from the enchanted pocket dimension, Arthur closed the briefcase and set it aside before changing into his pajamas. The dorm room around him was quiet, the moonlight casting a calm silver glow across the walls. Climbing into bed, he nestled beneath the covers and closed his eyes. Tomorrow is Halloween, should be an exciting day, he thought, smiling faintly as sleep overtook him. As Arthur's breathing deepened and his consciousness drifted into sleep, his mind crossed into the dream realm, and he found himself standing once again before a towering figure clad in black armor. The Shadow Knight. Without hesitation, Arthur summoned his sword, the blade forming with a flicker of light in his hand. His stance shifted into a dueling formation, his gaze locked on the figure before him. Ready to see how much I've improved, he challenged, voice firm and confident. The knight gave a slow nod, saying nothing. Then, without warning, it charged forward, blade raised, movements sharp and merciless. Arthur didn't flinch. Without hesitation he lunged in response, meeting the knight head-on, sword clashing against sword in a burst of sparks and power. You're saying it wrong, Ron. It's Levi-O-S-A. Not Levio's-S-A. Hermione snapped, clearly exasperated as she watched Ron nearly bludgeon his feather with his wand. Puffed. Arthur burst into laughter, slapping the table as he tried, and failed, to suppress it. He. Ron turned red, assuming Arthur was laughing at him. In truth, Arthur's thoughts were entirely elsewhere. She said it. She actually said the thing. Oh my days, this is the best day ever. Arthur screamed internally, practically vibrating with second-hand joy. I've waited my whole life to hear that line in person. Ron, however, was in no mood for theatrics. You do it, then, if you're so clever, he snapped at Hermione. With a huff, Hermione rolled up the sleeves of her robes, gave a graceful flick of her wand, and declared, Wingardium Leviosa. Their feather rose instantly, hovering effortlessly about 4 feet above their heads. Oh, well done. Professor Flitwick cried, clapping his tiny hands in excitement. Everyone, take note. Miss Granger's got it perfectly. The praise didn't sit well with Ron, it only seemed to fuel the storm brewing in his chest. Arthur leaned back in his chair, the smile on his face fading slightly. Ah. This is probably still connected to when Hermione tried to stop Harry and Ron from sneaking out to duel Malfoy. I had wanted to tag along to meet Fluffy. Too bad I was in a sword duel with Lance at the time. He sighed internally, feeling a flicker of regret at missing the chance to meet the three-headed dog. I'll need to make time to visit it myself. It's not every day you get to see a Cerberus in real life. As Charms class ended, the mood soured. Ron was still in a peculiar funk, grumbling as he and Harry exited the room. It's no wonder no one can stand her, Ron muttered to Harry as they squeezed through the crowded corridor. Harry opened his mouth, likely about to say something in Hermione's defense, but Ron cut in before he could. Arthur doesn't count, he said bitterly. He's friendly with bloody everyone. Probably just pities her or something. She's a nightmare, honestly. At that moment, they were both shoved aside by a bushy-haired girl running past them. Her face was hidden, but her shoulders were trembling. I think she heard you, Harry said with a deep frown. Ouch. Ron yelped as a heavy book struck the top of his head. He turned sharply to see Arthur glaring at him with clear disappointment. I thought you were better than that, Weasley. I actually believed you'd matured, Arthur said coldly. He shook his head and walked past Ron, his tone flat and heavy. I'm disappointed in you, Ronald. Ron winced, rubbing the sore spot on his head. What's his deal? He muttered under his breath. Seriously? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. Ron didn't answer. His eyes dropped to the floor, shame settling in. The two boys continued walking through the corridor in heavy silence. The usually loud and chaotic energy between them was muted. I took it too far, didn't I? Ron finally muttered. Harry let out a long sigh and nodded. Yeah. I know you were upset, but that was crossing a line. Ron exhaled slowly. I've gotta apologize to her. If Arthur had lingered just a moment longer, he would have been surprised to hear Ron say that. But he never got the chance. Hermione didn't turn up for their next class, and she wasn't seen for the rest of the afternoon. The hours dragged on, heavy with worry, until it was time for the Halloween feast. As Harry and Ron headed down to the Great Hall, they overheard Parvati Patil telling her friend Lavender that Hermione was crying in the girls' bathroom and wanted to be left alone. Harry turned to Ron, who was already blushing with shame. The guilt was written all over his face. He didn't say anything, didn't need to. His head stayed low, eyes avoiding Harry's altogether. Meanwhile, Arthur had already arrived at the Great Hall and was scanning the crowd. The ceiling had been enchanted to reflect a night sky filled with stars and clouds, and 1,000 live bats fluttered from the walls and high archways. More swooped low over the tables in swirling black clouds, making the candle flames inside the carved pumpkins flicker and dance ominously. The golden plates, now laden with food, had appeared as suddenly as they had during the start of term feast. Roasted meats, golden potatoes, buttered corn, and thick pumpkin pies filled the tables, but Arthur barely noticed. His gaze moved over the students with growing unease. She's not here, he thought, frowning. If she's still in the bathroom, the troll, wait. No. The troll hasn't been announced yet. There's still time. He stood up, preparing to slip away quietly and find Hermione before something terrible could happen. But he never got the chance. Suddenly, the doors to the Great Hall slammed open. Professor Quirrell came sprinting in, his turban askew and terror etched across his face. Gasps filled the hall as he stumbled to the front, clutching the edge of the high table. Gee Golem. Golem, in the dungeons, he gasped hoarsely. Thought you ought to know. With that, he collapsed to the ground in a faint. The hall descended into stunned silence. But none were more shocked than Arthur. A golem, he thought, his eyes wide. What? What happened to the troll? Chapter 69, Halloween Special, 2. Third Person's POV. There was an uproar, loud and chaotic. Students shouted, some screamed, and a few even tried to climb over one another in panic. The Great Hall descended into pure bedlam as the news of the attack spread like wildfire. It took several sharp explosions of bright purple firecrackers, launched from the tip of Professor Dumbledore's wand, before the noise began to die down. The booming cracks echoed through the hall, grabbing everyone's attention. Prefects, Dumbledore commanded in a low, authoritative rumble that carried over the now silenced crowd, lead your houses back to the dormitories. Immediately. Percy Weasley instantly sprang into action, practically glowing with purpose. Follow me. Stay in formation. First years, stick together, he barked, weaving through the crowd like a general at war. No need to panic, the golem won't harm you if you follow instructions. That's it, stay close behind. Make way, first years coming through, excuse me. I'm a prefect. While most students were being herded out under the watchful eyes of professors and prefects alike, Arthur saw the opportunity he needed. With the chaos providing the perfect cover, he slipped through the crowd, unnoticed. At least, unnoticed by the staff and headmaster. Two pairs of eyes, however, did catch sight of him. Lance and Gwyneth, standing a good distance away, spotted Arthur's silent departure. Their eyes widened in surprise, then narrowed in unspoken agreement. They exchanged a quick glance, equal parts confusion and concern, before giving each other a firm nod. Without a word, they too slipped away from the crowd, following Arthur's path in secret. Of course, where Arthur went, Merlin was never far behind. It didn't need to be said, she had already vanished from sight the moment the panic began. Arthur sprinted down the empty corridor, his footsteps echoing off the stone walls. His eyes were narrowed with purpose, his brow furrowed in grim determination. In one swift motion, he flung aside his school robe, freeing up his arms, and reached into his holster by his hip to retrieve the one item he always carried with him, his grimoire. The ancient tome floated beside him, glowing faintly with magical energy as it opened on its own, flipping rapidly through pages before stopping on the correct spell. Arthur extended his right hand, palm forward. A complex, glowing magic circle erupted into existence before him, an intricate design of runes and symbols forming a pattern of dazzling precision. Without hesitation, Arthur ran straight into the circle, leaping into the spell's center. The energy surged over his body like a wave of blue light. Second-tier magic, haste. His speed exploded, blurring his silhouette as a vivid blue aura surrounded him. His hair whipped wildly behind him, and his robes fluttered like banners in the wind. He raced forward, heart pounding, thoughts racing. What the hell is going on with the golem? I spent hours preparing for a troll fight, I even memorized its weak points from the books in the library. But this doesn't feel right. As he neared the girls' bathroom, he suddenly heard it. A blood-curdling scream pierced through the corridor. Oh. Stay away. Arthur's heart skipped a beat. That voice, it was unmistakable. Hermione. His body moved before his mind could catch up. It doesn't matter what I'm facing. I'll fight whatever's in front of me. No matter what. Without slowing down, Arthur reached into his shirt and pulled out a necklace, a chain with a tiny, intricately detailed sword charm hanging from it. With a yank, he tore the necklace from his neck, in one fluid tug. The charm shimmered in his hand, expanding in an instant. After images traced its form until it materialized into full size, the legendary sword Caliban now gripped in Arthur's hand, glowing faintly with latent power. Arthur didn't pause. He slammed the door to the girls' bathroom open and charged inside, ready to fight, and then he froze. His eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. Standing in the center of the shattered bathroom was not a troll, but a monstrous knight. Clad in obsidian black armor that shimmered faintly with enchantments, it towered over everything. In its hands was a massive ebony blade, jagged and ominous. The knight's face was hidden behind a horned helmet, from which a single glowing red eye peered out like a burning coal. The bathroom itself was in ruins. One of the stalls had been cleaved diagonally in half, the door lay in splinters across the tiles. Debris littered the ground. On the cold floor near the shattered stall, sat Hermione. Her face was streaked with tears, her body trembling in fright. She stared up at the armored behemoth in absolute horror, frozen with dread. The knight golem slowly raised its colossal sword, the air groaning as the obsidian blade ascended. Its blood-red eye burned brighter, locking onto the terrified girl cowering beneath it. For a single, dreadful moment, time seemed to freeze. However, Arthur was already on the move. Without a second thought, without even a hint of hesitation, Arthur charged forward in a blur of motion. He yanked Caliban from its sheath and flung the scabbard to the side, the gleaming blade catching the flickering light of the shattered bathroom fixtures as it spun. Just as the knight brought its massive sword down in a brutal arc aimed directly at Hermione, Arthur appeared between them in an instant, so fast it was like he had teleported. Metal collided with metal in an ear-splitting clang that sent sparks flying in every direction. Arthur gritted his teeth as the force of the blow slammed into him. His boots skidded slightly across the cracked tile floor, and his arms trembled from the impact. Urgh. Heavy, he growled, holding his sword tightly. Their swords trembled violently against each other as power radiated from the clash. Hey Arthur. Hermione gasped, stunned to see him standing in front of her like a living shield. Hermione, move. Arthur roared, veins bulging across his neck and temple as he struggled to hold back the titanic strength of the knight. His voice was like a thunderclap of desperation and command. Jolted from her frozen state, Hermione's entire body flinched. Her eyes filled with terror, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Without a second thought, she scrambled backward, sobbing as she scurried into a far corner, trying to make herself small. Arthur caught sight of the knight's leg shifting. A kick. Thinking quickly, he dropped low and rolled forward just as the knight's foot swept through the air above him. He slid underneath the behemoth's stance with precision, grabbing his discarded scabbard along the way and reattaching it to his hip in one smooth motion. The knight turned with surprising speed for something so massive, its red eye flaring. But Arthur was grinning now, a wild, almost fanatical grin that made his eyes gleam. So this is the golem. My first real battle, he thought with exhilaration. With a metallic roar, the golem charged forward, raising its sword and swinging with terrifying strength. Arthur met its strike head-on. Caliban clashed with the obsidian blade in a flurry of strikes and parries, steel ringing like bells in a storm. The sheer pressure of their duel shook the walls. Tile chipped and shattered beneath their feet. The entire bathroom was a war zone of steel and fury. Hermione sat frozen in the corner, hands over her mouth, eyes wide with disbelief. The battle unfolding before her was beyond anything she could comprehend. Arthur, friendly, charming Arthur, was now dueling a monster fit for nightmares. The knight lunged again, slashing downward. Arthur leapt back just in time as the massive sword split the floor, carving a deep, jagged groove into the tile. Chunks of porcelain and debris flew in all directions. Arthur extended his hand, and his floating grimoire flipped rapidly through its pages, glowing with red light. A magic circle burst to life at his palm, radiant with energy. Second-tier magic, Firebolt. A burst of blazing energy erupted from the center of the circle, a bolt of fire roaring across the space like a comet. The knight reacted quickly, raising its massive blade in a defensive posture. The firebolt struck the flat of the weapon and detonated, shaking the room with a thunderous boom. The impact caused the golem to stagger a single step back, smoke curling around its form. It was in that instant that Lance, Gwyneth, and Merlin burst into the ruined bathroom, just in time to witness the explosion and the echo of its force vibrating through the walls. They froze at the entrance, eyes wide, the scene before them unbelievable. The knight, unfazed, reached toward the wall and tore a sink free with a single hand, the pipes screeching and snapping like twigs. It hurled the porcelain wreckage toward Arthur with deadly force. Arthur didn't flinch. He gripped Caliban with both hands and slashed downward in a single, clean stroke. The sink split into two halves midair, fragments scattering across the bathroom with explosive impact. The shards ricocheted across the floor, and Hermione let out a startled cry, ducking for cover. Without wasting a second, Arthur's grimoire shifted again, its pages glowing blue this time. A new magic circle formed in his hand, and he aimed it at Hermione. Second-tier magic, minor barrier. A translucent dome of magical energy formed around her, flickering like a bubble of light. She looked up through her tear-stained eyes, feeling the sudden warmth and protection around her. "Look out." Gwyneth screamed from the entrance, her voice laced with panic. Arthur didn't even turn. He sidestepped calmly, the knight's blade slicing through the air just inches from his face. The metal passed before his eyes in a blur, the wind of the strike brushing his skin. His gaze remained steady. Unshaken. Cold. His golden and blue grimoire floated beside him like a loyal companion, radiating energy. Caliban gleamed in his grip, held with precision and confidence. Although the thrill of battle raced through his veins, Arthur's expression was devoid of emotion. He had trained his mind for this, a clemency. A tool of mental discipline that helped him remain focused and in control. Lance and Gwyneth stood dumbfounded, barely able to process what they were seeing. The towering golem knight. The carnage of the room. And Arthur, calm, composed, battling it as if he were born for this. It took them several seconds just to comprehend it wasn't a dream or illusion. But Merlin. Merlin's attention wasn't on Arthur. Her sharp eyes narrowed, fixed on the golem itself. Her expression darkened. A chill crept up her spine. She felt it. The magic radiating from the construct, it was familiar. Too familiar. Her jaw clenched. Her fists tightened at her sides. That magic. She thought bitterly, her eyes narrowing further. I recognize that presence. Morgana. This is your doing, isn't it? Her heart pounded as fury bubbled inside her chest. Even after all these years, you're still trying to kill him. You haven't let go. You still want Arthur dead. And now, the past was repeating itself, one spellbound monster at a time.